Chapter 171. I hope you are not deliberately trying to embarrass your father. Sulu lowered his head and cut the synthetic beef on his plate. I am not interested in playing with these things. Zoyu took a sip of red wine and looked at him with a complicated expression. I just want to make the pregnancy a real reality. My father is a very standard soldier. I can't rely on you or scratch my face to fight against him to the end. If the entire Capital Special District knows that I am pregnant, maybe things will be easier. I don't want to talk about me anymore. Zoyu put down the wine glass and looked at him. She said softly, tell me about your days at the Research Institute. I'm more curious about this. Why did you get off work so late today? Su Li's fork stopped on the porcelain plate. He thought about it silently for a while. He picked out the things that happened in the laboratory today that did not involve the confidentiality regulations and gave a simple explanation. Zoyu lowered her eyes slightly and suddenly said, I heard you say before that the Nutshell Engineering Department seemed to want to recruit you from the beginning, but you chose the Research Institute. If that is the case, why did you take this opportunity to go to the Engineering Department this time? If I go directly to the Engineering Department, I can only start from the bottom. I won't be able to touch the things I want to touch. If I can help the Engineering Department solve their current problems in the Research Institute, then I can at least make my requests in the Engineering Department in the future. Sulu started his hand again and answered vaguely with his head lowered. Is it a mecha? Zoyu suddenly looked at him slyly. It's a secret. Sulu didn't even raise his head. Zoyu looked at the boy in front of her thoughtfully and said, I've been with you for almost 20 days, and I've never seen anyone who cherishes their time more than you. Every night after washing the dishes, you study in your room until late at night. I don't understand. What exactly are you chasing? Or perhaps, what exactly do you want to do? Don't tell me it's because you want to stand out. If it's because of these things, with your relationship with Brother Crown Prince, the Tai family can pave a golden path for you at any time. Su Li's fingers stiffened. He never thought that Zoyu would ask such a direct question. After a moment of silence, he forked a piece of synthetic beef into his mouth and slowly chewed. His brows furrowed tighter and tighter. He drank a mouthful of water and raised his head to look at her seriously. The synthetic beef here is all wild beef. Sulu said, I really hate the Wildlife Protection Act. I once went to the black market to buy meat. But the average citizen of the Federation can only use this method to secretly taste the meat. But this restaurant can openly sell it, and it even says on the menu that it's synthetic beef. This is your life. You take more resources and you're always so hypocritical. Normal people will never know what methods you're using to encroach on their benefits. To be honest, I don't really understand these things, but I know you're doing it. Zoyu's expression gradually became serious. She carefully listened to Su Li's rare speech. Sulu glanced at the men and women in the Linyuan restaurant. They were dressed in luxurious clothes and had extraordinary auras. He said with a trace of loneliness, the people of Donglin can imagine what kind of life the people of the capital ring lead. But the people of the middle and lower levels of the Federation will never know what kind of life people like you lead. A meal here is equivalent to half a year's worth of relief given by the Federation government to the people of Donglin. But you're still eating, Zoyu said sharply. Yes, I feel like I can become one of you at any time now and enjoy more wealth, resources, and status. Sulu lightly patted the military cap on the table, shook his head and said, You just asked me what I want to do. Actually, I just want to make myself stronger. Stronger? Zoyu did not understand this sentence, but she was very sensitive to the fact that the young man in front of her seemed to have some secrets in his heart. What? I'm not Superman of justice, and it's impossible for me to change all the injustices in this society. But if such injustices befall me or my family, or if I happen to see it, I really want to fight against such injustices. Sulu said with a serious attitude that she had never seen before, so first, I need to have the ability to fight against such injustices. Zoyu looked at him quietly for a very long time. Ever since the conversation last night, she had developed a sense of respect for Sulu. She knew that this seemingly ordinary young man in front of her had a strong will. This strength did not refer to his willpower, but to his stubbornness in his heart. People like this in the Federation were almost extinct, so she believed that what Sulu said now was the truth. Perhaps, that kind of injustices has already happened. Zoyu gently touched the gauze on her face. She looked at Sulu quietly and said, So you're making the best use of your time. Why do you need to make preparations? Sulu was silent. He knew that he had already said too much. As for his thoughts, no one in the Federation knew. He only opened his eyes wide to see the ups and downs of this society, to strengthen himself at all costs. If this society could not give him justice, then he would find it himself. Zhou did not pay attention to his silence. She looked at him with a strange gaze and suddenly said softly, "Are you a follower of George Carlin?" "No, but I feel that the things he said are not wrong. You're always talking about people like us. I'm indeed not a good person, but I believe that in the class of vested interests, there will always be people who meet your moral standards. So what I'm targeting is not class but fairness. The problem is that society is unfair to begin with. If you want to fight against this kind of unfairness, then you have to fight against society. And the power of one person will never be able to fight, unless you're that old man who lives by the lake." "You're talking about the Lees of Philadelphia?" "Yes." Sulu smiled slightly. He thought to himself that in the entire history of the Federation, there was only one such military god who was able to rely on his own power to pilot a mecha and assassinate the emperor of the empire. Perhaps in the future history of the Federation, such a person would never appear again. However, he immediately thought of another languid and weathered figure. That uncle who wandered around the mecha like a demon, to Zhang Xiaoming. Zhou raised her cup. Sulu, who had his head lowered, a glint of vigilance and surprise flashed through his eyes. He had never thought that this young miss from the Zhou family would actually be able to hit the nail on the head. Perhaps she was just guessing, but to be able to guess this point was already very impressive. He calmed his breathing, raised the cup of clear water and said, "To Shi Qinghai." Zhou Yu's expression became somewhat unsightly. She paused for a moment, then suddenly opened her mouth to say, "Can you tell me, what kind of person is that hooligan?" Sulu was slightly taken aback. He quietly watched the trace of unerasable sadness on Zhou Yu's delicate and beautiful face. He suddenly remembered that she and Shi Qinghai had only had a one-night stand. She had no idea what kind of person Shi Qinghai was, and perhaps, in the future of her life, she would never have any sort of relationship with the father of her child. From this perspective, the present Zhou Yu was indeed worthy of pity. Sulu even thought that he had only wanted Mr. Shi to leave behind his bloodline in the Federation. Was this in itself unfair to Zhou Yu? Mr. Shi is an orphan. You must know by now that he is a spy for the anti-government forces, the most outstanding kind. As for why he became a spy for the anti-government forces, it all started from the unfairness of the Federation. His father. After a moment of silence, Sulu began to explain everything about Shi Qinghai to Zhou Yu, from his birth, to his glorious achievements in the First Military Academy, and his work in the Linhai Field Office. Perhaps he wanted to make up for something to Zhou Yu, or perhaps he wanted her to have a clearer understanding of Shi Qinghai, so that she would no longer be a blurry shadow. Sulu was not as quiet as he usually was. He began to talk non-stop, and he presented everything he knew about Shi Qinghai in full, including his little tricks, his addiction to alcohol, his amazing capacity for alcohol, and the 27 glasses of wine he sang in a melancholy voice in the middle of the night after he got drunk. He combed his hair in a 37 parting and smoked 37 brand cigarettes. When he was drunk, he liked to say, "I'm not drinking wine, I'm drinking loneliness." Sulu was immersed in his memories with Mr. Shi. He subconsciously took out a cigarette, but then he remembered that there was a pregnant woman in front of him, so he put it back in the cigarette box. Disgusting to the extreme, Zhou Yu heard Sulu's words, frowned deeply and said softly. She definitely did not like Shi Qinghai. On the snowy night after the Double Moon Festival dance party, it was only because of her complicated emotions that she fell into the irresistible eyes of that beautiful and bewitching man. However, as she listened to Sulu's description, the man who was so beautiful that he didn't look like a normal person, who was so affectionate in bed, gradually became clear in front of her eyes. Her right hand gently stroked the bulge on her abdomen, as if she could feel the growth of that little life. Zhou Yu lowered her eyes slightly and thought to herself, so your father is actually a guy with a pitiful background but also a hooligan. Aside from his identity as an anti-government military spy, Shi Qinghai appeared to be very sincere in front of Sulu. The two men drank a lot. Although Mr. Shi could not get drunk, Sulu basically knew his friend's life very well, including what he did when he was young. That was why Sulu could say so much at this time. However, thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel slightly guilty. He knew Shi Qinghai's childhood and Shi Qinghai's secret, but Shi Qinghai didn't know his. There were not many VIPs eating in Linyuan restaurant. They were scattered everywhere in twos and threes, and there was a suitable distance between each table. However, eyes could ignore this distance. From the moment Sulu walked into the restaurant, he noticed that there were strange eyes around him. Although most of them looked away after a while, from time to time he still felt that something was wrong. These eyes were all directed at Zhou Yu. Deputy Minister Zhou's daughter was pregnant, and there was a piece of gauze on her face. This made many people have countless imaginations. Sulu couldn't stop these eyes, and he was very impressed to find that Zhou Yu didn't seem to care about them. He just watched all of this with vigilance. Strangely enough, 20 days ago, Zhou Yu's abdomen was not very obvious. However, perhaps it was because Sulu had taken good care of her these days, and she had taken good care of herself in the apartment. The girl's lower abdomen had swelled up like a balloon. Now she truly looked like a woman who was several months pregnant. Sulu put down the cup of water and turned his head. This was because he found that at the table that had been paying attention to him earlier, two young officers walked over, and he recognized one of them. Zhou Yu, long time no see. The young officer walking in front was about 25 or 26 years old. His facial features were deep and his eyes were gloomy and calm. He casually stood in front of the table, but he gave off a different feeling. It was like the white cliffs behind Linyuan, leaving a deep and abrupt impression. A trace of apology appeared on his face as he continued, "I'm sorry about last time. I didn't know about your physical condition and had a drinking bet with you. I hope you don't mind. With my current physical condition, it's naturally not easy for me to stand up," Zhou Yu replied with a smile. After these few words, Sulu knew that this young officer with an extraordinary aura in front of him was the owner of the silver ghost that had raced with Zhou Yu on Highway 2 that day. He frowned slightly, not knowing why this person had come to his table. Zhou Yu had told him before that this person seemed to be a direct descendant of the Li family, one of the 7 great families. Su Li's memory was very good. He remembered that this person was called Li Xiaotong. Did this person know that he was the one who had driven the black car to intercept people that day? Looking at the sincere expression on the other person's face, which did not reveal any trace of mockery or hostility toward Zhou Yu, Sulu could only wait and see. Unexpectedly, after Li Xiaotong and Zhou Yu finished greeting each other, he turned his head and politely extended his hand. "Li Xiaotong, nice to meet you." Sulu stood up and shook hands with the other person's extended hand. "Sulu. I've heard a lot about you." Li Xiaotong looked at Sulu with a faint smile in his eyes and said, "Let's get together some other time." At this time, another young officer who came with Li Xiaotong also extended his hand to Sulu. Sulu looked at the blonde and handsome officer and said with a smile, "Hello." Park Ji-ho nodded and did not say anything. The one who drove the black car that night was this Sulu. "I've investigated this person. He's a very rare and interesting guy." Li Xiaotong and Park Ji-ho walked out of the Linyuan, followed by 2 subordinate officers. The smile on his face was very strange. When he saw Zhou Yu and Sulu walk in, he had already sent his subordinates to the Linyuan parking lot to take a look. He did not expect to really find that black car without a logo. Park Ji-ho was slightly stunned. He did not expect that this noble young master would be interested in Sulu and even sent someone to investigate him. Although Sulu was in the limelight during the spring recruitment, Park Ji-ho did not think that a simple engineer could attract the attention of the 2nd generation of the 7 great families. Guessing what his companion beside him was thinking, Li Xiaotong's lips curved into a slightly mocking smile. This 2nd generation of the Li family did not have a good impression of the young master of the Tai family, who liked to pretend to be mysterious. However, this did not mean that the Li family did not value the only heir of the Tai family. The Li family had always used money to pave the way. The relationship between Su Lu and the young master of the Tai family, as well as this person's stunning performance in the Linhai incident, could not be hidden from the 7th young master of the Li family who had deliberately investigated him. That was why he said, "I've heard so much about you." However, he did not plan to explain this to Park Ji-ho. He always thought that Park Ji-ho was a bit too confident. If this person was really stepped on by Su Lu in the future during the Linhai incident, perhaps it would be a kind of training for him. Who would have thought that Zhou Yu was actually pregnant? Li Xiaotong's eyebrows suddenly darkened at this moment. He had met Zhou Yu last year. At first, he did not care about the daughter of this kind of nouveau riche. However, when he heard that the Lady Tai saw Zhou Yu as her future daughter-in-law, he started to have some feelings for the red-clothed girl. In this world, the only thing that could not be touched was one's heart. Once it was touched, it could not be stopped. He actually started to like her. That was why he had raced and gambled. However, he did not expect that before he could do anything, the red-clothed girl had already become an unmarried mother. Even with his shrewdness, he could not help but feel a bit confused. After a moment of silence, Park Ji-ho said, "With your personality, I did not expect that you would leave immediately. I like women, but I do not like to offend others for women. Our family is a business, so we have to be more careful." Park Ji-ho was silent. He thought that the Li family, one of the 7 major families in the Federation, would not be afraid of offending others. As if he had guessed what he was thinking, Li Xiaotong looked at him seriously and said, I also want to beat that Su Lu up, but I don't know what kind of position he has in the eyes of the young master of the Tai family, and I always feel that this person is not simple. Since I am not willing to take the risk to step on him, maybe I will not be able to step on him in the future. If that is the case, why should I offend him at this time? Park Ji-ho was silent again. He could not understand why the seventh young master of the Li family would be so wary of an engineer in a research institute. Li Xiaotong looked at him and did not explain any more. In the future he would be the support of the Li family in the military. If he still could not understand why he took the initiative to be friendly, then he was equivalent to a useless person. I'm not my big brother. He seems to be a playboy, but in fact he can be angry for a woman. Li Xiaotong closed his eyes and began to rest. He thought that if his big brother really got together with that national idol girl, it would not do him any good in the future. The little madman of the Li family is here. Park Ji-ho looked at the off-road car parked at the entrance of Linyuan and suddenly frowned. Li Xiaotong did not open his eyes and shook his head. He thought that if he did not know that Madman Li was coming, he would definitely sit at that table for a while. He wanted to see the real relationship between the young master of the Tai family, Zhou, and that guy named Su Lu. At the very least, he wanted to know who the child in Zhou's belly was. I can see that the young master of the Li family was not lying. Zhou's eyes lit up. She looked at Su Lu and said, regarding the incident in Linhai, the madam, father and brother did not tell me the details. I only know that the situation was very dangerous and you happened to be there. Could it be that you played a very important role in it? Su Lu lowered his head and ate. He did not answer her. He used the power in his body in the afternoon, so he was very hungry now. The only thing that surprised him was that Li Xiaotong was so gentle. This was completely different from the mysterious image of the 7 great families in the Federation. The 7 great families in the Federation each occupy the most important areas in the society. They are very calculative, and their main area of control is the financial industry. Zhou did not care about Su Li's silence. She gently stroked her belly and said, in terms of wealth, no one in the Federation has more than the Li family. I just did not expect that this young master of the Li family also has a position in the military. What does the Zhong family in the West Woods rely on? Su Lu suddenly asked. He had mixed feelings about the small watermelon family. On one hand, the uncle died under the main cannon of the ancient bell, but he did have a very close relationship with the small watermelon family. The military. Zhou frowned and said, the 4th military region belongs to the Zhong family in the West Woods. It has been like this since before the constitutional era. There is an old saying, the high mountains are far away from the emperor. The West Woods region is too far away from the capital ring. Furthermore, the Zhong family's reputation in the West Woods is too high. It is so high that the scholars and experts can't understand it. In addition, in the past few decades, the threat of the dynasty has been too great. The head of the Zhong family led the warriors of the 4th military region to fight alone, which made the Zhong family's position more and more stable. What about the Tai family? Su Lu stopped eating and looked at Zhou curiously. Not long ago, the 7 great families in the Federation were just legends to him. However, now that he could hear the true colors of these families, it was indeed very attractive. No one knows. Zhou smiled. But I heard that the Crystal Mine Consortium used to belong to the Tai family. Later on, there was a shortage of resources. Su Lu was slightly stunned and fell into deep thought. Crystal mines were undoubtedly the lifeline of the Federation's development. The Tai family, the descendant of the former royal family, was indeed a terrifying existence to be able to completely control the Crystal Mine Consortium. However, with the decline of the East Woods region, there were fewer and fewer crystal mines that could be mined on the remaining 70 or so resource planets of the Federation. Presumably, the benefits in this area were not as good as before. Now that Tai Ziyuan was going to come out from behind the scenes, could it be related to this trend? Li Xiaotong is the 2nd heir of the Li family. Looking at Su Li's slightly heavy expression, Zhou thought that he was worried about the previous scene. She lowered her head and said softly, although he has some bad habits, we can always get along well. He's not like his elder brother, who is recognized in the circle as the most beautiful man in the world, but has a heart that is colder and harder to corrupt than gold. Is that young master of the Li family more beautiful than Mr. Shi? Su Lu looked at Zhou and asked in disbelief. Zhou frowned, as if she was unwilling to compare that man with the young master of the Li family. After a while she said hesitantly, more or less, but it feels different. I've only seen him once when I was having afternoon tea with Lady Tai. Sulu thought that even if the Zhou family had a lot of power, it was far from being comparable to the 7 major families that could influence the Federation. The reason why she could calmly talk about the top figures of the Federation in Linyuan was probably because Lady Tai liked to take her out. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Although he told Tai Ziyuan the inside story at the beginning of the incident, Zhou Yu was the daughter-in-law chosen by that lady. If that lady misunderstood something, how should he explain it? That young Master Li seemed to be interested in you before, Sulu said. You really have sharp eyes. Li Xiaotong probably thought that he could hide it from you. Zhou Yu lowered her head and gently forked the vegetables on her plate. She said coldly, he's not the only one who has feelings for me. Sulu believed that with Zhou Yu's beauty, she could definitely attract many young men. Moreover, although her family started out late, her father was already the deputy minister of the Ministry of Defense. It wasn't strange for her to match the second generation of the 7 major families. What he didn't understand was that the people in that circle should know that Zhou Yu was the daughter-in-law chosen by Lady Tai. Why would they still get close to her? My family background isn't worth mentioning in their eyes. The problem is that I'm the woman reserved by Brother Crown Prince. This kind of identity is, without a doubt, a great attraction to them. They can't find Brother Crown Prince, so they can only try to show off the feathers on their butts by pursuing me. Zhou Yu's voice was a bit cold. There was a faint sorrow in her words. Even Sulu felt a bit moved. I'm not that kind of person. Yuzi. I'm not that kind of person. A thunderous roar resounded throughout the dining hall of the Lin Yuan. Everyone's eardrums were slightly shaken by this sentence, and the floor-to-ceiling glass beside Su Li's table actually started to buzz and tremble along with this violent roar. Zhou Yu immediately covered her ears. Her face was somewhat pale. Judging from the nimbleness of her movements, this definitely wasn't the first time that she had been attacked by this kind of sudden sound wave. An angry officer had appeared beside the table at some unknown time. It was unknown how long he had been listening, and it was also unknown why he was so angry. Sulu looked in shock at this officer who had suddenly appeared beside the table. He immediately tightened his grip on the knife and fork in his hands and narrowed his eyes. Regardless of whether it was this person or that previous roar, they both made him feel an unprecedented sense of danger. Moreover, the other party had actually appeared beside him without him noticing at all. This was something that rarely happened ever since he began practicing with Uncle Fengyu many years ago. This officer looked very strange. The reason why he was called strange was because his face was clearly still very young. Regardless of whether it was his facial features or his eyes, they all revealed that his true age wasn't very old. However, this officer who should still be a youth had an extremely sturdy and tall figure. The body hidden under the military uniform seemed to be full of endless strength and could burst this uniform at any time. A young face and a valiant body. This kind of intense contrast was extremely impactful. However, in Su Li's eyes, what was even more impactful was the golden flower on this young officer's shoulder. When did such a young lieutenant colonel appear in the Federation? At this time, Zhou Yu finally put down her hands that were covering her ears. She looked at this young officer in shock. She never would have thought that he would actually be in the capital today in Linyuan. Immediately after, she thought of another matter. Given this young man's temperament, Sulu was probably going to suffer a calamity soon. To be honest, it wasn't just her. Even the important figures of the 7 great families felt a great headache when dealing with this young officer. This was because no matter who it was, if they encountered a madman who didn't follow the rules of the circle and had an astonishingly powerful backing, they would all feel incomparably troubled. Zhou Yu, how did you get pregnant? The young officer's eyes widened as if he had seen the most inconceivable scene in the world. He stared at Zhou Yu's bulging stomach, and his expression immediately became incomparably terrifying. He gritted his teeth and said word by word, "Is it Tai Ziyuan? Are you guys going to get married? If he dares to not want you, I will kill him." Madman Li. When Zhou Yu heard this, she knew that the day was over. She was afraid that he would suddenly hurt someone. With a slightly pale face, she quickly said, "This matter has nothing to do with Brother Crown Prince." Chapter 172. A youthful face, an angry expression, and a body that had endless power. All of this was concentrated on this young officer. When he had first shouted, he had referred to Zhou Yu as Yuzi, but after that, he had changed to Zhou Yu. Sulu analyzed the situation at the table. He felt that this strange young officer always wanted to act mature in front of Zhou Yu. As soon as the 3 words Madman Li entered his ears, Sulu began to guess the identity of this person. To be able to become a lieutenant colonel of the federal military at such a young age, other than this person's own strength, his background in the military was undoubtedly very deep. A big shot with the surname Lee in the federal military. His pupils contracted slightly, and he immediately understood why he had sensed such a strong sense of danger earlier. Unfortunately, before he could confirm the true identity of this young officer, the situation seemed to have turned to him. Madman Lee was 16 years old this year. He had entered the army at the age of 12 and was the youngest officer in the Federation's history to be a field officer. As for how he was able to enter the military at his age, it was naturally because of the family behind him. No, it should be because those generals of the federal military who viewed his family as gods helped to cover it up. Nominally, he belonged to the 1st Military Region Special Mecha Team, but in reality he had been on the front lines of the confrontation between Planet S2 and the anti-government forces, as well as the front lines of the confrontation between the West Woods region and the Imperial armies. He had only returned to the capital ring last autumn. A 12-year-old youth who had been on the front lines for 3.5 years with outstanding battle results. He was undoubtedly a freak. However, this youth surnamed Lee was known as Madman Lee in the capital's upper circles not because of his crazy life, but because this young officer never followed the rules set by the upper echelons of the Federation. He would not give face to anyone, and as long as he did not see eye to eye with something, he would throw a punch over it. A young officer who had sent a member of the Federation who was in charge of auditing the budget to the hospital could still appear so ostentatiously in the capital, in the Linyuan. This only proved that behind him was a glittering statue-level big shot. In the current Federation, no one dared to look down on him, not even the president. Madman Lee, people were crazy, but their fists were even crazier. From the front lines to the capital, from the recruit camp to the parliament, and then to the nightclubs where the sons of the Federation's nobles frequented, he had fought his way here, and was actually invincible. The second-generation descendants in the capital who had suffered a loss, especially those from the 7 great families who were not afraid of this person's background, only found out later that this person had obtained the title of Invincible in the army at the Silan front lines when he was 14 years old. After careful consideration, they could not help but sigh sadly. That old Lee family had produced monsters after all, and no one had the luxury of using violence to regain their face anymore. Madman Lee. No one dared to provoke him. Li Xiaotong, who had previously left the Linyuan, knew that this madman was coming, so he left early. He knew that this madman was like him, also interested in Zhou. If Madman Lee saw that Zhou was pregnant, he would probably really go crazy. Facing Madman Lee, the 7th young master of the Lee family could only hide far away, afraid that he would be implicated by that terrifying feeling. Madman Lee's slightly young eyes stared fixedly at Zhou's bulging stomach. The anger on his face gradually receded, and he asked in a low voice, "If it's not Tai Zion, then who is it?" Even though these words were said in a low voice, it still shook the eardrums of the people around him. They didn't know what kind of structure this young officer's chest was made of. It was like metal and stone. The expressions of the officers behind him were somewhat ugly. They vigilantly watched his hands hanging by the side of his military uniform, ready to go forward and stop him at any moment. They had received orders from their superiors to ensure that this young officer did not cause any more trouble in the capital. But at this moment, seeing the young officer's expression, they knew that this person was truly angry. And if they did not use weapons, how could they stop his anger? The relationship between the Tai family and Madman Lee's family had always been good. Zhou naturally knew what kind of terrifying strength this 16-year-old young officer had, as well as what kind of violent temperament he had. Madman Lee's expression at this moment seemed calm, but she knew that this was the true source of the storm. "This doesn't seem to have anything to do with you." Zhou's heart was incomparably worried. Her face was slightly pale, but her tone was still calm as she retorted. According to the agreement she had with Sulu, if there was no other choice, Sulu could only pretend to be the father of the child in her womb. But at this moment, facing Madman Lee's suppressed anger, Zhou could not possibly push Sulu in front of her. That would really cause someone to die. Madman Lee might be crazy, but he was definitely not an idiot. For him to be able to live until now after joining the army at the age of 12 and still live so impudently, his brain was much better than the average person's. In just an instant, he had already noticed the worry in Zhou's eyes. That worry seemed to be directed at the little man beside her. "Since you are pregnant, there needs to be a man. Yuzi, although I haven't been to school for many days, but I still know this matter." Madman Lee looked somewhat sadly at Zhou and then slowly turned his head. The sadness in his eyes turned into a domineering coldness as he stared at Su Li's face beside the table. Previously, he had not noticed this ordinary-looking young officer at all. A mere civilian second lieutenant, according to reason, could not have any relationship with Zhou. He should just be an orderly sent by the Zhou family to Zhou. Moreover, in the time he had been here, he had not felt anything strange about this ordinary second lieutenant. But this second lieutenant was too calm. Madman Li's eyes narrowed slightly. Thinking of the trace of worry that had appeared in Zhou's eyes earlier, an extremely cold light appeared in his narrowed eyes. His young and tender facial features, together with his cold expression, looked particularly frightening. If you are a man, shouldn't you say something at this time? After letting Zhou into the car at the entrance of Qingshan Park, Sulu knew that he would attract a lot of trouble because of this matter, but he was more concerned about the deputy minister, or perhaps the Major Zhou who loved his sister dearly. In the capital special region, the daughter of a minister who was pregnant out of wedlock would naturally attract a storm. Since Sulu wanted to ensure that Zhou and the child in her womb would be safe, under certain circumstances of course he would have to step forward bravely and take the blame. In Su Li's view this was something he should do. He could not let Zhou be pointed at in the back and guess who the father of the child was. Since he had let Zhou give birth to the child, he had to bear some responsibility. I am Zhou's boyfriend. Su Li stood up. He did not say that the child in Zhou's womb was his, but he thought that this sentence had already made his position clear. In the process of standing up, his right hand had stealthily reached for the edge of the table, which was only a very short distance away from the knife and fork beside the plate. His 10 toes in the military boots also began to slightly exert force, ready to grasp the ground and explode with a blow at any time. Nearly 2 years ago in the Donglin district, during the operation organized by the Bureau of Proclamation, Su Li used the skills that Uncle Feng Yu had taught him for the first time. In the blink of an eye, he had knocked out a well-trained Federation Special Forces soldier. Later on the Ancient Bell, he had single-handedly defeated several outstanding officers from the West Woods Military Academy. He had even exchanged a kick with the unfathomable Captain Tian. After coming to the capital ring, he had fought with the strongest ace pilot from the 1st Military Academy, Zhou. In the underground parking lot of Linhai, he had wildly kicked past a cold military M52 mecha. In the dark splashes of water, under extremely difficult circumstances, he had killed those military experts who had tried to assassinate him one by one. Su Li had not had many opportunities to fight in these past few years, but every time he had fought against the elites of the federal military, he had never truly lost, so he had enough confidence in himself in this aspect. However, at this time he was so vigilant and careful. This was because from the moment before, he had felt a different kind of aura from this young officer in front of him. An extremely strong and terrifying aura. This was the most dangerous person Su Li had ever encountered in his life. It was more dangerous than the countless times he had been pointed at by a gun barrel. He even suddenly thought that he would rather face that heavy and terrifying alloy mecha alone than face this young lieutenant colonel with tender facial features in front of him. The 16-year-old Madman Li was already very strong. Especially the murderous intent hidden under his calm expression at this time. It was like a monster lurking in the forest, causing people to naturally feel a sense of fear. Love and marriage are free. There's nothing wrong with getting pregnant before marriage. If anyone dares to say anything strange about Yuzi, I'll twist their head off. Madman Li looked at Su Li seriously as if he was looking at a soldier under his command. It was just that this young officer was really too young, so the current scene felt a little strange. Within the strangeness, there was a chill of unknown origin. You're already so old, but you're still only a second lieutenant. You're doing very badly, but our Old Li family is not people who judge people by this kind of standard, so this is not a problem. Su Li's gaze lowered slightly. He thought to himself that he had entered the nutshell maneuver and been directly promoted to a civil service second lieutenant. Normally this was already very good, but compared to a 16-year-old Federation lieutenant colonel, he was naturally doing very badly. He didn't understand why this young officer with terrifying strength would say these things. He only noticed that the other party's 16-year-old height was already half a head taller than him. That type of oppressive feeling seemed to have already become real along with these words. At this time, those officers who had followed Madman Li into the Linyuan came forward, wanting to say a few words of advice. Unexpectedly, Madman Li suddenly turned his head, glared at them and roared loudly, "I'm explaining. All of you move out of my way." This was an officer his family had specially sent to keep an eye on him. Otherwise he might have already kicked him over. In the entire universe, Madman Li wasn't afraid of heaven or earth, not even his own father. However, there was always someone who was afraid of him. What was there to explain? Zhou, whose face was slightly pale, didn't know. Su Lu, who stood silently in front of her, didn't know either. They only knew that Madman Li's roar made the glass cup on the table begin to vibrate again. Madman Li didn't pay any more attention to those officers who had no choice but to retreat. He looked coldly at Su Lu and said, "She is happy, everything is good, so I have no reason to hit you, but the problem is that I don't think she will be happy with you." His handsome eyebrows furrowed as he said, "Because you're not a man." When normal Federation youngsters reached Madman Li's age, their brows furrowed because they were thinking about their little girlfriend or the difficulty of the levels in an online game. However, when Madman Li's brows furrowed, the air in the Linyuan area seemed to suddenly become a bit hotter. "Because you're afraid of me, when I asked who the father of the child was, you didn't dare to stand up and admit at the first instant. This is very shameful, very unmanly, so you deserve to be hit. Yuzi is pregnant, so you should take good care of her. You actually dared to let her drink? So careless, you're not a man, you deserve to be hit. She wants to drink, but you don't dare to control her? You can't even control your pregnant girlfriend, what kind of man are you? You deserve to be hit. Your girlfriend drinks, but you actually fucking drink plain water. Of course you're not a man, of course you deserve to be hit." The young officer spat out a string of words. Quite a bit of his angry spittle landed on Su Li's face. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. However, even he himself didn't know if these explanations were for the sake of explaining to his family through the officers behind him, explaining to them why he had hit him, or just finding a reason to vent his anger. Su Lu stood silently and calmly in front of him. He wasn't distracted by these words. He only gently raised his hand and wiped his face. "You don't deserve Yuzi, so I want to beat you to death." After Madman Li finished saying these words, his mood seemed to become much more relaxed. To the side, Zhou Yu's face had long become deathly pale. She knew that this little lunatic really dared to beat someone to death, and seeing the smile on his face at this time, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to stop him. She picked up the wine cup on the table and splashed the red wine over. When Madman Li said that he wanted to beat Su Lu to death, the last word had just left his mouth. While the tip of his tongue was still pressed against the gap between his teeth, his arm was raised without any warning and smashed down towards Su Li's head. It was hard to describe this strike, but it really did smash down. Just like that, it was sparse, ordinary, and impermanent. The young lieutenant colonel's right arm turned into a whip that could split open boulders, or a staff that could sweep away thousands of soldiers, and it smashed down calmly and resolutely. The distance between the two people was extremely close. Madman Li's arm under his military uniform arrived near Su Li's head with a whistling sound. If this strike landed, Su Li's head would definitely become a watermelon that fell from a high altitude to the ground. This was a very ordinary strike. Madman Li clearly didn't take Su Lu seriously. However, when Su Lu saw this vertical hook strike commonly used by the Federal Military Special Forces, his eyes narrowed. He felt an endless sense of danger. At the entrance of the nightclub, Hook had once used the same method to smash Su Li's head. At that time, Su Li's left hand blocked half of the force, borrowing the momentum to close in. But at this time, Su Lu absolutely could not use this method. This was because from the sound of the wind carried by that iron-like arm, he was certain that if he still used this method, the fist of this young military officer in front of him would absolutely be able to make him lose his ability to fight in an instant. This was only a momentary intuition reaction. There wasn't even time to think. In this world, no one's reaction was faster than Su Li's. Without even thinking, the left hand that was wiping his face slid back along his cheek. Like lightning, he raised the tip of his elbow and bent his hand. His palm firmly protected the back of his head. Meanwhile, the upper arm that blocked the side of his head was like an iron bar, firmly protecting his temples and eyes. He only had time to make this move before Madman Li's arm had already arrived. This ordinary attack smashed fiercely into Su Li's arm. Meanwhile, the fist that followed the momentum and struck the back of his head solidly landed on the back of his hand. A muffled sound rang out. An extremely powerful and tyrannical force sank down along the area where the two arms made contact. With a ripping sound, the sleeve of Su Li's military uniform suddenly split open, revealing the skin below. Meanwhile, the back of his hand that was protecting the back of his head began to miserably fall off a few strands of hair. What terrifying strength! Su Li's upper body felt as if it had been struck by a huge rock. Although his upper arm and the back of his hand were like iron casting and blocked this smash, he couldn't withstand this huge force. His body tilted towards the side of the dining table. With a pa sound, Su Li's empty right hand supported himself on the thick wooden dining table. He didn't fall. Madman Li's eyes lit up. He didn't think that this seemingly ordinary second lieutenant girl would actually be able to block his first smash. His eyes stared fixedly at Su Li's right palm that was supporting himself on the dining table. A wave of numbing pain immediately spread through Su Li's arm. He didn't think that this madman Li's strength would actually be even more terrifying than what he had previously estimated. However, the other party was only 16 years old. How did he obtain this kind of strength? The 5 fingers supporting himself on the dining table suddenly exerted force. His left arm was still protecting his head. Su Li's eyes already began to slightly light up. Such tyrannical strength aroused the hint of ruthlessness hidden deep within his bones. However, Madman Li didn't give him any chance to counterattack. Just as Su Lu was about to exert force with his right palm, that extremely ordinary yet extremely terrifying smashing fist once again smashed towards Su Li's head. There seemed to be no pause in between the 2 consecutive punches. It was like a high-speed rotating Darlin standard gun barrel, continuously spitting out 2 bullets at the fastest speed possible. The angle of Madman Li's smash was the same as before. The attack location didn't change and it was extremely accurate and fast. Su Lu simply didn't have time to react. His left arm that was still protecting his head forcefully blocked another heavy punch. Another heavy muffled sound rang out. He felt as if his arm bones were about to break. This young officer's strength was too inhuman. In terms of strength, Madman Li's 2 ordinary punches were more like cannonballs. The power of the second punch was even greater than the first. Su Li's heart became cold. Apart from Captain Tian of the ancient Bell ship, he had never encountered such a powerful character. The opponent's speed seemed to be even faster than his own by a bit. The knuckles of the palm supporting himself on the dining table turned white. Su Li's elbow was somewhat bent under the weight of this heavy force, as if it could collapse at any time. Right at this time, Madman Li's unreasonable and exceptionally terrifying third smash arrived in an instant. At this time, Su Li's body was somewhat unbalanced. His gaze was slightly lowered and he simply didn't have the time to look at this punch. To be more precise, from the moment Madman Li's punch began, he didn't have the opportunity to raise his head. However, he had a pair of ears and he was listening. He heard something strange. The third smash didn't carry the slightest trace of wind. Although Su Lu couldn't see it, Madman Li's expression had already become extremely grave. At this time, the military uniform on his forearm had already been torn into pieces. However, he could still feel an unprecedented sense of danger. Was it strength? Was it strength and speed so strong that even the deformation of the air would be slightly delayed? A scorching aura suddenly surged out from behind his waist, instantly transmitting to the first corner of his body. The trembling that had been successfully hidden under the skin began to spread to Su Li's arms. Madman Li's eyes had become unprecedentedly bright. The skin on his forearm that was exposed outside of the wound began to tremble. It was unknown whether it was because he was too excited or because of some other reason. The mountain-like force pressed down, and Su Li's right elbow, which was propped up on the dining table, could no longer resist this huge force. He bent towards the table, and his forearm slammed hard on the table, making a strange sound. However, at this time, the trembling in his body already turned into incomparably tyrannical strength, supporting his body. He blasted back Madman Li's final fist. Meanwhile, his right forearm supported himself on the table, his entire body standing straight. At this moment, Su Lu finally saw clearly Madman Li's young face, his eyes carrying a crazed expression. However, his eyes were incomparably calm. It was because the instant he stood up, he already took a step in Madman Li's direction. A foot stepped between Madman Li's legs, a head smashing towards Madman Li's chin, while a thigh fiercely smashed towards Madman Li's crotch. This was the most ferocious of the 10 stances Uncle Feng Yu taught him. In past battles, Su Li's feet were like roots on the ground. As long as he bravely advanced, no matter who it was in front of him, they would fall under his continuous close combat techniques like broken trees and rotten branches. However, what was shocking was that when Su Lu took a step forward with lightning speed, his fist entering the middle, Madman Li also took a step forward. Moreover, just like Su Lu, it was purely a type of battle instinctive reaction. It was extremely natural. The two of them stepped forward at the same time, as if they were doing some kind of coordination. It appeared that harmonious. However, the harmonious two of them had already reached the most dangerous juncture. How could Su Lu, who had taken the risk of using the mysterious power within his body, let go of this opportunity? Even though Madman Li stepped forward just like before, preventing him from injuring the other's vital points, the left arm that had always been protecting his head and the right hand that shot up from the table like lightning already broke through the middle, directly striking towards Madman Li's throat. In this instant, Madman Li really went crazy. His young and tender face was abnormally pale. His eyes that didn't even have time to blink after the 3 punches were filled with a berserk intent. His left palm flipped over, directly sealing the front of his own throat. Meanwhile, his right hand, while carrying an intense trembling, directly struck towards Su Li's head. The young military officer was half a head taller than Su Lu, but he was actually prepared to use a single palm to block Su Li's 2 fists. It seemed like he believed in the strength of his own body, and even more so believed that his palm that could split mountains would be able to strike down the other party. At this moment, every single muscle fiber in Su Li's body was grinding against each other. The powerful strength made his eyes and ears exceptionally sharp, especially the speed of his reaction, which was already extremely fast. His left palm flipped over, directly meeting the palm that was striking towards his head. Meanwhile, his right arm followed the instincts of his body, following Uncle Feng Yu's teachings. At the final moment, the middle finger of his tightly clenched fist protruded slightly, and then he smashed down viciously. 2 muffled slapping sounds rang out. Madman Li's palm fiercely struck Su Li's head, while the tip of Su Li's fist also struck a third of the area below his throat. However, under Madman Li's palm, there was Su Li's steel-like palm facing the sky. Under the tip of Su Li's fist, there was Madman Li's lightning-fast left wrist that blocked over. The 2 of them separated at the same time. The torn pieces of cloth on the sleeves of their military uniforms fluttered between the 2 of them, and then fell to the ground. Right at this moment, a cup of bright red wine was splashed onto Madman Li's face. This young expert, who was known to be invincible in the army on the West Woods front lines, allowed the red wine to slowly slide down his tender face. He stared fixedly at Su Lu, who was not far in front of him, as if he couldn't understand no matter how he thought about it. For Su Lu and Madman Li, the previous 3 smashes and 1 exchange was an extremely long and dangerous struggle. However, this was only for people like them who had extraordinary reaction speed. The customers in the Linyuan restaurant, who had different expressions, saw a completely different scene. They only saw Madman Li use a terrifying speed to smash the 2nd lieutenant 3 times. Then, the 2 of them approached each other for a moment and then separated in the end. All of this happened in an extremely short amount of time. From the moment Madman Li began to move to the moment the 2 of them separated in the end, it was only a flash of time. The cup of red wine that Zhou Yu had splashed out at that time danced in the air until the 2 of them finished fighting. Only then did it land coldly on Madman Li's face. Su Lu glanced at Madman Li and silently walked past him. He picked up Zhou Yu's little bag from the seat, held her arm and walked out of the Linyuan restaurant. Madman Li didn't seem to see his actions. He calmly stood by the table, not moving at all. He sank into a rare moment of introspection and contemplation after joining the army. He knew he had lost. In the end, the 2 of them had inexplicably used advanced body techniques at the same time according to their instincts. Then they attacked at the same time. However, in the final moment, the 2nd lieutenant's fist was lowered by 3 centimeters. It was precisely this 3 centimeters that made the fist leave the base of his palm, which had the strongest defensive ability, and land on his wrist. That wave of power that was even more tyrannical than his own broke through his defense and injured him. Madman Li took a deep breath and calmly looked at the empty table in front of him. He looked at the leftovers, knives and forks on the spotlessly white tablecloth. In the beginning he only wanted to vent his anger. He didn't want to beat the 2nd lieutenant to death at all. Putting aside the strict control his family put on him after punching the counselor, just because the 2nd lieutenant was the father of Yuzi's child, he couldn't really beat him to death. However, when his first fist smashed out, only to be blocked by the 2nd lieutenant, Madman Li knew that he couldn't hold back today. Just like how Su Lu felt, this 16-year-old young officer also felt an unprecedented sense of danger from the other party's iron-cast upper arm. The reason why Madman Li was even more vigilant and used all of his strength was because Su Li's hand was propped up on the table. At that time, Su Li's 5 fingers were slightly curled, as if he could grab the table knife at his side at any time. Under his powerful attacks, he was still thinking about counterattacking, moreover already preparing a plan beforehand. Just how calm and terrifying of an opponent was this? He couldn't give that 2nd lieutenant the slightest chance to catch his breath. This was the first time Madman Li felt danger in a one-on-one battle. That was why his 2nd fist was even faster and more ferocious than the first. Meanwhile, that 2nd lieutenant actually blocked it again, further deepening Madman Li's vigilance, also successfully stirring up his surging fighting intent. For the 3rd fist, Madman Li already used a strange technique that was strictly forbidden at home, but that 2nd lieutenant still blocked it. Moreover, the speed of the other party's counterattack was even faster than his own. His counterattack technique was even more incisive than his own. The other party seemed to know how he would respond, breaking through his attacks in such a natural manner, successfully striking the only vital point in his stance. Madman Li lost, but he didn't feel any sense of defeat, only excitement and curiosity. He believed that there would be a day when he would fight against that strange second lieutenant again. He quietly stared at the dining table in front of him. Suddenly the dining table collapsed. The sound of cold air being sucked in came from Linyuan restaurant. Apart from Su Lu and Madman Li, no one could understand the true meaning of their exchange, especially that final fist and that final simultaneous attack. For the customers in Linyuan, they didn't believe that second lieutenant was Madman Li's opponent at all. They only thought that Madman Li was hurt by the matter of Zhou and was troubled by love. In the end, he casually threw out 3 punches to vent his anger, sparing that second lieutenant. Naturally, they didn't understand that this incomparably sturdy dining table had long collapsed from the inside after bearing the dual power of Madman Li and Su Lu. Madman Li didn't eat. He led a few officers out of Linyuan. Only when they got into that extraordinarily large off-road vehicle did he break the silence and say, "Go to the general hospital." The officers following him didn't understand the meaning of the previous battle at all. However, when they heard their superior's extremely hoarse voice, they couldn't help but jump in fright. Madman Li tightly closed his mouth, not letting a single drop of blood gush out from his throat. He felt as if there was a knife in his throat at this moment. Madman Li wasn't afraid of pain, but he didn't want to die, and he didn't want his voice to become like this. After forcefully swallowing a mouthful of blood, he angrily cursed at his subordinates in a hoarse voice, "I'm not a real fucking crazy person. If I don't go to the hospital for surgery, do you want me to change my voice again and then die in the car?" A black car without a logo drove on the quiet streets of the capital special district. The pale-faced Su Lu closed his eyes and sat in the front passenger seat. He didn't speak for a long time. "Don't die." Zhou Yu's expression was bleak and cold. She felt apologetic in her heart. Her pregnancy originally had nothing to do with Su Lu, but this young man had to bear so much unreasonable harm because of her. "I'm not going to die." Su Lu opened his eyes and forced a smile at Zhou Yu. His smile was still as bright as the sun, but his exposed teeth were stained with blood. He blocked that palm, but the powerful shock still traveled to his head. It shook his gums a bit and his gums began to bleed. "You're the only child of the Lees of Philadelphia, right?" he asked softly. "Yes." Su Lu narrowed his eyes. He recalled the familiar yet somewhat different trembling feeling that came from Madman Li's body at the last moment. His mood became a bit strange. Today he had exposed the greatest secret of his body. He didn't know if that young officer named Madman Li discovered it or not. After all, it had only been a month since it merged into his body. Madman Li was indeed the most terrifying person he had encountered in his life. The battle in Linyuan was extremely dangerous. Those 3 consecutive thunder-like fists were truly hair-raising. Moreover, he could feel that the young officer really did have boundless killing intent in the end. If Su Lu didn't have the most powerful strength in the world, he wouldn't have been able to block it at all. Even so, in the end there was still almost a problem. However, what was even more hair-raising was, could it be that Uncle Feng Yu was related to the Lees of Philadelphia? Chapter 173. Madman Li, who was known to be invincible in the military, was secretly admitted to the Army General Hospital that night. Of course he was using a nickname. This 16-year-old military officer had never suffered any setbacks in his life. Whether it was because of his youthful vigor or his arrogance, he was not willing to let this embarrassing news spread throughout the world. The fight between the 2 people in Linyuan was actually extremely dangerous. In that kind of situation, whoever held back would only end up dead. In the end, both of them survived. Nothing serious happened. It was purely a matter of luck. Su Lu and Madman Li's 3 hits and 1 burst was extremely violent. In the last moment, because of a strange feeling of harmony, their limbs collided and the 2 people were knocked away. Both Su Lu and Madman Li knew that if the situation at that time had been changed to any other situation, one of them would have probably left on the spot to deal with the aftermath. Because of the commotion in the Lin Garden, the news of Deputy Minister Zhou's daughter being pregnant before marriage spread like wildfire. It was as if the news had wings attached to it, and it instantly spread throughout the upper class of Beijing. While people were shocked, they also couldn't help but have a bit of rumination. They wondered how Deputy Minister Zhou was going to deal with this matter, and whether or not the always low-key and mysterious Tai family would tolerate this kind of humiliation. Most people had forgotten about the existence of the young civilian second lieutenant. In the eyes of the upper echelons of society, This second lieutenant was only the trigger point of the incident. There wasn't much that was worth paying attention to. There were many people who didn't have foresight, but not everyone didn't notice the conflict between Madman Li and the civilian second lieutenant. The boss behind Lin Yuan, Lin Banshan, was naturally someone who knew how to judge goods. While he was out of town, after seeing the surveillance video of that day through the internet, he just smiled and said, "I didn't expect Madman Li to be at a disadvantage in a fight. That's really surprising." What kind of person was Lin Banshan? He was the most famous wastrel among the 7 major families in the Federation. His pair of eyes that specialized in examining aesthetics in the starry sky had long been recognized by everyone. This comment spread back to the capital a few days later, and it couldn't help but cause many people to look back at Lin Yuan that night. People began to pay attention to the civilian first lieutenant. Although a few forces knew his name through investigation, this first lieutenant was still a nameless person. However, it was possible that he could become the future son-in-law of Deputy Minister Zhou, steal the future concubine of the Tai family's son, and fight to a draw with the crazy Lees of Philadelphia. No matter how nameless he would eventually become famous. The upper echelons of society in the Federation consisted of the 7 major families, politicians and professional soldiers. They looked at the law with contempt, avoided the Constitution, and controlled the majority of human society's resources and information. This circle was the ruler of society. For tens of thousands of years after the beginning of the constitutional era, the entire Federation society was under this kind of control. This situation had been stable for tens of thousands of years. The civilian second lieutenant named Su Lu was like a small stone that suddenly broke into a bagel. It was a bit abrupt and a bit conspicuous. However, at this time, Su Lu was still only a topic that the upper echelons of society would occasionally talk about after a meal. Over the countless years, who knew how many outstanding talents had appeared among the citizens of the Federation? These outstanding figures who had climbed up from the bottom of society would in the end throw themselves into the circle they belonged to, be accepted, and then assimilated, becoming a part of this circle. In the eyes of the upper echelons of society that controlled the Federation, if Su Lu could really marry Zhou Yu, then he would naturally also enter this circle in the future. Even so, this was only one of countless examples. Naturally, they didn't need to pay too much attention to it. They didn't know the true relationship between Su Lu and Zhou Yu at all. Those truly important figures wouldn't care about what happened in Lin Yuan. At the very least, the powers in the Federation's upper echelons who supported Jingzhou Governor Ross and Senator Macklin didn't pay attention to him, even though Su Li's name had already begun to appear in a lot of information. If one day Su Lu displayed abilities that were worth paying attention to, based on his relationship with the Tai family and the Zhou family, perhaps the huge power that was lurking in the shadows would begin to suppress him. However, to those important figures, the scene in Lin Yuan was just a boring competition between young people who had eaten too much. No matter how amazing Su Li's combat power was, it wouldn't change their calm emotions at all. After all, he wasn't Madman Li. Behind the crazy power, there was a family and a god behind him, Feiqing by the side of the calm lake in front of the snow mountain. A middle-aged man wearing glasses and a black retro double-breasted suit was chatting with an old man. Some inauspicious light brown spots had begun to grow on the old man's face. Every time he saw these spots, the middle-aged man's mood would become a little lower. No matter how strong a human was, no, it should be said that he was the strongest human in the Federation, in the face of time he would still appear so weak. He was a major general in the Federation. However, when he was at home he never wore a military uniform. This was because this was his father's rule. Ever since the end of the war with the Empire more than 10 years ago, his father had personally sealed up the marshal's uniform. After that, he never wore a military uniform again. Instead, he always wore a rather ancient long gown. How are Mu Zi's results? The highest rank in the Federation's military was a general. Other than during wartime, the president would wear the title of marshal in the name of the commander-in-chief of the 3 armed forces. Since the 37th constitutional calendar, the only exception was this old man. During the first war between the Federation and the Empire, this old man, with the fanatical support of hundreds of millions of Federation citizens, relied on his amazing achievements and was conferred the title of Marshal by the Management Committee of the Federation. The president's term of office was once every 5 years. He could only be re-elected once. However, this old man's position in the hearts of the Federation's citizens would never diminish. In a certain sense, this old man wearing a long gown was the true number 1 person in the Federation. However, this military god of the Federation at this moment spoke with the tone of an ordinary old man. He was extremely similar to an ancestor who longed for familial love. Mu Zi's results after entering Academy 1's command department are already very good. During this half year he didn't fall behind in his studies either, Major General Li replied with a smile. I'm only worried that the child is too famous. His life in the academy will be a bit troublesome, the old man said with a smile. Major General Li also smiled. That unknown niece of his was probably one of the few people in the entire Federation whose fame could be mentioned in the same breath as his father. He suddenly thought of something. In a low voice he said, Li Feng is still kneeling in front of the manor's entrance. When will you let him in? That's your precious son. I can only control my son but not him. The old man closed his eyes. Through the empty wall of the courtyard, he felt the slightly cold wind blowing from the surface of the lake. He calmly said, as a soldier he didn't listen to the orders of his superiors. Even if it is later proven that his choice at that time was correct, this kind of attitude still cannot be forgiven. Major General Li was silent. He knew that his father was blaming him for being too arrogant in disciplining his son. However, Li Feng had been thrown into the army by his father when he was 12 years old. For the past 4 years he had lived such a crazy life. As a father he felt boundless guilt toward his own son. Naturally he couldn't bear to be too strict. What do you mean by invincible in the army? There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the Federation. Who knows how many masters in the body cultivation hall? This time he was beaten so badly that he couldn't speak. Only then did he know that the military pot was made of iron. The old man slowly opened his eyes. This is also a lesson for him. Otherwise, if he continues to be so arrogant, he won't have a good time at the front line of the West Woods. Major General Li was silent. He was very clear about his son's terrifying strength. In the federal military there were few people who could be his opponent. However, since his father said so, he certainly didn't dare to refute. It was only when he heard the words, front line of the West Woods, that his expression became a little more serious. Whether it was Commander Zhong or that fatty Tian, when they saw Madman Li, they would probably have the urge to go up and beat him up. Sulu didn't know who would be alarmed by his fight with Madman Li in the Linyuan restaurant, but this didn't affect his clear-headed judgment. Perhaps without him knowing, he had already entered a certain circle. His identity as a fugitive from the Federation didn't worry him much. It had been almost 2 years, and neither the Tai family nor the Shell Motor Company had found out his true identity. It seemed that after the central computer of the Bureau of Proclamation confirmed it, there were no forces or geniuses that connected him, a second lieutenant, to an unknown orphan in the East Woods area. The only thing that worried him was that he wasn't sure if Madman Li had detected the power he used. Madman Li was able to obtain the title of Invincible in the army, and the strength he displayed in the Linyuan restaurant was indeed exceptionally terrifying. Under these circumstances, he who wasn't at a disadvantage should have attracted some people's attention. The Lees of Philadelphia. Could his secret be hidden from the eyes of the Federation's god of war? Besides, Sulu always had a vague feeling that Uncle Feng Yu might have an unclear relationship with the Lees of Philadelphia. Because of this vigilance, after returning from the Linyuan restaurant that night, Sulu started to get busy. From the utility room in the apartment, he took out a lot of standard wires and some common equipment that he ordered online, and started to assemble and decorate as fast as he could. Sitting on the sofa, Zoyu thoughtfully looked at Sulu, who was busy. She didn't know what this guy was busy with outside the apartment building. The weather in the late spring was finally hot, and Sulu couldn't stay at home to be exposed to the cold air. Sweating profusely, he simply took off his coat. Zoyu looked at his well-proportioned body and exposed muscles, and her beautiful nose twitched slightly. It's just well-proportioned, that's all. How can this body contain so much strength? He can actually fight to a draw with Madman Li? Zoyu was puzzled. At the entrance of the Linhai nightclub, she already knew that Sulu was very good at fighting and could fight to a draw with Hook, a former Special Forces soldier. But what kind of person was Madman Li? The only heir of the Lees of Philadelphia, the crazy young military officer who had never met a worthy opponent? What are you busy with? At this time, Sulu broke open the wires in the walls of the apartment. With a serious expression, he broke open the tricolored wires and began to connect to the data wires and equipment in the apartment. Zoyu finally couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked. Sulu didn't answer her for the time being. Only when all the data wires were gathered into a device by his bed and the final data was corrected did he relax slightly and explain, I installed some surveillance equipment around the perimeter of the apartment. Zoyu's eyebrows furrowed. She didn't understand the meaning of Su Li's words. Could it be that this guy was worried that his father or brother would mobilize the military to arrest him? Not to mention that in the complicated political environment in the capital, Would his father or brother be stupid enough to use military force to resolve family matters? Even if this really happened, could it be that Sulu wanted to rely on these abnormally crude surveillance equipment to discover the whereabouts of the military in advance? She couldn't help but laugh slightly. At this time, Su Li's back was facing her, so he naturally didn't see her expression. He seriously pulled out an extremely thin holographic screen from the device and looked at the different colored dots on the holographic screen. He lightly sighed. This was the equipment that Shi Qinghai gave him before he left. When he was escaping from the Federation Investigation Bureau's pursuit in Linhai State, this set of surveillance equipment played a very important role. The range of the surveillance was about 500 meters around the apartment building. The main principle was to obtain the power of the Federal Military or Investigation Bureau's communication device and then distinguish it. Sulu used the materials he ordered online to supplement the periphery of this set of equipment. It should be able to barely achieve the effect that Shi Qinghai used it before. He turned his head and looked at Zhou. He suddenly became silent for a moment because he wasn't worried about the Zhou family, but the Lees of Philadelphia and the entire Federation. The original purpose of living with Zhou was to ensure the safety of her and the child in her belly. However, because of the Linyuan incident, Sulu fell into a state of vigilance. He realized that Zhou wasn't very safe with him. These 2 days there hasn't been any reaction from your family. After a moment of silence, Sulu said, "It seems that your brother is very frightened by your actions. According to the Federation's law, the fetus after 6 months has the corresponding human rights. I think, after a while your family will be forced to accept this fact. When that time comes you should go home, right?" Zhou's eyes lit up, but it was the kind of cold light that reflected the light of the 2 moons like ice. She quietly stared at Su Li's face, and a cold smile gradually appeared on her face. She opened her mouth and said, "What? It hasn't even been a month and you can't take it anymore?" Sulu knew that she misunderstood something. He lowered his head and explained, "It's my problem. I'm worried that you won't be safe with me." Shi Qinghai was the only person in the world who could see at first glance that Sulu was hiding a heavy secret under his sunny face. It was very obvious that the mother of his unborn child didn't have this ability. But seeing Su Li's abnormal behavior today as well as these words, and then thinking about the tenacity and calmness that Sulu had displayed these past few days, Zhou finally discovered a trace of a problem. "You have a secret, and it has to do with Madman Li?" Zhou gently supported her bulging belly and slowly stood up. She calmly looked at him and said, "You're ready to run away at any time." Sulu was silent, not knowing how to answer her. "No wonder even Madman Li couldn't smash you to death. It seems that I still underestimated you. I always thought that in the future you would shine brightly in the Federation, but I didn't expect that you've been hiding your strength all this time. Everyone has their own secrets. I just realized that being with me won't make you safer," Sulu sincerely advised. Zhou quietly looked at him. After a long time she suddenly opened her mouth and said, "It's very late. I'm going to sleep." After saying this, Zhou took off the towel wrapped around her head, threw it on the sofa, and walked to her bedroom without looking back. It wasn't until she closed the bedroom door and sat on the bed that Zhou felt a trace of disbelief about her previous performance. She looked at herself in the mirror without makeup and slightly frowned. She was becoming more and more accustomed to her face without makeup. Although when she had afternoon tea with Lady Tai she only wore light makeup, but how many years had it been since her face was so clean? Just as Sulu said, with the heroic spirit Zhou had displayed in the tea house that day, whether it was Zhou or that big shot from the Ministry of Defense, there was nothing they could do. They could only watch as Zhou gave birth to the child. However, Zhou didn't want to leave this simple apartment. She quietly looked at herself in the mirror, becoming more and more beautiful. She thought to herself that staying in this apartment to block trouble for Sulu was not something she would do in the past. When did she become a good girl who was willing to be considerate of irrelevant people? Was it because of the child in her arms, or was it because that guy washed her hair? Perhaps she was just used to this kind of peaceful environment where she didn't have to worry about anything. Outside the bedroom door, Sulu stared blankly at the closed door. Although Zhou didn't say anything from her previous words and actions, she definitely wouldn't leave. He very sensitively guessed the thoughts of this unmarried mother. Zhou didn't know what his trouble was, but she knew that as the daughter of the Deputy Minister of Defense and a girl who had a good relationship with Lady Tai, any trouble in the Federation would always be more powerless when she was with Sulu. He walked into the bathroom and happily took a cold shower. Wearing a bath towel, he walked in front of the mirror and began to carefully shave. He began to more carefully shave the fine hairs between his eyebrows. He gently stroked the cold metal bracelet on his wrist and confirmed the location of the new stun baton. He raised his head and looked at his knife-like eyebrows in the mirror. He was silent for a long time. Zhou Yu had changed. In the mirror, Su Lu smiled happily, giving birth to a trace of warmth and happiness. The next few days were the complete opposite of Su Li's vigilance. It was as calm and peaceful as usual. It was as if the battle with Madman Li and Lin Yuan didn't have any negative effects at all. Every morning, Su Lu made breakfast and wrote a note to remind Zhou Yu where the microwave food in the freezer was stored. Then he drove the unmarked black car through Highway 2, past Hawking Avenue and the Ministry of Finance, and drove towards the first military academy. Professor Shin was still in the hospital. He didn't know what illness he had. With this old professor's age, it was probably a sad time for him to be plagued with hundreds of illnesses. Sometimes, Su Lu thought that as Professor Shin's only research assistant, he should go to the hospital to visit. However, he didn't have Professor Shin's contact information, and the officials at the Research Institute didn't reply to his emails. After finishing a day of work at the Research Institute, Su Lu drove the black car back to his simple apartment in Wangdu. He started to cook dinner, prepare the ingredients for tomorrow's lunch, do the housework, and search for the things and information he needed on the civilian internet. Sometimes he even washed Zhou Yu's hair. Her smooth, black hair twirled between his steady, slender fingers. Now, he and Zhou Yu would occasionally chat, and the atmosphere between the two of them was getting better and better. However, after Zhou Yu asked Shi Qinghai for the nth time about interesting childhood stories, Su Lu suddenly realized that he couldn't find anything new to talk about. Or rather, between the two of them, they didn't need to talk too much in the first place. Life passed by just like that, day after day. It seemed normal and boring, but in reality, it was peaceful and quiet. In this peaceful life, the only thing that made Su Lu feel excited was that now, in the laboratory that was exclusively for him, he could finally fully display his mechanical talents. His research on the signal acquisition system for the simulator had reached a critical juncture. With the help of the all-encompassing blueprints in his mind, Su Lu was sure that as long as he was given enough time to experiment, he would definitely be able to complete the modification of the simulation system and use the power in his body to directly operate mecha. If he could really succeed, it would undoubtedly be a revolutionary breakthrough in mecha control. Unfortunately, this method could only be used by Su Lu alone, or perhaps by Uncle Fengyu, or perhaps by the Lees of Philadelphia. Su Lu was able to accomplish this because, other than relying on Professor Shin's laboratory's enormous database and its rich material inventory, more importantly, he had built an extremely solid foundation of practical experience under the subtle influence and guidance of Uncle Fengyu over the years. More importantly, of course, were those strange blueprints in his mind. Those structures and designs that were vaguely beyond the current level of the Federation's technology were not necessarily perfect. In fact, many of them were completely unfeasible. However, those strange and even absurd design concepts and structures had given Su Lu great inspiration. Without the inspiration and help of these blueprints, he definitely would not have been able to complete the full modification of the signal acquisition system for the simulation system by himself. It should be known that any research in the Federation's field of study had to be built on the basis of a large number of experiments and design simulations. No expert had ever been able to completely modify a system by himself. In a situation where no one knew, in a laboratory in the Husk Institute's 3rd Division, there was a young civilian second lieutenant who had produced results that were destined to shock many people. However, Su Lu needed the opportunity to experiment. That would require him to interact with a mecha alone for a long period of time. And this was relatively difficult. The Federation mecha was an absolute secret. With Su Li's current level of secrecy, although he could access the information, he could not reasonably request to come into contact with the actual mecha. In order to convert his virtual designs on the holographic screen desktop into reality, Su Lu needed to be able to solve the several difficult problems in the engineering department. Only then would he be able to enter the core area of the engineering department and experiment with his own things. However, the problem of the twin engines was not something the current Su Lu could solve. He stared blankly at the blueprints on the holographic screen desktop, his brows furrowed tightly. The complex power system was completely different from the simulation system. Not to mention coming up with an effective solution, just the terrifying amount of calculations and capturing the trajectory of the electron jets were already abnormally difficult. Chapter 174. The newest generation of mecha developed by Shell Motor Company had yet to be named. Internally, it was temporarily known as the MX. This generation of mecha had been developed for over 10 years. Compared to the previous series of M52 mecha, the MX mecha had a decisive breakthrough in terms of power. The MX mecha still used Jingnong's high-energy batteries as its power source. However, 2 of the newest jet engines were installed at the back of the mecha's waist. These engines could instantly increase the mecha's power output to 4 times that of the M52 mecha. This design was undoubtedly a bold and genius idea. After 10 years of research, after overcoming a series of material and microelectronics difficulties, the multi-engine technology of a warship had finally been successfully transplanted into a mecha. The realization of this idea not only made the engineers of the entire Shell Motor Company rejoice, the federal military also felt an unprecedented excitement. 2 times the normal power in a steady state, 4 times the normal power in an instant. This was an indicator of leapfrogging development. If placed on the battlefield, the MX mecha with 4 times the normal power could completely rely on its powerful mobility to treat the old mecha like a clumsy child. What made the military most excited was that if the multi-engine technology matured in the future and the mobility of the military mecha increased once more, then in a situation where the energy consumption of a warship was decreasing by the day, typical long-range weapons on the battlefield, such as self-propelled cannons or fiber-optic guided rockets, would find it very difficult to hit a mecha that was evading at extremely high speed. If that day really came, then in a war between the Federation and the Empire, other than the warships suspended in space as a deterrent, these extremely mobile military mecha would no longer be used for special operations. They could also be placed on the battlefield as the main force for advancement. Without a doubt, this would be a fundamental change in the nature of war. Currently, only 14 prototypes of the MX mecha developed by Shell Motor Company Engineering Department and the federal military had been produced. However, the production speed demonstrated in the laboratory had already satisfied all parties. It would take at least 2 years for this new batch of mecha to undergo mass production and become a true fighting force. Moreover, the federal military did not know whether the Empire had made any breakthroughs in the multi-engine technology of the mecha. Thus, the federal military had given the Shell Motor Company an exceptionally strict time limit. Between the Federation and the Empire, no matter which side was the first to possess this type of high-performance mecha and throw them into battle, they would definitely win the initiative of the war. The Federation had an old saying, "Lose a nail, break a hoof, break a hoof, break a war horse, break a war horse, wound a knight, lose a battle." This type of mythical battle, which could only be seen in movies and novels, had never appeared in the history of the Federation. However, this demonstrated the importance of details and logistics in war. Moreover, the new generation of the MX mecha could change certain forms of war, using the power of technology to bring about changes in the strength of war. Therefore, when the Department of National Defense gave the Shell Motor Company a strict time limit, the head of the engineering department and the engineering staff were not at all surprised. They also understood the significance of the mecha they had developed. If they wanted to leave their name in history as an engineering staff, then the development of the MX mecha this time would definitely be the best opportunity. Time was of the essence. After 10 years of research and development had ended and standard laboratory parameters had been obtained and simulated, the Shell Motor Company Engineering Department sent the 4MX prototype mecha to the Whitewater Company for its subordinate Whitewater Company to use in the regional conflicts in the Bermuda Triangle Star region to obtain first-hand data on the battlefield. The regional conflicts in the Bermuda Triangle Star region had never stopped, and the experimental weapons planet chosen by the Whitewater Company was also far from the parts of the Empire where spies could infiltrate. All of this was for the sake of secrecy. Even so, the federal military still sent out the most powerful warship of the 3rd Military Region to follow the Whitewater Company's combat team from afar and enter the Bermuda Triangle Star region. On one hand, it was to cooperate with the Shell Motor Company Engineering Department in collecting data, and on the other hand it was naturally for the sake of secrecy. On that barren mineral planet, all the refugees and thugs who could come into contact with the new MX prototype mecha had to die in the end. For the birth of a new generation of mecha to require the protection of a fleet, this fully demonstrated the importance of this matter to the Federation. The small group of thugs on that barren mineral planet was eliminated by the Whitewater Company's combat team in 7 days. Under the lockdown of the 3rd Military Region's fleet, this news was not leaked and did not attract the attention of any other forces. However, when the engineers of the Shell Motor Company Engineering Department carefully calculated the data of the new mecha on the battlefield, they discovered a very fatal problem. If this problem was not solved, the Federation's new generation of mecha, the MX, could only stand quietly in the laboratory forever and never become a powerful weapon in the battle between the Federation and the Empire. This difficult problem alarmed all the senior executives of the Shell Motor Company's board of directors and engineering department. It angered the federal military, who had been waiting excitedly for the results of the experiment. Everyone was waiting for the birth of a new generation of mecha, but in the end they were greeted with such terrible news. The Federation's new generation of MX-type mecha was a top secret among top secrets. Therefore, the research and development work for the past 10 years was basically done by the Shell Motor Company engineering department alone. Although the higher-ups of the Department of Defense occasionally thought about whether they should let the experts from the Guizhou Company, or at least the Husk Institute or the Federal Academy of Science participate in the research, this was because the Guizhou Company's multi-engine design was undoubtedly the world's leading technology. However, due to the reasons of secrecy, these ideas were not implemented in the end. Last autumn, the Whitewater Company's battle experiment on the edge of the Bermuda Triangle star field exposed a fatal problem with the new generation of MX-type mecha. The Shell Motor Company engineering department had been unable to solve this problem, so the human resources manager, Jose, had personally poached people during the spring recruitment. He wanted to find some inspiration from these young, outstanding engineers with no inherent experience. Unfortunately, this batch of outstanding young people had only entered the engineering department for a short period of time. They were unable to provide any help to solve the inherent problem of the new generation of mecha. Moreover, the pressure from the federal military was too great, so the engineering department had no choice but to ask for help from the outside world. When Sulu had first seen that email, he had already been stunned by the genius of the twin-engine design. Those seemingly complex but actually simple lines had already become extremely streamlined in his eyes, giving off an existence of infinite beauty and enjoyment. Before his eyes, there was a faint metallic glow. This was the culmination of the collective wisdom of the Federation engineers. Every part of the design had gone through endless deductions and calculations, and could not be changed at all. Or rather, in the eyes of a mature engineer, it was impossible for them to even think of destroying such a beautiful design. The Research Institute had officially joined in the research and development of the new generation of mecha, mainly to solve the problem that the new generation of MX mecha had exposed in battle. However, this was still the Federation's most top-secret and cutting-edge technology, so researchers like Sulu could only obtain the relevant data and blueprints through email. They were unable to fully understand the power model of that prototype mecha. Su Li's life interest was in this aspect. Moreover, he now had some hidden reasons to enter the engineering department and have an independent space to research mecha. Thus, these past few days he had been very attentive to this matter. He was just a junior researcher who had just completed his systematic education. How could he solve a problem that even the best engineers of the Federation could not solve just by relying on these schematics that were as simple as a leopard skin? If it had been anyone else, perhaps looking at those blueprints and that problem in the email, they would have felt a sense of powerlessness and dejectedly give up. But Sulu knew that he had talent in this area, and even more so, he knew that those blueprints in his mind were an existence that bordered on miraculous. If he could solve the problem of the new generation of MX mecha for an engineer, this was an irresistible temptation. Thus, in these past few days, Su Li's attention was completely focused on the laboratory, using an unimaginable speed to carry out design simulations, calculations, and inferences. The new generation of MX mecha was a groundbreaking dual-engine design, with one main engine and one auxiliary engine. The main engine was like the power output system of previous mecha, driving the mecha's movement speed. Meanwhile, the auxiliary engine was the crux of this system. If the jet design was combined with small wings to assist with balance, the mecha could instantly increase its speed in battle, raising the performance of the entire mecha to a terrifying degree. In the engineering department's laboratory, the dual-engine design transplanted from warship multi-engine technology perfectly fulfilled the designer's original intentions. The new generation of mecha's mobility was fully demonstrated. However, in Whitewater Company's experimental use, after 1.5 minutes of continuous battle, the dual-engine system of the 4 new generation mecha would completely fail. There was even one new generation of mecha that had experienced an irreversible explosion in the midst of an experimental battle. The investigation report after the incident pointed out that there was a major difference between the data collected by the Nutshell Engineering Department in the experiment and the actual battle, resulting in this accident. The new generation of mecha's dual-engine design would enter the full power stage at the end. When both engines were pumping out maximum power, the internal Z4 suction electron jets would experience severe instability in their trajectories. This would cause cracks to appear in the high-strength material of the engine casing, and these cracks would even spread throughout the entire mecha. In the laboratory, the full power stage of the dual engines was basically in a static state. However, in battle, the full power stage would definitely occur during the most intense moments of a battle between military mecha. The instability of the electron jets would be greatly magnified when the mecha was moving at high speed, leading to unexpected consequences. It could be that the engines would simultaneously shut down for self-protection, or it could also be that it would explode. Problems occurring were not scary. After all, this was a new generation of mecha that was epic-making. Just the adjustments in the laboratory alone could not accomplish everything. The key was to discover the problem. This time, the problem discovered on the planet at the edge of the Bermuda Triangle did not cause the engineers of the engineering department to feel anxious at the start. If there was a problem, there would be a solution. However, when the top engineers of the Federation easily discovered the problem, they were extremely saddened to find that this problem was basically very difficult to solve. Translator, Ryuxinji Editor, H2DH2 Mr. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. Editor, H2DH2 Mr. Translator, Ryuxinji Editor, H2DH2 Mr. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. Editor, H2DH2 Mr. Translator, Ryuxinji Editor, H2DH2 Mr. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. The power source of a mecha was a high-energy battery. The electron jets converted the power in the power source into electron jets that traveled at close to the speed of light. These electrons would then be shot into the space of the engine, where they would be converted into usable energy. Through the mecha's complex transmission system, the mecha would move. The electron jets were the most intricate part of this system, and also the least eye-catching part. The engineering department's design was still based on the old design. From their perspective, the twin engines only added an additional electron jet channel. There was no fundamental difference. No one would have thought that this normally inconspicuous electron jet would become a dangerous bomb in the new MX-type mecha. Reducing the wave interference between the twin engines was easily accomplished by the engineers, but they had no way of completely dissipating this type of interference in such a tight system. As long as there was a single point of interference, those electron beams inside the normally silent electron jets would suddenly become as sensitive as a virgin. They would either turn their heads shyly or run away, or silently stroke a willow, or tear apart their own clothes in anger with a red face. The problem lay within the Z4 electron jets. With the current level of technology of the Federation, there were many ways to control the trajectories of the electron beams. However, those methods required the use of large-scale equipment, so they could only be installed on a battleship and could not be used on a mecha. Once the high-speed electron beams diverged, they would enter a kind of vortex state. Under the control of a field, they would flow in all directions. If they could figure out the trajectories of the electron beams during the full power phase of the twin engines, then the engineers of the Federation would definitely be able to design the corresponding sensing equipment to redirect these electron jets back into the space of the engines. However, the problem was that the trajectories of the high-speed electron jets could not be measured. In the lost quantum state, the Federation's tens of thousands of years of research would never be able to solve this problem. The development of the new generation mecha of the Federation seemed like it would be ruined by this small electron jet. After experiencing countless failures, Sulu sank into silence. 7 days had already passed. Looking at those complicated blueprints on the holographic screen desktop, he still could not find any direction. The blueprints that flashed through his mind like a dream were indeed of great help to him. Thus, in 7 days he had already tried more than 50 designs. This speed had already surpassed the imaginations of the top designers in Shell Motor Corporation Engineering Department. However, they were still failures. No matter how whimsical the design was, in front of that mischievous electron beam, they were still tangible objects. There was no way to capture their trajectories. He stared silently at the three-dimensional screenshot of the Z4 electron jets on the holographic screen. Suddenly his brows furrowed. He understood something. In such a small system, it was impossible to capture the electron beams. To solve this problem, they had to predict the trajectories of these electron beams in advance from the moment the electron beams were interfered with. However, the problem was, according to the theories of the Federation's scientific community, the trajectories of high-speed electron jets should be random. How could they predict it? Quantum immeasurable. Subconsciously, Su Li's eyes lit up. His finger clicked open the index tree in the middle of the database. He opened Professor Shin's research results that had not made any progress over the years. Quantum immeasurable dynamics. Old Professor Shin's papers had been published before. The chief editors of the academic journals as well as the highly respected people in the academic community only wrote some replies out of respect for this Nebula Award winner. However, no one supported old Professor Shin's views. Su Lu silently and quickly checked the research results of old Professor Shin over the years. His eyes narrowed more and more and became brighter and brighter. As the scientific community of the Federation said, the unpredictability of quantum dynamics was basically an axiom. Although old Professor Shin's theories seemed simple and beautiful, there was not the slightest possibility that they could be proven. Speaking from the opposite side, they could not even be proven false. It was just a beautiful and illusory bubble. However, this bubble was so real in front of Su Li's eyes. He simply moved a chair and sat in front of the table. He forgot about the simulation system modification and began to seriously and interestedly learn Professor Shin's theories from the beginning. A beam of electrons traveling at close to the speed of light, within a certain order of magnitude, after being disturbed by a fixed wave band, what kind of trajectory would it follow? What kind of beautiful flower would it turn into? While Su Lu was alone in the laboratory, constantly guessing what kind of flower that beam of electrons would turn into, there were countless researchers like him in the Federal Academy of Science, Shell Motor Corporation Research Institute, and the Engineering Department. All of them were fully immersed in the battle to solve the Z4 electron jet. Most people did not know that this problem was related to the Federation's newest generation of military mecha. After experiencing countless failures, many people gave up. However, Su Lu did not give up. This was because he knew that this was a critical moment for the Federation's newest generation of mecha. Speaking of which, it was strange. It seemed that he had a much higher security clearance in the research institute than the average researcher. However, an unexpected incident disrupted the rhythm of Su Li's life. Seeing the man in the military uniform walk into the elevator with a gloomy expression, Su Lu put out the cigarette in his hand, held it in his hand, and walked into the ward. He looked at the pale and nervous girl on the bed, smiled and said, "Did your family ask you to go back?" Zhou nodded tiredly and said, "Since the doctor said there's no big problem, I don't want to go back for the time being. You know, the most important thing for pregnant women is their mood. Since you know, then you should make yourself feel better," Su Lu advised. For some reason, Zhou found herself bleeding a little in the bathroom last night. Amidst that scream, Su Lu rushed in anxiously and sent her to Wangdu Hospital immediately. After the doctor's examination, it was confirmed that Zhou was at risk of miscarriage. Su Lu was nervous but also a little surprised. Zhou's health was excellent. Recently she had completely stopped smoking and drinking. For her to have signs of miscarriage, it could only be something else. Could it be that she was frightened at Linyuan restaurant that day? He looked at Zhou on the bed. After a moment of silence he said, "I can understand. You're very nervous right now." Zhou stared blankly at the snow-white ceiling above her head. After a while she said, "You don't understand. You men will never understand. When a mother finds out that once the child in her womb is born, it can only be an illegitimate child pointed at by others, how terrible her mood is." Su Lu was a careful and sensitive person, but it didn't mean that he could read all the thoughts of the people around him. After hearing these words, he was stunned and his mood became heavy. This was indeed a problem that Zhou and the child in her womb would have to face. If others asked now, he could still say that he was the father of Zhou's child in her womb. But what about the future? The child would grow up eventually and Shi Qinghai, he still didn't know if he was still alive. Zhou retracted her gaze and looked coldly at Su Lu. She said, "You said that you would be responsible for me and the child in my womb on behalf of Shi Qinghai. How are you going to take responsibility?" "I don't know," Su Lu answered honestly. Zhou closed her eyes and was silent for a long time. After a long time she said softly, "Forget it. This has nothing to do with you. If I hadn't insisted, maybe you wouldn't have wanted this child in the first place. This is my child. It has nothing to do with you." Su Lu suddenly realized that when he was with Zhou, he would talk more and more. Did this mean that he already saw her as a friend? Looking at the pale-faced Zhou on the bed, his mood suddenly became gloomy. He subconsciously thought of the words he said to Zhang Xiaoming when they were planning the future. "When the child registers in the future, put my name in the father column." Su Lu was a guy who didn't hesitate once he made a decision. In this regard, he really didn't act like a 20-year-old young man. He was more like an old man who had weathered the hardships of life and seen through everything. Zhou slowly opened her eyes and looked at him with a very strange gaze. After a while she said softly, "Are you really crazy? You can pretend to be the child's father, but you're really going to—" Sulu smiled and didn't say anything. In the quiet Linyuan of Wangdu Hospital, Sulu retracted his gaze from upstairs. The lights in Zhou room were turned off. He stood alone in the darkness. Looking up at the starry sky, he saw 2 bright moons. It wasn't the double moon festival, so there was no ball. He once loved someone, but that person was already dead. He thought in his heart that he would probably never fall in love again. He walked to the trash can and was about to throw in the cigarette but in his hand when he suddenly stopped. Sulu slowly tore open the filter and tore the sponge inside one by one. He tore the sponge into a thin and fluffy mess. He thought in his heart, Uncle was right back then. The life of the people in the Federation was indeed like a mess. What kind of shape will this beam of electrons turn into after it dissipates? In the quiet laboratory, Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the constantly changing image on the holographic screen table. The trajectory of the electron beam in the theoretical model was like a child who would never settle down. It was riding a roller coaster with different curves. Sometimes it protruded, sometimes it turned back. Sometimes it was like a flower, but most of the time it was like a cloud of fog. It will turn into a mess. An old voice sounded behind him. An old finger reached over and slowly entered a few extremely unfamiliar parameters into the theoretical calculation model on the holographic screen table. At the same time, a simple formula was added. The finger seemed to have magic. As the parameters and formulas were entered, the chaotic fog of the electron beam on the holographic screen table gradually gathered and overlapped. It became clear and turned into countless fine and uniform lines that stretched and fell. It seemed to have no pattern, but in fact there was order in the chaos. It was like a mess made of a string. As long as the end of the string was pulled, all the directions of the mess could be determined. Chapter 175. This was indeed an inconceivable feat today in Shell Motor Corporation Engineering Department, the Research Institute, and even the Federal Academy of Science. There were countless experts and scholars working hard to solve the problem of the Z4 electron jets. They could not sleep at night and their food was tasteless. Who would have thought that an old man who had been away from the Federation's academic center for so many years, and who only had the old story of a Nebula Award winner left to him, would be able to solve this problem so easily? The electron beam composition on the screen desktop had gradually stabilized. It looked like a tangled mess, complex but stable. Sulu knew that predicting the trajectory of the electron beams in advance did not mean that all the problems had been solved. First, calculations and verification were needed, and then a series of tests and judgments were needed. Most importantly, a lot of time was still needed to make fundamental changes to the structure of the mecha's engine compartment to target the trajectory of the electron beams. However, most importantly, the most difficult part had been solved. The Federation's new generation of mecha would most likely be successful soon. Because he understood the importance of this matter, Sulu was so shocked that he was speechless for a long time. Only after a long pause did he regain his composure and say respectfully, "Professor Shin, you're back." After staying in the hospital for so many days, he still did not know what illness Professor Shin was suffering from. However, seeing the tired expression on the old man's face right now, he knew that the old man's body had not fully recovered. Professor Shin made a sound of acknowledgement and then headed up to the second floor, seemingly oblivious to the shock that the parameter formula he had entered on the screen desktop would bring to the Federation. Sulu had always been an extremely calm person, but at this moment he still could not completely calm the excitement in his heart. When Professor Shin reached the office on the second floor, he immediately turned around and stared at the mess on the screen desktop. Rubbing his hands together nervously, he immediately began to record and verify the data. He was very afraid that this mess would disappear right before his eyes. Now that they had the trajectory diagram, they would need to modify the MX-type mecha's twin engines to pass through the link. Next, they would need to bring into play Suli's talent in mechanical design. Even though he was unable to fully understand the overall system of the engine, he was still very confident in changing the direction of the particle suction pipe according to the direction of the electron beam. Taking a deep breath, Sulu closed his eyes. In the darkness in front of his eyes, he searched for the light and the blueprints formed by the dots of light. From the library of strange blueprints that was as vast as stardust, he extracted the designs and perfected his own ideas. After an unknown amount of time, Sulu carefully looked at the design drawings on the holographic screen desktop and felt a sense of satisfaction. Although he did not immediately solve the problem of the interference of the two engines, he knew that with the help of Professor Shin, he had already set foot on the road to success. The key was Professor Shin. At this moment, his mood was slightly relaxed. Only then did he have the extra energy to turn his confused and shocked eyes back to the second floor. He couldn't help but think, what kind of person is this old professor who hides in the small building and ignores the changes in the Federation? While Sulu was thinking about Professor Shin, this top scientist of the Federation was also facing the holographic screen of the computer, one hand on the crutches in front of him as he pondered about the young civilian second lieutenant downstairs. The flashing data on the holographic screen were traces left behind by external operations in the laboratory's database over the past few days that Professor Shin had been hospitalized. It clearly showed that in the recent days, Sulu had been searching through the data index data in the laboratory alone. In the sidebar of the data trace statistics were the materials Sulu had applied for over the past few days, as well as the operation logs he had carried out in the laboratory. Signal collector? B-section material line? What exactly is this little guy trying to do? Professor Shin's somewhat cloudy eyes gradually lit up. From these logs, he realized that in the days that he was not there, this assistant researcher did not muddle along just because he controlled the laboratory alone. On the contrary, this person was familiarizing himself with the database at an extremely terrifying speed, and was very diligent in carrying out a certain type of research. It was just that even Professor Shin was not familiar with that type of research, so he was a bit curious as to where exactly Suli's research direction was. After opening the email, Professor Shin found out that during the days that he was hospitalized, there were some internal problems in the Nutshell Company. He then thought about the image captured by the electron beam emission track on the holographic screen desktop and understood something. Young people are still interested in those heavy and clumsy metal things. Professor Shin sighed. Professor Shin was once a famous figure in the Federation's scientific community. He was very accomplished in the field of engineering mechanics. Not only was he the winner of the Nebula Award, but he was also the chief designer of a series of mecha. However, many years ago he put all of his efforts into the seemingly dead end of the research field of quantum measurable dynamics, and then gradually disappeared from people's sight. In the last few years of his life, this old professor's research did not make any breakthroughs, but he was not too disappointed. The Federation's tens of thousands of years of history had long proven that in order to make some kind of leap forward in basic theory, it would either require the tireless research of several generations, or even more than 10 generations, or it would require the appearance of a genius like the 5-person team from back then. It was more likely that the researchers would end up with nothing in the end. Professor Shin did not expect to be able to solve the difficult problem of quantum measurable dynamics while he was still alive. He only wanted to use his own heart to research what he believed to be the most important thing to research, and to provide some suggestions or directions for future generations. However, after so many years, the number of researchers following him had dwindled. After being hospitalized a few days ago, this old professor's mood had changed slightly. He knew that God did not have much time left for him, and everything in this laboratory would probably be forgotten after he died. Although his son was also an outstanding scientist in the Federation, the direction of his research was completely different from his own. Moreover, Professor Shin knew very well that his son had always held a suspicious and sad attitude towards his research over the years. If he was not his father, perhaps his son would have been more direct and sarcastic with his words. Professor Shin looked at the computer screen. Su Li's learning records and the last 3 days of the design were left behind. A glimmer of light gradually appeared on his old face. Every research assistant that followed him had a higher level of authority than the other research assistants in the Husk Institute. This was something that Sulu had never understood. In the past, when those research assistants completed the tasks assigned to them by Professor Shin, they would also carry out some of their own research on a whim. However, there had never been anyone like Sulu who could devote all of his time to research. The records on the screen clearly showed how diligent Sulu had been in his work in the past few days when Professor Shin was not around. This was especially true when he saw that Sulu had once entered the index tree in the middle to study the quantum measurable dynamics theory that he was researching. A gratified smile flashed across the old professor's face. He had never seen such a young researcher who could remain so calm in the midst of a monotonous research career. This was an anomaly. In the past 3 days, Sulu had been designing the modification of the mecha's electronic jets. Although all of them had failed, and even the direction was wrong, to be able to come up with so many excellent designs in such a short period of time was already proof of this young second lieutenant's solid foundation. Professor Shin could even feel the boundless talent in those failed designs that in the following days, Sulu felt that something was off. Professor Shin, who was on the second floor, no longer threw countless calculations and data-gathering tasks at him like before. He suddenly had a lot of free time. Of course, he treasured this time very much. He seized every opportunity to throw himself into the modification and design of the twin-engine electronic jets. Vaguely, he felt that Professor Shin knew what he was doing and was purposely making time for him. The modification and design of the electronic jets proceeded very smoothly. With the support of Professor Shin's theories, Sulu could be said to have discovered the direction of the Great Path of Light earlier than the other researchers in the Federation. Occasionally thinking about these two matters, Sulu could not help but feel gratitude and respect for the old professor upstairs. One day, in the area of calculating the trajectory of the R-shaped electron beam, Sulu fell into a dilemma. He thought for a long time, then stood up from the holographic screen table and walked towards the second floor. "I've been waiting for you to come find me." Professor Shin sat behind his desk and took off his glasses. He smiled at Sulu and said, "A person who does not have the courage to ask about research has no future." Sulu smiled somewhat awkwardly. He walked forward and presented the problem he had encountered to Professor Shin. At this time he noticed that although Professor Shin had been discharged from the hospital for a few days, his body seemed to still be weak. However, the old man's spirit seemed to be more vigorous. "In the last few years of my life I basically dealt with these tiny particles. The accelerators in the Academy of Sciences are as familiar as my children. But at this moment I have to admit that the quantum size is still unpredictable." Professor Shin did not immediately discuss the electron beam problem with Sulu. After a moment of silence, he spoke with a hint of loneliness. Sulu paused for a second and felt a slight chill in his heart. "But, under certain fixed conditions the trajectory of quantum dynamics can be vaguely calculated. And as long as the probability is large enough, we can roughly assume that the trajectory is correct." Professor Shin looked calmly at Sulu. His pair of cloudy eyes gradually shone with the light of wisdom. He did not know whether Sulu could understand or not. He only knew that the things he was researching needed a young person to be able to save them for him. Although the young people of today, including Sulu in front of him, may not have much interest in such boring physics knowledge, at least if his hard work could be saved, it would be of some use in the future. "There are no problems with the twin engines designed by those fellows in the engineering department. As long as you can solve the problem of the trajectory of the electron beam in the jets, then the Federation's newest generation of mecha will be successful." Sulu listened intently. This was the conclusion he had made a long time ago. He just did not understand why the old professor would say this. "Remember to sign my name on this academic report. My name has to be at the very front," said Professor Shin. Sulu frowned slightly. He knew that Professor Shin was not a person who craved academic fame, or else he would not have hidden in this laboratory for so many years. Moreover, regarding the design and modification of the mecha this time, the most crucial foundation was Professor Shin's theory. He did not show any displeasure. On the contrary, he vaguely understood that Professor Shin was trying to protect him. This design that was destined to shock the Federation's academic community might perhaps bring about some unpredictable future for him. Chapter 176. Sulu knew how to answer. 2 years ago he was still an apprentice on a remote mining planet, following a strange uncle to repair electrical appliances. Since he was young he had a strong interest and talent in the field of mechanical repair. He had also set his life goal of entering the top mechanical company in the Federation. However, when he really became a researcher at the Shell Motor Corporation Research Institute, with the military rank of a civilian second lieutenant, and truly entered the core area of the Federation's research field, he still could not fully adapt to this change in role. Just like the Federation's proverb, when dreams become reality, it will still seem like a dream. The Shell Motor Corporation Research Institute, the 3 major military academies, and the Federal Academy of Science were all part of the same system. For Sulu this was a foreign world. He was familiar with the metal lines and chip components, but he was not familiar with the operating principles of this world. Hearing Professor Shin's slightly mocking and angry words, he fell silent. Only now did he understand that the seemingly pure academic world was not fundamentally different from the Jianghu that the orphans of the Donglin district mingled in. Speaking of which, it was true. Things like power were applicable in the universe. Those who were already standing at the top would not allow a small character like himself to obtain enough capital through the success of the Federation's new generation of mecha. "You don't have to worry about anything. At least I'm still alive." Looking at the silent Sulu, Professor Shin suddenly thought of himself many years ago. He smiled bitterly and said, "I think, whether it's the Academy of Science or the Research Institute, those fellows who have left the front line of research for a long time probably don't have the guts to steal my things." Sulu smiled with some difficulty. While I'm still alive, I'll quickly get this done. Professor Shin put his glasses back on, bent over the table, and began to use his trembling fingers to lightly tap on the problems Sulu had encountered. Sulu did not disturb Professor Shin any further and quietly walked down the metal stairs. That afternoon, he saw Professor Shin's opinion on the holographic screen desktop. The problem that had troubled him for 3 hours became so clear after a few simple words of analysis. He easily found a breakthrough. Even as he marveled inwardly, Sulu could not quite understand why the old professor would suddenly be so willing to help him. Moreover, the other should clearly know that these things involved the new generation of mecha for the Federation, but had little to do with the theoretical research that the old professor was most concerned about. In the following days, Professor Shin and Sulu, two eccentrics, one old and one young, kept repeating the process of researching, designing, encountering obstacles, inquiring, referencing, and solving problems in a quiet and undisturbed laboratory in the research institute behind the first military academy of the Federation. The main work was done by Sulu, but Professor Shin was the one who was actually giving them directions. The old professor still spent most of his time in the office on the second floor. He seemed to be sorting out some information. The rest of his time was spent teaching Sulu. Outside of work, Sulu and Professor Shin quickly became familiar with each other. Occasionally they would drink tea and sit together to chat. However, the content of their conversation would definitely be considered rather boring to an outsider. When it comes to studying, you actually have to go to extremes. Professor Shin sat on the stairs on the second floor, a cup of hot tea placed beside him. He said in a trembling voice, "Back then, after I graduated from University 1, I directly entered the Husk Institute as an assistant. Later on, I made some achievements and entered the Academy of Science. I once had many glorious moments. For example, when that generation of mecha officially came off the assembly line, I was also very excited. However, when I got older, I finally understood that the mission of a scientist was not to develop machines that could kill people faster and more efficiently." Professor Shin took a sip of tea and sighed. The development of science will definitely make weapons more advanced, but the goal of scientific development is not to do so. It is to go to extremes. Large to the extreme is the universe. Small to the extreme is the quantum. Professor Shin did not look at the dazed Sulu downstairs. He continued, "In the field of astrophysics, I am not very good at it. The creation and destruction of the universe will ultimately return to the realm of philosophy. However, I am also very bad at philosophy, so in the end I set my sights on measuring the dynamics of the quantum. I always thought that everything in the universe should have a pattern to follow, or perhaps it should be said that there is a reason to speak of. However, in the end I realized that the smallest is the largest. It still has to return to the realm of philosophy. I said before, I am very bad at philosophy." Professor Shin was like a child, sitting at the bottom of the stairs on the first floor as he spoke with a laugh. Sulu sat on a chair on the first floor, a smile also appearing on his face. This kind of pure conversation without any other things was very interesting for people like them. In the entire Federation academic community, no one knew that the two people in this laboratory were currently researching the difficult problem that the Federation's newest generation of mecha were facing. Even more so, no one knew that their research progress had long left everyone else far behind. These past 2 days, Sulu and Professor Shin had been able to drink tea and chat frequently precisely because he had confirmed that their direction was correct. It would not be long before the modification work on the new MX Mecha's electronic jets would be completed. The Federation's most difficult problem had gradually become ridiculously simple in front of these two people. The reason it was so easy was partly because Professor Shin had absolute experience and results in the field of measuring the dynamics of the quantum. Although those were just side results from his long research journey, they were already enough to provide strong theoretical support for the problems that had arisen in the new generation of mecha's power system. Those theoretical data models might have needed to be studied from scratch by other researchers, but on Professor Shin's side, they were all ready-made things. As for the other part, that was Su Li's strong learning ability and practical ability. Transforming a theoretical data model into a real design process was a very crucial part. Even an engineering department would need to spend a large amount of time performing repetitive calculations to be able to draw up the most probable structural blueprint. These past few days, Professor Shin had given Sulu many surprises, and Sulu had also given the old professor countless surprises. This young researcher was like a database that had gathered the wisdom of the Federation's engineers. For every data model, he would always be able to find a matching real design in the shortest amount of time. This kind of ability could not be explained, it could only be called a gift. Professor Shin looked at the young fellow downstairs and could not help but think to himself with a smile. What exactly was in this child's brain? Su Li's brain was filled with the practical ability that Uncle Fengyu had taught him, the bold and imaginative design concepts, and in the deepest recesses of his mind were the endless structural blueprints that the Black Dream had given him. Until today he still thought that these high-level structural blueprints were a legacy that Uncle Fengyu had left for him. He had no idea that these blueprints were actually the greatest existence in the Federation, the most profound wisdom, the central computer of the Bureau of Proclamation, which was located who knew how many kilometers underground, had bestowed upon him this wealth in order to awaken him. The Federal Central Computer stored all the high-level structural designs that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Although these structural designs might not necessarily be able to be turned into reality, the fact that they could appear in the central computer meant that their standards were naturally incomparably profound. Under these conditions, Su Lu already possessed all the qualifications to become the most outstanding engineer in the Federation without question. Moreover, these qualifications that he possessed were so unique that they could not be replicated. From an apprentice, he was about to become the one who decided the fate of the most advanced mecha in the Federation. Su Li's mood was relaxed and joyful, but he could not help but feel a little perplexed. He reflexively fished out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, but he immediately remembered that the old professor was looking at him from upstairs. He raised his head awkwardly and saw Professor Shin's eyes light up. The two fingers resting on his knees slowly spread open. "I haven't smoked in a long time." Professor Shin took a deep drag on his cigarette and unskillfully blew out a broken smoke ring. In his early years, when he was addicted to nights in the laboratory, this top scientist of the Federation was also used to never leaving his hand without a cigarette. However, when the war between the Federation and the Empire broke out, Professor Shin resolutely gave up smoking for the sake of the slogan, "Working healthily for the Federation for 50 years. In the blink of an eye, it had already been several decades. The old man and the young man sat on the metal staircase on the second floor of the laboratory, smoking cigarettes and chatting idly. They were very much like the bored passers-by at the entrance of a supermarket in the capital special district. However, Professor Shin was looking at all the details in the laboratory. Everything here had been pieced together by him, bit by bit. Su Lu was sizing up Professor Shin from the corner of his eyes. The yellowish-brown spots on the old man's face were getting darker and brighter. In the past few days the professor's spirits had been extremely good, but Su Lu kept feeling that there was a bad omen in his heart. That night, Su Lu returned to his apartment in Wangdu. After washing Zhou Yu's hair, he shut himself in his bedroom and lay on the bed with his eyes open. He stared at the ceiling above his head in a daze. The endless pictures in his mind moved according to his will. It was a map of the Donglin district full of mines and green fields. Naturally, he thought of Uncle Fengyu. In the past few days he had spent all day and night with Professor Shin and received a lot of sincere praise. Only now did he truly understand how much Uncle Fengyu had taught him during his days at the repair shop in the Donglin district when he taught him how to repair home appliances. Su Lu felt that his luck in life was pretty good. Although his life was a bit messy, starting from the Donglin district he often met some nobles. The so-called nobles were people who sincerely helped him. Uncle Fengyu was like that, and so was Professor Shin. The next day he walked into the research institute in silence as usual. However, as he walked in, his mood became strange. This was because the colleagues he met on the way, besides greeting him, all looked at him with a very complicated gaze. In front of the laboratory door he saw a few officials in military uniforms. They were probably the supervisors of the technical department of the Shell Motor Company. Without the authorization of the chip, these officials could only wait outside the laboratory door. Second Lieutenant Su Lu? Yes. Let me inform you of something. Su Li's hands clenched tightly. He could not believe the news he had just heard. The breakfast in the paper bag in his hand was slightly distorted by his grip. This was a small yellow pancake for Professor Shin. Yesterday the old professor had said that although his teeth were not in good condition, he really wanted to eat this. Chapter 177. It was only recently that Su Lu and Professor Shin had become familiar with each other. Unfortunately, the time they had spent together was too short. Professor Shin had already left this world. He stood at the entrance of the laboratory in a daze. It took him a while to digest the shocking and sad news. Professor Shin was already very old. His health had always been poor. Last month he had been hospitalized for a long time. Recently, when Su Lu sat on the metal stairs and chatted with him, He could always smell a hint of inauspiciousness from the old man's seemingly exuberant energy. However, he still did not expect that this respectable old professor would pass away so quickly. Birth, aging, illness, and death came so suddenly and without reason. Sulu was still immersed in this slightly frustrated and sad mood. His silence made the expressions of the several officials at the entrance of the laboratory a little ugly. One of the officials frowned and said impatiently, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and open the door of the laboratory." These words pulled Sulu out of his sad mood. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the several indifferent officials in front of him. Only then did he realize that the situation today was a little strange. Professor Shin's death was indeed a big deal. However, there was no reason why the high-level officials of the research institute, especially the technical director who was directly responsible to the board of directors, would personally come to the laboratory to inform an inconspicuous assistant researcher of the news. Since these people did not specifically come to inform him of Professor Shin's death, and were in such a hurry to enter the laboratory, it was natural that they had other motives. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the indifferent faces of these officials. It was obvious that they did not feel the slightest bit of sadness because of Professor Shin's death. This kind of behavior made Sulu feel heavy and slightly angry. "Why do you want to open the door of the laboratory?" After a moment of silence, Sulu directly answered. This answer was obviously not expected by the several high-level officials. They frowned and looked at Sulu as if they were looking at garbage. One of them said coldly, "When the higher-ups do things, do they need to explain the details to you?" "No need." Sulu lowered his head slightly and replied, "But this laboratory belongs to the scope of co-construction. According to the agreement, unless Professor Shin agrees or the board of directors issues a written order, I can't open the laboratory and let you in. Get your facts straight. I'm the director of the 3rd Division of the Research Institute. This person beside me is the technical director of the board of directors." The official was stunned. He didn't expect the assistant researcher in front of him to reject his request so calmly and confidently. He angrily reprimanded, "Open the door for me." Sulu shook his head and stood at the entrance of the laboratory. He didn't take out the electronic key card and scan the chip. After working at the Husk Institute for so many days and chatting with Professor Shin, he already knew how the Husk Institute cooperated with the famous professors. The Husk Institute provided the relevant research conditions to these professors, and the final research results were shared between the two parties according to the agreement. This was a relatively free cooperation model, which was more suitable for professors who liked freedom to use their abilities. What's more, Professor Shin was basically in the periphery these years, and he didn't provide any research results to the Federation. The technical support provided by the Professor Shin was extremely limited. Even the tools and materials in the laboratory were privately sponsored by Professor Shin. Without the authorization of Professor Shin or a written order from the company, no one was allowed to enter the laboratory. In this case, why did the company's top officials suddenly appear at the entrance of the laboratory and are so anxious to go in? Sulu understood the reason behind this, but because of the indifference shown by the other party, and the feeling that something was wrong, he silently blocked the entrance of the laboratory. "Who do you think you are? How dare you block my way?" The director of the 3rd department of the institute looked at Sulu in front of him with his head down, as if he didn't hear him and didn't see him. He suddenly felt embarrassed and pointed his finger at Sulu's nose and scolded loudly, "This is the last time I'm telling you, hurry up and open the door of the laboratory and hand over your electronic key card. You don't have to come to work tomorrow. You are a senior officer, but even if you want to fire an active soldier, you don't have the right to do so." Sulu raised his head and calmly looked at the several officials in front of him, and said, "As a soldier, I have to do things according to the rules. Where are the military police?" The director's eyes emitted a cold light. He didn't want to waste time with this strange low-level researcher. He looked at Sulu and said angrily, "The laboratory is the property of the company, the property of the Federation. Do you think it's yours or old Shin's? Do you think you can't enter the institute if you don't open the door?" With the powerful strength of the Husk Institute, it was no doubt very easy to open the electronic door of a laboratory. Today, when these officials heard the news of Professor Shin's death, they rushed to the laboratory immediately. They didn't choose to enter directly, but instead waited for Sulu's arrival. Naturally, they didn't want this matter to be solved in a more peaceful and discreet way. However, they didn't expect this young researcher to unexpectedly block the door so valiantly and not let them enter. The officials had lost their patience and directly called for the military police. "There's no need for the military police, I can walk by myself." Su Li's voice became louder and it echoed in the quiet corridor. Gradually, many researchers wearing white coats walked out of the adjacent laboratory. The crowd looked at the conflict with puzzled eyes. Su Li looked at the arrogant and angry officials in front of him and said loudly, "Professor Shin's body is not cold yet, and you want to force your way into the laboratory? Are you planning to steal something? Unless you show me a written order from the board of directors, don't expect me to open the door for you. Everyone knows that when the person is gone, the coffee will naturally be cold. But Professor Shin has just passed away and you can't wait to come here. Don't you think you are a bit too shameless?" At this time, Su Li's mood was unusually cold. He still hadn't gotten over the sad news of Professor Shin's death, and now he had to face these hateful officials. However, the anger and shame on his face were fake. Today he said so many words like a hot-blooded young man. It was because he knew that a mere civilian second lieutenant, an assistant researcher who had just joined the company for a few months, could not stop the company's management from entering the laboratory, so he had to make his voice louder and let more people know about this. Both sides of the long corridor were full of laboratories. The staff of the research institute were not people who liked to watch a scene, but they all knew the news of Professor Shin's death last night. At this moment they found that Professor Shin's assistant was arguing with the company's management, so they all cast worried eyes. They understood what happened and looked at the officials with disdain. Although they didn't know what was in Professor Shin's laboratory, the company wanted to seal the laboratory as soon as the professor passed away. From an emotional point of view, it was really difficult for them to accept. At this time, a team of fully armed military police, after receiving the order from the management, rushed from the end of the corridor to the door of the laboratory. They vigilantly surrounded Su Li, ready to subdue him at any time. At this time, the technical chief of the board of directors of the Nutshell Company, who had been silent, whispered a few words in the ear of the director of the 3 departments. Probably these senior officials were not willing to go too far in the current situation. Su Li narrowed his eyes and did not give these officials a chance to turn around in front of the crowd. He directly said loudly, "If you have the ability, then force the door of the laboratory open today. If you don't follow the rules, then I will appeal according to the rules. I will sue the board of directors. If it doesn't work, then I will sue the Ministry of National Defense. If even the Ministry of National Defense is nothing in your eyes, then I will sue the Supreme Court. Don't underestimate my determination." After saying this, Su Li did not look at the faces of the senior officials that were getting worse and worse. He directly pulled away the guns in the hands of the military police and walked out of the corridor without looking back. He tightly held the bag of small yellow pancakes in his hand and thought about what Professor Shin said yesterday. Everything in the universe should be reasonable. Walking to the empty and quiet parking lot of the research institute, not far from the military police who were monitoring him, Su Li silently dialed a number. A few days ago when he was smoking and chatting with Professor Shin, Su Li got the old man's phone number. Thinking that the owner of the number had left this world, he naturally felt sad. Then he heard a voice from the other side of the phone. In the special ward area of the Chester Private Hospital, Su Li silently looked at the car that was pushed into the cold room. Thinking about the peaceful face of the old man in the car, he took off the military cap on his head, held it in his arms and bowed deeply. Father passed away very peacefully. Professor Shin's eyes were slightly red. He smiled and said to Su Li, "Actually, when he was hospitalized last time, the doctor had clearly told him that he would not last for more than a few days." Su Li thought about the work he had done with Professor Shin in the laboratory a few days ago. Now that he thought about it, he did not feel that the old man was gradually approaching death. Death is something that everyone will face. Professor Shin lowered his head and said, "In the last few days when Father came home, he was in a good mood. I think it should have something to do with you. Thank you." Su Li did not know how to respond to this sentence, but he fell into a complicated mood. Facing the inevitable death, counting the last bell, the old man still calmly taught him and helped him. What kind of state was this? My relationship with Father was not very good in the past. It was probably because when he was young he was always working for the Federation and neglected his family. When Mother died he was not by her side. Professor Shin raised his head and looked at the closed door. He thought about his father who was separated by a wall, and his voice became sad. "I used to hate him very much, but later when I was doing the same work I understood a little. That is why I did not marry. People like us who have dedicated our lives to science may not have the right to have a normal family life." Professor Shin turned around and said calmly, "Father changed his will 2 days ago. The laboratory in the third department of the Research Institute will be given to you to continue using. Except for the relevant database rights in the agreement, which may be returned to the Federation, the other results of Father's research as well as the data and materials, he left them all to you. Chapter 178. Why me? These past few years, the Research Institute, First Academy, and the Academy of Science have all transferred over 40 research assistants to Father's lab, but none of them lasted for more than 3 months. This is because everyone knows that the direction of Father's research has no future. Professor Shin gazed at Su Lu with a gentle gaze and said, other than their daily work, those research assistants were not even interested in Father's research on quantum dynamics. Before Father passed away, he said that in all these years, you were the only one who had taken the initiative to flip through the things he had researched. Su Lu lowered his head in silence, a trace of guilt growing in his heart. When he had first entered the lab, he had not been any different from those research assistants. It was only because he was used to being squeezed dry by Uncle Fengyu that he had been more proactive and diligent in his work. As for the field of quantum dynamics that Professor Shin had researched, Su Lu had not had any interest in it. If it were not for the fact that the Federation's newest generation of mecha had encountered a problem that coincided with Professor Shin's research, he might not have even opened that index tree. Thinking of this, a light flashed through Su Li's mind. Vaguely, he seemed to have guessed why those senior technocrats had been so eager to enter the lab after Professor Shin had passed away. However, he still could not confirm this point. Seeing that the young assistant had fallen silent, Professor Shin thought that the young assistant would not be able to accept the sudden news. He smiled and said, what I research is deeper veins. The direction of my research is completely different from Father's. The things in that lab are useless even if he left them to me. If he left them to you, at least Father will be able to account for the 10 or so years he spent researching alone. After a moment of silence, Su Lu told the other about what had happened at the Research Institute this morning. After all, the other was Professor Shin's son. Whether it was from a legal standpoint or from a personal standpoint, he needed Professor Shin to give him an opinion on the unreasonable demands of those senior technocrats. I'm afraid I won't be of much help in this matter. A trace of pain appeared in Professor Shin's calm eyes. Like his father, he devoted himself to research. His father left everything in the laboratory to Su Lu, and he had no objection. However, when he heard that the company's bureaucrats wanted to force their way into the laboratory before his father's body was even cold, he still felt sad and angry even though he didn't know what those bureaucrats wanted. Here are some files, some of my father's work notes and some legal documents. I didn't read it carefully, but the agreement that Father signed with the Husk Institute should be in there. Professor Shin handed Su Lu a micro-storage device and seriously said, if you really want to go to court in the future, let me know. I'm willing to testify for you. People who engage in research are always more naive. The Husk company represented the will of the entire Federation. At least, the several senior officials who suddenly appeared this morning represented the will of some of the forces in the Federation. Whether it was Professor Shin or Su Lu, in front of this force, they all seemed so small and pitiful. Su Lu believed that if those officials really wanted to enter Professor Shin's laboratory, they would have countless ways and reasons to do so. Professor Shin's request to testify in court would probably never become a reality. The officials simply wouldn't let this matter go to court. A glass of white wine spilled on the table. This was the custom of the Donglin district. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at the wine stains on the table. He remembered what Professor Shin said that day. While I'm still alive, I'll do it. However, Professor Shin had suddenly passed away just like that. Su Li's eyes narrowed more and more. The conjecture he had in the hospital gradually surfaced in his mind. It became clearer and clearer, more and more realistic. It looked like the researchers of some departments had probably gradually discovered the importance of Professor Shin's research results in the process of developing the new generation of mecha for the Federation. Other than the development of the new generation of mecha for the Federation, what else could make those officials so nervous? They actually wanted to force their way into the laboratory right after Professor Shin's death. Subconsciously, Su Lu took out a thin piece of small yellow pancake from the paper bag beside him. He slowly chewed on it and poured himself a glass of wine. The wine was mixed with the aroma of grains, giving off a spicy and painful taste. He took a deep breath and made up his mind. No matter what those officials thought, and no matter whether he could protect the laboratory, at least the electron jet must be successfully developed in his hands. On the new generation of mecha for the Federation, Professor Shin's name must be written. Sulu was a calm and collected person. In the past few days, his emotions had been stirred by the new generation of mecha. That was because he liked it, because it was his life's dream. Moreover, he needed to use the success of the mecha to help himself achieve a certain goal. Other than that, his heart was like a boulder. However, the person had already passed away. What belonged to Professor Shin should belong to Professor Shin. What belonged to him should belong to him. For an orphan who was like a rock in Donglin, there was no one to snatch. Things could be shared. If someone snatched it, then he would snatch it as fiercely as a cub. What happened? Zhou frowned and looked at Su Li's solemn expression. She looked at the wine on the table and the others' furrowed brows because of the spiciness. She knew that something must have happened to this ordinary young man today. Professor Shin has passed away due to illness. Even without chatting with Su Lu, Zhou knew who Professor Shin was. There were not many Nebula Award winners left in the Federation. She was silent for a moment and then turned on the television. The news was broadcasting the news of Professor Shin's death. This old man who was far away from the Federation's academic center and had gradually been forgotten by the citizens of the Federation had finally shocked the numb world. In an instant, many people remembered Professor Shin's outstanding contributions to the Federation back in the day. Sula did not look at the news. He only listed out his goal and process in detail in his mind, analyzing where he had gone wrong and where he could make up for it. Suddenly, he stared blankly at Zhou on the sofa for a very long time. Zhou was not used to being stared at by him and said coldly, "What's wrong with you?" "Professor Shin has been helping me research something recently. Specifically, this thing involves the success of the Federation's new generation of mecha." Sula drank another glass of strong wine and narrowed his eyes. He told Zhou everything that had happened in the past few days. Zhou became more and more engrossed as she listened. Her eyes lit up. As the daughter of the Deputy Minister of National Defense, she was not an ignorant and incompetent person. Of course, she knew that what Sulu was saying now was of great significance to the federal military and even to the war between the Federation and the Empire. The more important the matter was, the more benefits it would bring and the more attention it would attract. Zhou was silent for a long time before she suddenly said, "Since the Husk Institute places so much importance on your laboratory, it looks like many people already know that the success of the new mecha cannot be separated from Professor Shin's research. The problem is we don't know how much those people know. Is it because their research has run into problems and they need the information from Professor Shin's laboratory? Or is it because they already know that you are close to success and want to snatch the fruits of your labor?" After so many days of interaction, Zhou had already naturally referred to Su Lu and himself as we. Su Lu thought for a while and said, "It should be the former. No one can protect the laboratory." Zhou looked at him seriously and said, "You are an employee of Nutshell and also a civilian soldier directly under the Ministry of National Defense. No matter what your identity is, you are just a small fry." Sulu looked at her quietly. "Don't look at me. My father is indeed a soldier with a technical background. He should have some influence on Nutshell, but this matter, the benefits involved are too great." Zhou lowered her eyes slightly and said, "Even if you ask Lady Tai to help, those people will not give up. You seem to have guessed which important person wants to snatch Professor Shin's things." Zhou hesitated for a long time before saying softly, "The Federal Academy of Science. Dean Lin." Sulu frowned. He could not believe his ears. In the hearts of the average citizen of the Federation, the Federal Academy of Science was an incomparably noble and holy place. Dean Lin's prestige was even higher. Back when Sulu was a mechanic, he had also greatly admired the expert who had single-handedly taken on the task of developing the M52 mecha. Dean Lin is the youngest Nebula Award recipient in history, 11 years earlier than Professor Shin. But there has always been an unconfirmed rumor. Back then, Dean Lin and Professor Shin worked in the same laboratory. Dean Lin's Nebula Award recipient results were plagiarized from Professor Shin's research. The head of the Academy of Science plagiarized? Can a person really be that shameless? Sulu frowned. Zhou raised her head and said calmly, "It's just a rumor. No one has proof and no one dares to bring it up. The position of the head of the Federal Academy of Science is too sensitive, too detached. Neither the politicians nor the military are willing to offend him. To be able to discover the importance of measuring quantum dynamics from the development of a new mecha so quickly, and to be able to link it to the almost forgotten Professor Shin, this person's academic attainment must be extremely high. Moreover, he is very familiar with Professor Shin, and even has been secretly observing him all this time." Sulu lowered his head, thinking seriously. If Zhou Yu's guess was somewhat correct, then he had to admit that the head of the Federal Academy of Science, such a detached figure who was deeply respected by the Federation and whose students were spread across the various key technical departments of the Federation. If he really wanted to steal the fruits of Professor Shin's research, Sulu would not be able to do anything about it. How far are you from success with the new mecha you're researching? Zhou Yu looked seriously into Su Li's eyes. She had always thought that this ordinary small-eyed boy was destined to become someone great, but she really had not expected that this person would shock the entire Federation so soon after entering the research institute. Not far. Give up on the lab, Zhou Yu said straightforwardly. With regards to the darkness of the upper echelons of the Federation, she had a more direct understanding than Su Lu, who had come from an ordinary background. Do your best to create the new mecha. As long as it's done, even if it really is the Federal Academy of Science, you won't have to worry about anything. Su Lu knew that she was talking about a more practical method, but he did not want to give up on the lab, because it was the crystallization of Professor Shin's wisdom in his later years. Although I'm not far from success, I still need the database in the lab. Without the lab I can't do anything. Then you have to think of a way to transfer the database out. Zhou Yu looked at him seriously. Don't have any extravagant hopes. I believe that when you return to the Research Institute tomorrow, you will be transferred out, and in this lifetime, you won't be able to take one step closer to the lab. It was an impossible task to move the huge database in the laboratory from the Nutshell Research Institute, which was heavily guarded and had 3 layers of scanning. Although Su Lu trusted Zhou Yu's sharp judgment as an unmarried mother, he did not think in this direction. But the next day, when a group of fully armed military police ordered him to report to the Human Resources Department immediately, he understood that he had to do as Zhou Yu said. Su Lu looked at the military police in front of him silently. For the first time, he felt that it was difficult to reason with the old system of the Federation. Professor Shin believed that everything in the universe should be reasonable, so he was plagiarized, ostracized, and forgotten in a lonely laboratory. Chapter 179. Since when did the Federation have someone like you who doesn't respect his superiors? The director of the 3rd Department of the Shell Motor Corporation Research Institute held the rank of colonel. He sat on the chair in his office and scolded loudly. He looked at the ordinary-looking assistant researcher in front of him and thought about how he was stopped by this person at the entrance of the laboratory yesterday. His heart was filled with anger because his authority was being challenged. From today onwards, you are transferred to the logistics department. The director looked at Su Lu with contempt. The way he used his authority to toy with his subordinates made him feel much better. He threw the documents in his hand at Lu Zhou and scolded, "You'll see how I'm going to play you in the next few years." Su Lu picked up the personnel transfer documents from his feet and opened the folder. He found that he had been transferred out of the laboratory area and his next office was not far from the parking lot. From a researcher to a handyman, there was no doubt that this was a humiliation and a heavy blow. However, his expression was very calm. This calmness made the director feel that something was wrong. Last night, Zhou Yu had already helped him analyze the situation. Although he had the agreement between old Professor Shen and the Nutshell Mobility Company in his hands, and could prevent those people from entering old Professor Shen's laboratory, his people were still under the jurisdiction of the Nutshell Research Institute and the Department of National Defense. With just a personnel transfer order, those people could drive him to the edge of the area, deprive him of his authority, and make him unable to approach the laboratory again. If he couldn't get close to the laboratory, then he naturally couldn't stop those people from entering the laboratory. Su Lu silently closed the folder. He didn't look at the director. He casually saluted him and walked out of the office. Walking in the quiet corridor, the doors of the laboratories opened one after another. The researchers who usually didn't care about the outside world and only knew how to do research all stood at the door. They looked at Su Lu with a complicated expression as they watched him leave. They didn't know the inside story. They only knew that old Professor Shen's last assistant had offended the company's top management and had been sent away at this time. He was also a researcher. A feeling of sympathy for the death of a rabbit pervaded the entire corridor. Su Lu did not pay attention to the sympathetic gazes of these people. He lowered his head slightly and walked towards the end of the long corridor. Even when he passed by the door of his laboratory, he did not stop at all. A few fully armed military police had already taken control of the entrance of the laboratory. If he wanted to rush in now, what awaited him would most likely be bullets. The people at the Federal Academy of Science obviously needed Professor Shin's research results. However, if those people didn't want to attract attention, They would definitely wait until a few days after he left the laboratory. After the whole thing had died down, they would find a way to enter the laboratory. In other words, Sulu still had some time, but the time was too short, and he had not thought of how to steal the huge database in the laboratory. The security checks at the research institute were extremely strict. Every researcher who entered and left had to go through 3 scans. The Federation's current high-end storage devices might be able to transfer the data from the research institute's database, but they definitely wouldn't be able to pass the scans. The next day was Professor Shin's funeral. The location of the funeral was chosen at the Milky Way Public Cemetery on the outskirts of the capital. When black cars in 2s and 3s slowly drove along the mountain road to the cemetery, the late spring sky suddenly started to rain. The raindrops pattered, moistening this world that was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. Sulu held a black umbrella and silently stood behind Professor Shin, blocking the cold rain from the sky for him. His eyes calmly scanned the crowd beside the grave. Although Professor Shin had long been away from the academic center of the Federation, he was still a Nebula Award winner. He had a very high reputation in the academic circle. Now that he had passed away, whether or not they had forgotten his existence, many people still chose to send him on his last journey. The people attending the funeral wore dark clothes, most of them black, with a small white flower pinned to their chests. Under the cold rain in late spring, and against the cold mountain behind the cemetery, it revealed a sad and solemn feeling. Suli's right hand firmly held the handle of the umbrella, not letting a single drop of rain fall on Professor Shin's shoulder. This old professor was sad about the death of his father, and he had to deal with so many things. He was mentally exhausted to the extreme. The heavy black coffin was slowly lowered into the deep grave. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the coffin. His gaze seemed to penetrate the thick coffin lid and saw the respected old professor, whose face was full of age spots. In the end, he had accompanied him to smoke a cigarette. At this moment, Suli's heart was even more peaceful and calm. Although until now he still did not know how to protect Professor Shin's wisdom and prevent it from being stolen by those shameless academic authorities after his death, he knew that he had to do it. Otherwise, he would not be able to face the old man in the grave and himself beside the grave. When Professor Shin knew that Sulu was revising the design of the electron jet and had made great progress, he had warned him of the risks involved. However, the old professor himself probably did not expect that he would die faster than the doctor had expected. He was actually unable to protect Sulu until the successful creation of the new generation of mecha. Sulu retracted his gaze and scanned the people around the grave with a slightly scrutinizing gaze. Some of them were sincere while others were pretending to be sad. Professor Shin, who was under his umbrella, would not pay attention to this, but he had to. The 3 major military academies had all sent representatives, especially the dean of the First Military Academy. However, the board of directors of the Shell Motor Company had only sent an honorary director. What made Sulu feel even colder was that for Professor Shin's funeral, the Federal Academy of Science had actually only sent an office director as a representative. That bald fatty was obviously just a small figure and did not show any respect at all. It seemed that the rumors that Zoyu had said were true. Professor Shin had left the Federal Academy of Science in anger a few decades ago, and the relationship between the two had always been extremely cold. All of this might be related to the unwarranted plagiarism incident. The director who had assigned Sulu to the logistics department was exceptionally active today. There were many important people from the 3 major military academies. He acted as if he had done countless things for Professor Shin in these past few years. There was still no dirt. The director glanced at the foot of the mountain from time to time, as if he was waiting for someone to arrive. Suli's eyes narrowed. He saw 3 black cars earlier than the rest of the people in the cemetery. They were driving along the mountain road towards the cemetery. He did not know who was sitting in the cars. The black cars stopped at the entrance of the cemetery. As if to show respect, they did not drive directly towards the cemetery. A few people who looked like government officials surrounded 2 middle-aged men in the middle. They walked towards the cemetery. The crowd around the cemetery was slightly disturbed, and then moved aside to make a path for them. The identities of these 2 middle-aged men were worth the weight of everyone present. After the president's scientific advisor shook hands with Professor Shin, he stood beside the cemetery and read the president's handwritten letter to everyone with a heavy and nostalgic expression. He praised Professor Shin highly for his important role in the development of mecha for the Federation many years ago. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at everyone's expressions in the drizzle. He knew that the so-called funeral was just another form of communication, but when he thought of the old professor's body in the cemetery, he always hoped that this kind of communication would end quickly. The president's scientific advisor was naturally the most respected person present, but Sulu did not pay attention to him. He only used the corner of his eyes to size up the high-ranking officer beside the scientific advisor. The high-ranking officer who was not wearing his military uniform today. That person was about 50 years old. His hair was white, his face was heavy and determined, and his eyes were calm and powerful. Although he was wearing civilian clothes, he still gave off the unique aura of a soldier. Deputy Minister of National Defense Zhou Yingxing. He was born a technocrat and had been promoted since the General Equipment Base. He had been promoted 2 ranks consecutively from the Deputy Director of the Logistics Department to the Deputy Minister of National Defense. According to internal news in the capital, if Senator Pabre successfully became the president, this person would undoubtedly be the only candidate for the position of Minister of National Defense. Deputy Minister Zhou had been dealing with the equipment of the federal military all his life. Naturally, he had a close relationship with the academic community represented by the 3 military academies and the Nutshell Mobility Company. Today was the day of Professor Shin's funeral. The federal military would certainly send a representative with great influence. It was only natural that he would show up. Sulu glanced at Deputy Minister Zhou from the corner of his eyes. He remembered that when the Deputy Minister shook hands with Professor Shin, he had also looked at him from the corner of his eyes. His mood became a little strange. The other party must have already known who he was and the child in Zhou Yu's womb. He had speculated many times that he would meet Zhou Yu's father, but he never would have thought that it would be at a funeral. After reading Mr. President's handwritten letter, the scientific advisor whispered a few words with Professor Shin and expressed his personal sympathy. Only then did he take off the white flower on his chest and gently put it into the grave. When there was a beginning, there was an end. The people who attended the funeral threw the white flower on their chest into the grave. There seemed to be a layer of white snow floating on top of the black coffin. The scientific advisor left first. The funeral gradually came to an end. Deputy Minister Zhou, who represented the federal military, did not leave. He and the dean of the 1st Military Academy were whispering something somewhere in the cemetery. Sulu held an umbrella and accompanied Professor Shin to return the greetings to the people. Suddenly, he tightened his grip on the umbrella and slowly turned his head. He saw that somewhere in the cemetery, there was only Deputy Minister Zhou under a tree. The other party was looking at him coldly. There was a hint of scrutiny in his cold eyes. Sulu narrowed his eyes. He did not impolitely look at this important person. Instead, he lowered his head and whispered a few words in Professor Shin's ear. He handed the umbrella to Professor Shin and then walked under the tree in the drizzle. The director of the research institute, who had just sent the scientific advisor away, was about to seize this rare opportunity to get closer to Deputy Minister Zhou. However, he suddenly saw the young assistant, who he had a very bad impression of, walking toward Deputy Minister Zhou. He could not help but stop for a moment. Endless doubts arose in his heart. Chapter 180. The drizzle continued to fall from the sky above the Milky Way cemetery. Sulu walked towards the big tree in the rain. The Deputy Minister of Defense under the tree coldly watched his every step. When he was about 5 meters away from the tree, 2 officers appeared behind Deputy Minister Zhou and watched him vigilantly. Sulu knew that the Deputy Minister of Defense must be surrounded by the best soldiers of the federal military as a safety barrier, but he didn't stop. Even Mad Manly couldn't beat him. The military, which was considered strong by the citizens of the Federation, couldn't make Sulu feel too much fear. Sulu didn't stop at all. Deputy Minister Zhou's cold eyes showed a hint of complexity. He casually waved his hands behind his back. Although the movement was small, the 2 Federation soldiers immediately retreated to a place far away in silence. Sulu stood in front of the military boss. After a moment of silence he said, "Hello, I'm Sulu." Deputy Minister Zhou looked at him calmly for a long time before he said softly, "I'm Zhou Yingxing." There were many factions in the federal military. This was naturally formed through a long history in war. But no matter how you looked at it, Zhou Yingxing, who had absolute influence in military logistics and was moving from the position of Deputy Minister of Defense to the position of Minister, was undoubtedly one of the most powerful figures in the federal military in recent years. Although he only introduced himself softly, his voice was very clear in the rain. It fully revealed the majesty of this military boss. Sulu lowered his head slightly. From the corner of his eyes, he noticed the hateful director not far away. It seemed that he didn't mean to, but in fact he was carefully watching them. He couldn't help but have a thought. Zhou is doing very well now. She doesn't smoke or drink. Her child is also quite good. Sulu went straight to the point. Of course, it was impossible for such a big shot to stay in the cemetery temporarily to look at the mountain scenery in the rain with Sulu. Deputy Minister Zhou did not expect the young man to be so direct. He frowned and said after a moment of silence, "Yuzi was hospitalized a few days ago? It was a sign of a threatened abortion, but it's fine now." In an instant, Sulu felt a strong pressure. The other party might have really thought of him as a hairy son-in-law. If Zhou was not feeling well, then it was naturally his problem. Too much pressure, too nervous? Sulu said immediately. There was no need to say it out loud. What he meant was that the Zhou family was giving her too much pressure. Since she used her own life to bet that child's life, she should know that this pressure was not given to her by her family, but by herself. Deputy Minister Zhou's cold face did not soften at all. He looked at Su Li's ordinary face and frowned slightly. The drizzle continued to fall. Although it was not heavy, it was enough to wet the clothes of everyone in the cemetery. Some people had already noticed that Deputy Minister Zhou was talking to a young man under the tree. However, they did not know the specific content of the conversation, so they all got into their cars and left. Professor Shin still had to deal with some other affairs. In the empty and quiet cemetery, there were only a few soldiers scattered around, as well as Deputy Minister Zhou and Su Lu under the tree. Of course, there was also the director of the Husk Institute, who pretended to be hiding from the rain, but could not find a suitable place to hide. The rain fell on the brim of Su Li's military cap, making a slight sound. The rainwater flowed down the brim of his cap and onto his face. He could not help but squint his eyes. Deputy Minister Zhou, who was standing in front of him, still had his hands behind his back. He did not care about the rain falling from the sky at all. Today, Sulu was wearing a military uniform, while Deputy Minister Zhou was wearing civilian clothes. However, in this strange silence, the two of them gave off the opposite feeling. Deputy Minister Zhou was still the real soldier. After a long silence, Deputy Minister Zhou suddenly said coldly, "You knocked up my daughter, and you still dare to stand in front of me without the slightest trace of shame on your face. There are only three possibilities. First, you are an extremely stupid guy who does not know how to spell the word death. Second, you are very confident in yourself and shamelessly trying to use this to gain some benefits. However, this is even more stupid." Su Lu stood upright in the rain and calmly looked at the cold face of Zhou Yu's father. However, he gradually began to feel nervous. The person chosen by Tai Ziyuan should not be this stupid. Deputy Minister Zhou looked at him coldly and said, "You dare to stand in front of me like this, so it can only be the third possibility." Su Lu didn't know how to respond. He could only stand silently in the rain, under the tree, and honestly stand in front of this big boss of the military. Deputy Minister Zhou suddenly sighed. He narrowed his eyes in the rain and half-turned his body to look at the misty fog at the foot of the mountain. He slowly said, "After all, you did not discipline your own daughter well. I don't care who you are taking the blame for, but since it is not Tai Ziyuan, and you took the initiative to take the blame, then you can continue to be the scapegoat." When Su Lu heard the first part of the sentence, he was touched. He thought about how arrogant and cold the Zhou siblings were when he met them in Linhai. As a father, he was indeed a failure in disciplining his children. However, when he heard the second part of the sentence, Su Li's body suddenly tensed up. He suddenly raised his head and stared blankly at Deputy Minister Zhou's face, which had suddenly aged a lot. He did not know what to say. This military boss had actually guessed the truth of the matter so easily. Sulu looked at him in shock. His hands, which were exposed outside his military uniform, clenched slightly. It was not to be cautious, but to hide the shock in his heart. At this moment, Sulu finally understood why the most mysterious Tai family of the 7 major families in the Federation had decided a long time ago to fully support the general in front of him. This was definitely not because of the relationship between Tai Ziyuan and Zhou Yu when they were young. Instead, it was because the military boss in front of him had enough ability and intelligence to win the respect and help of the Tai family's wife. Thinking about that Major Zhou and Zhou Yu, who was now living a pig-like life in the Wangdu apartment, Sulu couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded. This father was indeed much more powerful than his children. Since you've chosen to take the blame, then continue to do so. Although it's a bit heavy, I'm sure it'll bring you some benefits. Deputy Minister Zhou didn't look at Sulu. Instead, he stared coldly at the foot of the mountain and prepared to leave. Sulu lowered his head slightly and quickly digested the previous conversation in his mind. Suddenly, he raised his head and walked forward with a smile. He gently hugged Deputy Minister Zhou's body as if he was an elder. They hugged intimately and politely, then instantly separated. When Deputy Minister Zhou saw that this young man was hugging him, a strange look flashed across his calm eyes. However, immediately after, a strange smile appeared on his face. Not only did he not stop the young man, but he also raised his hand and gently patted Su Li's back. Deputy Minister Zhou and Su Lu separated. The smiles on their faces disappeared and they looked at each other calmly. There was a hint of anger in the deputy minister's eyes because he had been used. However, Su Lu knew that the other party's anger was not very strong, so he was not afraid. He calmly looked into Deputy Minister Zhou's eyes. He thought to himself, since I am going to take the blame for the Zhou family, why don't you take the blame for me too? Yuzi and I will go home to see you in a few days. In the drizzle of the Milky Way public cemetery, the words that Su Lu said to Deputy Minister Zhou were particularly clear. The shameless director of the Husk Institute's third department was sitting in a chair in a daze. Yesterday, at Professor Shin's funeral, he made a very shocking discovery. The young assistant researcher who dared to disobey orders from his superiors and not allow him to enter the laboratory and was sent to the logistics department by him, seemed to have a very close relationship with Deputy Minister Zhou. As an administrative official, this director did not have any achievements in the field of technology that were worth praising. The reason why he was able to continuously rise within the Shell Motor Company was because of his interpersonal relationships. Although the director of the Shell Motor Corporation Research Institute only had to answer to the board of directors, who was Zhou Yingxing. He was the most likely person to take over the position of the Ministry of National Defense after the election. If he offended Zhou Yingxing, he would only have a very miserable ending in the future. When the director thought about the previous phone call to inquire about the news, his face turned extremely pale. That ordinary second lieutenant actually made Deputy Minister Zhou's daughter pregnant. Looking at the scene yesterday, Deputy Minister Zhou did not seem to be very angry with this young man who brought shame to his family. Speaking of which, his daughter was pregnant. What other choice did he have other than marriage? How did that young man named Su Lu get so lucky? The director quickly thought in his mind. If Su Lu married the daughter of the Zhou family, then he would be the son-in-law of the deputy minister. Next year he would be the son-in-law of the Minister of National Defense. 2 days ago he pointed at the son-in-law of the Minister of National Defense and scolded him. Yesterday he even chased him away to do cleaning work. When the director thought about this, other than cursing Su Lu in his heart, he also felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. At this moment there was a knock on the office door. The expression on the director's face suddenly became calm. He looked at Su Lu, who pushed the door open and walked in. He put on a smile that he thought was very appropriate and said gently, "Second Lieutenant Su, I know that yesterday's personnel transfer may have caused some misunderstanding. I didn't want to explain anything, but I'm worried that if this continues there may be some problems." He sighed and said seriously, "The decision to seal Old Shin's laboratory was made by the Academy of Sciences and the Board of Directors. I transferred you away because I don't want you to have any conflicts with them. This is to protect you." Chapter 181. Hearing Su Li's request, the director was taken aback. He did not respond immediately but instead smiled and said, "Second Lieutenant Su, there are many other research departments in the Research Institute's 3 divisions. Which one are you more interested in?" Su Li didn't answer him. She just lowered her head and remained silent. The atmosphere in the office instantly became somewhat tense. The director used a handkerchief to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, and said with some difficulty, "This matter is really a little difficult to handle." Although he did not know the inside story, yesterday morning, the technical supervisor of the company had directly requested that Professor Shin's laboratory be sealed. Moreover, there was also the shadow of those big shots from the Federal Academy of Science behind the scenes. He was just an administrative officer, so of course he did not dare to offend the other party. The problem was, the young second lieutenant standing silently in front of him right now did not seem like someone he could offend either. Right then, Su Lu repeated, "I'm just going in to take some personal things." The director wiped away the increasing amount of cold sweat on his forehead, his mind turning quickly. He did not want to offend either side and even more so, did not dare to offend them. If this son-in-law of the Deputy Minister of Defense only wanted to enter the laboratory to finish up some loose ends, the other side would not be too displeased. The Husk Institute's data security measures were excellent. If this person was allowed to enter the laboratory, he would not be able to cause damage to the database and everything in the laboratory without alerting the security department. Thinking of this, the director made up his mind. He raised his head and said seriously, "The board of directors is currently processing the written order. Tomorrow morning. Second Lieutenant Su, if you move quickly there should be no problem." Sulu nodded and left the office. Although until now he still had not thought of a way to steal Professor Shin's research results and the repair design of the MX prototype mecha, at least he would be able to enter the laboratory tomorrow. When the time came he would take one step at a time. If it really did not work out, he would have to use physical methods to destroy all the storage devices. However, if he did that, it would be a pity and a disservice to Professor Shin. In a high-rise building on 7th Avenue in the Special Capital Region, the top floor of the Sanlin United Bank's headquarters was a dome made entirely of high-strength glass. It greedily absorbed the light and heat of the sun, allowing the green plants on the top floor to grow happily. In the spacious top floor of the building, there was only a desk made of black sea wood. Behind the desk was a chair and in front of the desk was a sofa. It seemed particularly lonely, but the person behind the table was very used to this kind of loneliness. His family had stood at the top of the Federation's financial world for countless years. This kind of loneliness was actually a kind of glory. At the age of 27 he was already the vice president of the Sanlin United Bank, and the heir to one of the 7 major families in the Federation. He was used to standing on the top floor of the tall building in the Capital Special District, watching the joys and sorrows of the common people below his feet through the glass. But today he wasn't looking at the scenery. Instead, he looked at the intelligence files on the table seriously. After a long time, he looked up and said calmly, "We must get the data in the 3rd laboratory of the Research Institute. This is Secretary Luo's request." Although the Academy of Science can pressure the Nutshell Board directly, the assistant researcher seems to be a little troublesome. Opposite the desk stood a blond young man in a military uniform. He was Park Ji-ho, an intern at the Shell Motor Corporation Engineering Department. This proud and outstanding young man slightly lowered his head, carefully listening to the instructions of the person behind the table. He didn't dare to look up at the other party. He could get along with the 7th young master of the Li family, Li Xiaotong, like friends, but the real heir of the Li family behind the table was as dazzling as the sun. Park Ji-ho even suspected that if he dared to look at the other party, his eyes would be blinded. How could there be such a beautiful man in the Federation? How could he be so dazzling? Li Xiaozhu was the most beautiful man in the Federation. His eyebrows were as clear and bright as bamboo leaves in a painting. The windshield outside the Sanlin United Bank building was blocked by a glass wall, but that pair of bamboo-like eyebrows seemed to be gently swaying in the wind. He smiled and looked at the cautious Park Ji-ho in front of him and said, "If you handle this matter well, I will recommend you directly to the Federal Academy of Science. Maybe you can become Dean Lin's student." The expression on Park Ji-ho's face finally changed. He gently clenched his fists that were hanging by his side. When he entered the Nutshell Mobility Company from the military academy, he had always thought that he was outstanding. However, he did not expect that he would always be suppressed by Zhou Yu from the first academy. Then, during the spring recruitment exam, there was the poacher named Su Lu. Directly enter the Federal Academy of Science and become the dean's student? This was as wonderful as a dream. The laboratory has been sealed. The written order from the board of directors will be sent the day after tomorrow. I don't understand why you still want to deal with the 2nd lieutenant at this time. Park Ji-ho didn't lose all rational judgment because of this wonderful dream. Li Xiaozhu raised his head, looked at him with a trace of appreciation and said, "You don't need to understand how I do things. You just need to do it." He didn't explain, but it seemed that the young master of the Li family wasn't unhappy. Park Ji-ho secretly sighed in relief. At this time, Li Xiaozhu lowered his head again and seriously looked at the documents on the desk. He suddenly said, "Since he is the future son-in-law of Minister Zhou, be careful. Don't kill anyone. After the Lin Hai Stadium incident, the Tai family is going crazy. I don't want that old lady to go crazy." Park Ji-ho was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, "In the Lin Yuan restaurant, that person didn't lose to Madman Li." The meaning of this sentence was very clear. If he didn't use firepower, Park Ji-ho had no confidence that he could take care of that young 2nd lieutenant. Li Xiaozhu didn't explain his thoughts. He just waved his hand. The sunlight seeped in through the glass walls in all directions. The multi-layer glass structure could adjust the angle of the light that entered the building space. The light that entered the building space was not dazzling, nor was it burning. It was just warm and clear. In the empty office, Li Xiuzhu was silent for a long time. Then he walked to the side of the glass wall and looked at the buildings of different heights in the capital special district. He was silent for a long time. Ever since the young master of the Tai family left Lin Hai, there was no trace of him. It seemed that after the assassination, the Tai family had become more vigilant and careful. Li Xiuzhu didn't really care about the young master who wasn't even 20 years old. Although the elders of the family had always maintained vigilance and even respect for the Tai family, he always felt that this kind of family that valued tradition too much was slowly losing its vitality. The Tai family had only one son for 7 generations. This was an advantage but also a fatal weakness. Li Xiuzhu squinted his eyes and looked at the shadow under his feet on the streets of the capital special district. He couldn't help but feel a little envious. At least that brat Tai Ziyuan didn't have to worry about the distribution of power in the family. However, if this brat died, the Tai family would be finished. Among the 7 families in the Federation, other than the Tai family and the Zhong family, the other 5 families had always faced the problem of the distribution of power. Although these families had a mature inheritance system in the past tens of thousands of years, the conflicts between brothers and sisters wouldn't disappear just because of the existence of the system. Li Xiuzhu chose Park Ji-ho to do this. On one hand, he wanted to remove himself from this situation. On the other hand, he wanted to consider what kind of reaction the 7th son, Li Hiotong, would have when he found out that he used his own people. Everyone has their own fatal weakness. Li Xiuzhu looked at the scenery outside the window. He looked at the reflection of his beautiful face on the window and frowned. In his opinion, the fatal weakness of the Tai family was that Tai Ziyuan alone had to take responsibility for the continuation of the entire family. The fatal weakness of the old director of the Federal Academy of Science was that his reputation was too good. As for the Su Lu that he had ordered to be dealt with, that was his name, right? Li Xiuzhu didn't consider this person. Although this person seemed to have some ability and was gradually emerging, he was still not worthy of his attention. The son-in-law of the Zhou family? Madman Li didn't defeat him? Professor Shin's student? Li Xiuzhu's eyes showed a trace of coldness. He believed that he was very clear about how terrifying that crazy brat Li's of Philadelphia was. How could there be anyone in the Federation who could be Madman Li's opponent? All of this was just a smokescreen. That old man Li's of Philadelphia had always had a good relationship with Lady Tai. Who knew if Madman Li's actions at Linyuan that day were to create momentum for that chess piece called Su Lu? If it was any other time, before he completely understood Su Li's true background, Li Xiuzhu definitely wouldn't have acted rashly. However, the current situation was different. He had to get the data in the Husk Institute's laboratory. Especially after he found out that Su Lu and Minister Zhou had a conversation at the Milky Way Public Cemetery yesterday, his actions had to be faster. He even didn't mind using more violent methods. He didn't want to drag this matter out until Lin Banshan returned from the Great Triangle. Lin Banshan was the person he feared the most in the Federation. The birth of a new generation of mecha in the Federation was a great reputation. There were great benefits involved. A chess piece like Su Lu should have the awareness to sacrifice himself for the greater benefits. Father, the matter has been dealt with. Don't worry. The latest by the day after tomorrow, the data will be transferred to the hands of the Academy of Science. We still need you to put in some more pressure on the nutshell board. After putting down the phone, Li Xiuzhu informed the secretary downstairs. After a moment of silence, he said, "Don't prepare flowers today. Prepare some delicious and normal food boxes. I'm going to Department 23 to pick someone up." In a manor in the southern hemisphere of Planet S1 in the Upper Forest District, an old man put down the phone in his hand. He turned his head and smiled at the 2 guests beside him. Dean Lin will probably return from the moon base the day after tomorrow. The governor of Jingzhou, Ross, smiled and said, "We will remember Mr. Li's support for us." "You're too kind." The current head of the Li family raised the wine glass in his hand and turned to the other guest. He said softly, "Mr. Medellin, I admire your genius thinking. You're probably the only one who can capture Dean Lin's heart." Senator Medellin remained silent. The head of the Li family held his wine glass and narrowed his eyes slightly. He was extremely impressed by the political wisdom of this old fox. If at this critical moment in the presidential election the Federal Academy of Science, which had always been apolitical but held an extremely high position in the hearts of the Federation voters, suddenly expressed opinions that leaned towards their side under the leadership of Dean Lin and even directly joined their electoral camp, what kind of heavy and powerful blow would that be? Chapter 182. To have enough power to pressure the board of directors of the Shell Motor Company and directly seal Professor Shin's laboratory was not something an ordinary person could do. That night, Zhou Yu had directly called out the name of the director of the Federal Academy of Science. That was a guess based on intuition, and a woman's intuition, especially a pregnant woman's, had a very frightening accuracy rate. Sulu could imagine why the Federal Academy of Science was so determined to snatch the work of the Federation's new generation of mecha. However, at this time he did not know that behind the scenes, there was also the participation of the 7 major families of the Federation. He also did not know that on a deeper level, the development of the Federation's new generation of mecha was closely linked to the presidential election of the Federation, and all of this had been coordinated and designed by that Senator Macklin. He did not even know that at this time, there were people in the Capital Special District who were preparing to use violent means to deal with him. Danger was approaching him. All of this was to prevent him from interfering with the other party's acquisition of the data in the laboratory. The black car drove smoothly on the wide road of Wangdu. Occasionally, overly green and succulent green leaves would fall gently onto the top of the car and then be abruptly bounced off. These green leaves had not reached the end of their lives. Instead, because they were too young and too nourished, they were envied by the heavens. The night was dark. At the entrance of Mountain Tiger Road, Su Li's eyes narrowed. From the car's radar, he sensed a few cars approaching at high speed from behind. "Fasten your seatbelt." He spoke softly to Zhou Yu beside him. Today was the day of the routine pregnancy checkup, and they had just left Wangdu Hospital. The rapidly approaching cars behind them might be passing racers or trouble, but Su Li's first concern was Zhou Yu's health. On top of the Mountain Tiger Road, an inconspicuous off-road vehicle was quietly parked at the edge of the cliff. The window was rolled down, and the blonde Park Ji-ho coldly looked at the black car on the road below the mountain, as well as the vehicles behind it that were quickly approaching with dazzling headlights. He had used his own channels to investigate Su Lu. He knew that this person was indeed a guy with no background and only had some luck. Therefore he increasingly felt that this world was very unfair. In the past few years he had always been vaguely suppressed by Zhou Yu. He could accept this because Zhou Yu was an ace student of the first military academy. However, this person called Su Lu, what was he? Why was he able to enter the research institute? Why was he able to impregnate the daughter of the Deputy Minister of National Defense? Why was he so lucky to be able to get acquainted with the young master of the Tai family? Park Ji-ho was a friend of the Li family's 7th young master, Li Xiaotong. Tonight he was working for the Li family's eldest young master, Li Xiuzhu. He was a smart person. He knew why the Li family's eldest young master, who was as beautiful as a monster, chose him. Therefore he was very careful in his work. Tonight they didn't want Su Lu to die. They just wanted him to lie in bed for half a year so that he wouldn't disturb the plans of those big shots. This mission wasn't difficult to complete. The difficult part was that Park Ji-ho didn't want to expose himself to those people. Although he didn't know how powerful Su Li's background was, he still didn't want to face the anger of those people who had nothing to do with him. In fact, this matter didn't require him to do anything. He only found out about Su Li's schedule tonight. Then, through some channels, he told those arrogant and vengeful rich second generations in the capital. Park Ji-ho still remembered how Su Li humiliated those rich second generations at the entrance of Green Mountain Park that night. With this kind of opportunity, those rich second generations would definitely not let it go. He only needed to calmly watch this scene unfold on the cliff and make sure that Su Lu wouldn't die. He would only be disabled. If anything unexpected happened, he could immediately remedy it. Sensing that there was danger approaching from behind, Su Li's expression didn't change at all. After Zhou Yu fastened her seatbelt, she frowned slightly and looked at him. She didn't understand why he was so calm. The black car didn't speed up. Instead, it slowly slowed down and finally stopped at the entrance of Hushan Road. Su Li carefully looked at the display of the light dots on the car control computer screen. He looked up as if he wanted to see something on the mountain through the roof of the car. Accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of the brakes and a slightly burnt smell, 5 or 6 high-class sports cars suddenly stopped and surrounded the black car. The people in the car obviously didn't expect that Su Li didn't step on the accelerator and leave. Instead, he stopped as if he was waiting for them. Su Lu opened the door, walked out, and locked all the doors of the black car. Zhou Yu looked at those young people coming out of the expensive sports cars. She couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. She knew very well that those people were here for revenge. Not only could she tell from their expressions, but also because they all brought their own bodyguards today. In the world of the Federation, money meant everything. No matter what the background of these rich second generations was, their bodyguards were all very powerful people. Looks like I'm lucky today to actually catch you. A young man with a gloomy face and an iron golf club in his hand walked towards Sulu. He stopped about 5 or 6 meters away and said in a cold tone as if he was looking at a dead person, "Don't worry, we know what we're doing. At most we'll break one of your legs." More than a dozen people surrounded Sulu. Obviously, the valiant men walking at the front were all bodyguards. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the crowd around him. He could feel the abilities of those bodyguards. At the same time, a trace of doubt appeared in his heart. These people obviously didn't bump into him. They came prepared. The problem was that he didn't have any deep hatred with them. Who would deliberately target him? Su Li's silence seemed a little strange in the eyes of these people. The young leader said with a sullen face, "Don't talk nonsense. Cut his 2 hamstrings. Let's see how he can step on the gas pedal in the future." Sulu had already forgotten what these people looked like, but when he heard this, he remembered that this young man was the owner of the white sports car that he had knocked into the flood ditch that night. A bodyguard slowly pulled out a knife from his waist. The knife was as cold as water in the night, but there was a faint smell of blood. It seemed that he often saw blood. Sulu narrowed his eyes. He knew that he was unarmed. In the eyes of these people, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He had never figured out the identity of these young masters, nor did he want to figure it out. However, looking at the people the other party had brought today, they were indeed professionals. Especially that saber, 7 sabers. The cold gleam on them did not flash at all, but it made his heart somewhat cold. The Federation strictly controlled firearms. Except for people with deep military backgrounds like the Zhou family siblings, no one dared to casually take out a submachine gun to shoot. Even the Zhou family siblings had to be more careful in a place like the Capital Special District. Whether it was in the underworld or in the court, there was always a need for a good weapon to kill people. And there was no doubt that the 7 knives Sulu was facing were used to cutting people's hamstrings and other cruel things. No one was an immortal. Madman Li was known to be invincible in the army, but that was only in a one-on-one situation. If Madman Li was facing dozens of shining and cold knives, he would probably immediately turn around and run away. But with that person's fierce reputation, probably no one would dare to chase him. Sulu was only facing 7 knives and he didn't have enough fierce reputation to intimidate the enemy, so he didn't run away. He already felt that some people and some forces had already targeted him. At this time there was no point in running away. Whoosh! A knife chopped down at Su Li's face. There was no fancy move, only ruthlessness and proficiency that had been immersed in for many years. At the same time the knife flashed, Sulu had already moved. He knew that tonight was dangerous, so he didn't hold back. The bottom of his military boots on the concrete road was like an emergency brake, and the strong friction with the ground provided a strong support for his speed. With a crisp crack before the knife chopped down, Sulu had already closed in on the bodyguard's arms. He punched the man's armpit, and his right forearm, which was like an iron rod in front of him, actually hit the man's throat. That crisp sound was the sound of the throat cartilage breaking. The bodyguard didn't even make a sound. His body seemed to have been pulled out of his bones and he softly fell to the ground. The cold knife in his hand had already left his hand and fell to the ground. The faces of the surrounding young masters instantly turned pale. They didn't know that the kid they were going to deal with today was so difficult to deal with. The knife was still falling in the air. Sulu tightly held the handle of the knife. His feet were still firmly planted on the concrete road, and there wasn't a trace of trembling. Only when his feet were firmly planted on the ground could he use the 10 moves he had learned from Uncle Fengyu to show the slyness and ruthlessness of his strength. Sulu believed in his fist, but the knife was always harder than his fist. So he tightly gripped the handle of the knife, lowered his head, and rushed into the snowy light formed by the remaining 6 knives. The blade cut through his clothes, cut through his flesh, and blood spurted out. Su Li's feet firmly planted on the ground, but his upper body was like a willow branch in the wind, randomly swaying and swaying. He displayed the close combat techniques that had been deeply ingrained in his mind to the extreme. In the light of the knives, he narrowly dodged and rushed forward. He had a pair of eyes that were good at capturing all traces. In his body he had the most tyrannical power of the Federation. He had the most ruthless techniques. Swoosh, 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 the blade light shattered the night sky. It was only a matter of a moment, and the sound of the cold blade cutting through the air suddenly stopped. During this process, the blade that Sulu was holding tightly did not make a single contact with the 6 blades. The 7 bodyguards who used knives all fell into a pool of blood. Some of them had their throats broken, some had their thighs severely slashed, and even more had a miserable cut on their chest and abdomen. Some of these bodyguards used long battle knives, while others used extremely vicious military knives. At this time they all fell to the ground in a mess. Sulu held the long knife and silently stood in front of the black car. The cut on his back began to bleed. Chapter 183. There was a mountain on the outskirts of Wangdu, Tiger Mountain. Tiger Mountain Road led up Tiger Mountain. The mountain road was flat but not straight, steep but not dangerous. Because of this mountain, it was often a nighttime entertainment ground for a group of racers. The roar of motors was common and danger was everywhere. Therefore the citizens of Wangdu usually hid here. Probably only foreigners like Sulu, who had just settled down not long ago, would choose to pass through this road. The mountain road extended upward from the entrance, like the chocolate lace on the edge of a cake, circling around. From the very beginning, Park Ji-ho had been standing at the edge of the mountain road on the second level. His gaze passed through the trees on the cliff below and watched the conflict at the entrance. The power behind him had many ways to deal with Sulu, but the methods on the surface were too slow. They couldn't wait any longer, so they chose the most direct method. But he didn't want Sulu to die. On the one hand, it was for his own benefit. He could forcefully suppress his jealousy. On the other hand, it was because of the orders of the young master from the Li family. He believed that the young masters who had caught wind of the news would be very careful. After all, under the glory of the first charter, if there was a vicious death in the capital, their parents wouldn't be able to clean up the mess. It would probably be a broken leg and lying in the hospital for a few months. Park Ji-ho rubbed his slightly messy blonde hair and thought about this in the night wind. There wasn't a trace of sympathy on his face, only indifference. That guy called Sulu lying in the hospital for a few months couldn't affect the plan that he didn't really understand. That slightly messy blonde hair, in the night wind, looked like flowers that bloomed randomly in the mountains in late spring. The car had already turned off, so he believed that the people below wouldn't notice him. In the gentle late spring night wind, Park Ji-ho calmly watched the good show at the bottom of the cliff. He was very gratified by the preparation of those young masters. At this time he believed in young Master Li's judgment. How could there be a young man in the Federation who was on the same level as Madman Li? However, the moment the blade flashed, the expression on his face suddenly changed. He watched in shock as Sulu knocked down a bodyguard like a thunderbolt. Park Ji-ho was well aware that although those young masters were good for nothings, the bodyguards that their families hired with a large amount of money were the real experts. During their interactions a few days ago, Li Qixiao's sharp eyes had pointed out that these bodyguards should be retired Special Forces soldiers from the military. But why was that bodyguard, who looked ruthless and tyrannical, not a match for Sulu? Half of Park Ji-ho's heart turned cold. The saber light at the bottom of the cliff rose and fell. Everything returned to normal. Park Ji-ho had a vague feeling that the young second lieutenant had subconsciously raised his head to look at him. That pair of eyes were as cold and sharp as knives. Park Ji-ho shuddered slightly and stopped watching the battle. He turned around and walked towards his car. It would be very dangerous to stay here any longer. The bodyguards of these young masters were all experts. Although they used knives of different sizes and styles, there was a ruthlessness in their bones that showed that they didn't take human life seriously. In the chaotic battle, Su Li's back was slashed by a sinister military knife. The dark blue military uniform was torn apart, and the skin on his back was torn open. His flesh and blood were turned over and blood began to seep out. Although the injury wasn't serious, it looked particularly terrifying. Until now, his feet had been steadily stepping on the concrete floor and only moved on a flat surface. Like the deep roots of an old tree, he channeled all his strength into his body, making each of his attacks more powerful and accurate than before. With a crisp sound of breaking branches, Sulu stepped on the wrist of a bodyguard and directly broke his wrist. The bodyguard was cut in the leg and fell into a pool of blood, but he still didn't give up. However, Sulu didn't give him any chance to sneak attack. At the same time he lifted his leg, the knife in Su Li's hand swung out like a whip, hitting the face of the young master closest to him with unstoppable force. He used the back of the knife, and with one strike half of the young master's face was cut open. A few teeth and blood spurted out. That arrogant and gloomy face at the beginning was now only filled with fear, pain, and confusion. The confusion was because these young people in the Federation were used to being arrogant. For a moment, they didn't understand how the scene in front of them happened. Why did their bodyguards who were so good at fighting fall into a pool of blood one by one? Get lost. In the darkness, at the entrance of Tiger Mountain Road, the young second lieutenant held the saber in his hand. Blood dripped from the edge of the saber. He, who had been silent since he was stopped by the motorcade, finally opened his mouth and said the first word. These young masters were not idiots. The miserable cuts on the bodyguards' bodies had already explained too much. They reacted extremely quickly. Knowing that they had made a big mistake tonight, they did not leave any words to save their faces. They quickly helped the bodyguards on the ground up and returned to their sports cars. The Federation society was like this. The difference in strength was too big and it was useless to say anything. These young people didn't abandon the bodyguards in the end, which was already considered to be relatively calm. However, their pale faces and slightly trembling bodies exposed their true emotions under Su Li's saber. Su Li didn't pay attention to these people anymore. Although his back was burning with pain, he knew that these people were just knives used by others. The real character was still hiding behind. No hiding above. He turned around and raised his head to take a look at the night sky above the cliff. When they stopped earlier, the radar and computer analysis in the black car had already shown on the holographic screen that there was a car above the mountain road. Until now the car hadn't left. It was very clear that the owner of the car had been watching this scene with cold eyes. Su Li took off his clothes. The torn clothes on his back rubbed against the flesh and blood. It was very painful. His eyebrows furrowed. However, he found that Zhou Yu in the black car was looking at him in a daze. He threw the military uniform over and blocked the window of the black car. He didn't want a pregnant woman to see the blood on the concrete floor and the remnants of the flesh and blood. While the military uniform was still floating in the air, Su Li had already rushed toward the cliff. That familiar burning sensation had been circulating in his limbs for a long time. The powerful explosive force made him suddenly move so shockingly fast. He actually brought up a trail of dust on the concrete floor. Zhou Yu turned her head in shock and looked at Su Li, who was wearing a white singlet. Su Li was like a ferocious beast. With a whoosh, he passed through the green space beside the road and plunged into the bushes on the cliff of Tiger Mountain. Vaguely, one could see the shrubs on the cliff shake. A shadow shook the soil and rushed up the cliff in a straight line at an extremely fast speed. It was so fast that it was hard to imagine. Zhou Yu put both hands on the window. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at this scene in a daze. She grew up in the courtyard of the 3rd Military Region's General Assembly base. In this life, she had seen more soldiers than the average Federation citizen on TV. She also knew that the federal military had some terrifyingly capable vanguard soldiers. She had even seen them train with her own eyes. However, she had never imagined that in this world, there would be someone who could see a cliff as flat ground. Like a nimble beast, he would bravely rush up at high speed. After living with Su Li for so long, Zhou Yu believed that she understood this person very well. She also clearly determined that this young man would definitely make many people in the Federation sit up and take notice of him in the future. However, she never would have thought that the battle strength Su Li displayed tonight would be so powerful. The details of the Linhai State Gymnasium incident had been carefully sealed. Zhou Yu finally understood why her brother Prince said that Su Li had saved her life. When he was in the Donglin district, under the protection of the glory of the Charter, the electronic wall that stretched for who knew how many kilometers was only a slightly more difficult obstacle in Su Li's eyes. Not to mention this cliff in front of him that, although the slope was steep, he could still land his feet on it. Su Li landed on the hillside. Every step he took on the stone was exceptionally stable. This was because stability ensured speed and accuracy. Every step he took was very powerful. However, the recoil from every step he took with the cliff made the wound on his back more painful. The more pain he felt, the angrier he became. However, the calmer his heart was, the calmer his expression was. He had fled from the Donglin district to the capital ring. He had left his home and forgotten his past. His girlfriend had turned into a firework. His good friend had fled thousands of miles away, leaving behind a pregnant woman. All of these sad memories and the depression that had accumulated over the past 2 years finally turned into anger and explosive desire under the stimulation of the pain of his wound. He considered himself to be a very peaceful person. However, there were so many unfairness in the Federation that he could not get rid of it like the air around him. Professor Shin was dead. Those high and mighty dazzling big shots wanted to seize what did not belong to them. Tonight, there were even people who wanted to set up a trap to kill him. Until today, Su Li still thought that he was just a small character in the Federation. However, once a small character was enraged, they were still very scary. There was a proverb in the Federation: Once an ordinary man is angry, even the king will bleed. Today, the most powerful person in the Federation happened to be called an ordinary man. A few sharp thorns from the shrubs pierced into his exposed arms. Su Li's expression did not change in the slightest. He stepped onto the road above the cliff and directly rushed toward the off-road vehicle that was about to start the engine. The power in his body burst out in an instant. Every pair of muscle fibers in his legs began to squeeze and twist. A moment later he rushed to the side of the off-road vehicle. Without saying anything, he stabbed the tip of the knife diagonally downwards. A series of screeching sounds that made one's teeth ache resounded throughout the quiet Tiger Mountain road amidst the sparks of metal grinding against metal. The long knife in Su Li's hand accurately stabbed into the door right before it closed. The door and the knife rubbed against each other and vibrated. In the end, the door did not close and instead bounced open. The silent Su Li did not say anything. He stabbed the tip of the knife into the spot beside the driver's seat of the off-road vehicle. The tip of the knife broke through the high-energy plastic and pierced through the complicated circuits. Accompanied by tiny electric sparks, he successfully destroyed the ignition system of the off-road vehicle. He was a genius mechanic. In the Donglin district's Xianglan Avenue repair shop, he had once repaired cars. Today he could even deal with mechas, not to mention a simple off-road vehicle. With the ignition circuit destroyed, this off-road vehicle could no longer escape. Sitting in the driver's seat, Park Ji-ho stared blankly at the cold blade that was less than 10 centimeters away from his thigh. His left hand that was holding the steering wheel and his right hand that was holding the key to start the engine began to tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 184. Park Ji-ho didn't want to admit that he was in fear. He had always thought of himself as the best of the younger generation in the Federation. He was an outstanding student from the 3 major military academies. He entered the Shell Motor Corporation Engineering Department and was about to enter the Federal Academy of Science. He might even become Dean Lin's student. His life experience and achievements were enough to provide him with a strong sense of self-confidence. He was a young officer. Regardless of whether it was close combat or mecha combat, he was an extremely strong character. No matter how one looked at it, although the off-road vehicle couldn't move, he shouldn't be afraid. However, his slightly trembling hands made Park Ji-ho realize that he had developed a natural fear of the person beside him. Previously, when he stood on the cliff and looked down, he saw the snow-like gleam of the blade and the splash of blood. Su Li's strong strength, especially his calmness during the bloody battle, left a deep impression on Park Ji-ho. He even felt danger, which was why he chose to leave immediately. However, the opponent found him in such a short time and used a blade to cut off all his escape routes. Park Ji-ho felt a deep chill. Especially when he thought of the rumor that night at the Linyuan restaurant, even Mad Manly couldn't beat this person. His 2 hands trembled even more violently. The 2 moons in the sky were all behind the clouds. Tiger Mountain Road was dark. Only the lights at the bottom of the cliff faintly illuminated the peace of the Wan family. The car door creaked. Park Ji-ho walked out of the off-road vehicle. He lowered his head and looked at the blade tightly held in Su Li's hand. He looked at the blood that was gradually turning into a thick paste on the blade. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. How did you get yourself into such a mess? A smart person would know that in this situation, there was no point in saying such things, especially when Park Ji-ho's face was pale. However, Park Ji-ho still said it because he had to take a gamble. He had to see if this young soldier named Su Lu in front of him had the guts to do it. Who sent you? Su Lu looked at Park Ji-ho's blonde hair and lowered his head slightly. His grip on the hilt of his sword tightened. When he saw Park Ji-ho, he should be able to guess the power behind him. A smart person wouldn't ask too much, but he still did. Park Ji-ho smiled bitterly and said, "It's meaningless to ask these questions. Just now on the road, you didn't even kill those people who wanted to kill you. Naturally, you won't kill me. Since you won't kill me, I won't tell you anything. I just want to remind you that in front of a truly powerful force, you are just a small fry. No matter how good you are at fighting, as long as they say the word, you will be beaten into a hornet's nest." Su Li's expression did not change at all. His head was still slightly lowered. After a while he said, "I've always wanted to be a law-abiding citizen, but unfortunately the Federation did not give me this opportunity. When I was in my teens, I had already killed someone." When he said this, his tone was very calm and unhurried. It was as if he was telling Park Ji-ho how to solve the spring recruitment exam questions. However, it was this calm tone that made Park Ji-ho's face, which had just improved a little, turn even paler. I was wrong. Park Ji-ho smiled bitterly and said, I was really wrong. I shouldn't have turned off the engine. At least I shouldn't have pulled out the key. This was a sincere sentence, but it was a fatal mistake. Since he was using someone else to kill, there was no reason for him to appear at the scene. Park Ji-ho's mistake was that he thought he was careful enough hiding on the mountain road. He didn't expect Su-lu to be able to find him in such a short time and cut off his escape route. At this moment, he vaguely understood that the reason he insisted on standing on the cliff of Husan Mountain Road and watching this scene unfold was not to deal with an emergency. It was just that he subconsciously still couldn't forget the scene in the spring recruitment exam in nutshell. He wanted to see Su-lu, this lucky soldier, with his own eyes. He wanted to see with his own eyes Su-lu, this lucky soldier, break his leg and roll on the concrete road in pain. Li Xiuzhu also made a mistake. He thought he had overestimated Su-lu, but he still underestimated him. Of the 7 big families in the Federation, the Li family was known for its meticulous planning. However, in the eyes of the Li family's legitimate successor, Su-lu, a small figure, was not a guy that could be deduced with common sense. Su-lu was an anomaly that broke into the upper circle of the Federation. He was as hard and stubborn as a rock. His strength did not lie in the Tai family, nor did it lie in the son-in-law of the Minister of National Defense. It lay in the knowledge in his mind and the strength in his body. The pale-faced Park Ji-ho muttered to himself that he was wrong. However, his slightly lowered eyes became calmer and calmer. He didn't know if Su-lu in front of him would suddenly make a move, but he knew that if he really dared to say anything, what awaited him in the future would still be a dead end. His hands trembled at his sides as if out of fear. However, in reality he knew that he was only trying to make his hands appear more natural. There was still a few centimeters of distance between him and the pistol at his waist. With his fastest draw speed and shooting results in the military academy, Su-lu in front of him, even if he really had the terrifying strength of Madman Li, only death would await him. Su-li's head was also slightly lowered. He didn't notice the hidden changes in Park Ji-ho's eyes. He also didn't notice that Park Ji-ho's expression had gradually calmed down. This was because in the mine in the Donglin district, Uncle Feng Yu had reminded him more than once that in this kind of situation, he only needed to stare at the opponent's hands. Park Ji-ho's trembling hands suddenly moved. He leaned to the side like lightning and pulled out the pistol he always carried with him. Su-lu also moved. The long knife in his right hand chopped down, and the light of the knife lit up. This was a good sharp knife. Park Ji-ho's right hand, accompanied by a spurt of blood, separated from his wrist. It fell to the concrete floor together with the pistol that glowed with a metallic luster. This outstanding officer of the new generation of the Federation, with a bright future, quietly looked at his wrist that was as neat as a broken branch. He looked at the gurgling blood on it. He looked at the dazzling white bone and the threads of flesh on his broken wrist. His brows furrowed. Park Ji-ho didn't understand why Su-li's knife was so fast. Why did he dare to swing it over so unreasonably? Could it be that from the very beginning, the opponent had already made up his mind to kill him? At this moment he didn't think that he was the one who wanted to pull out his gun and kill Su-lu. It was only at this moment that the clear and maddening pain from his broken wrist transmitted into his brain. It made him feel so much pain that he wanted to die. He wanted to howl in grief. However, he couldn't howl in pain because a thin line of blood appeared on his neck. The blood began to seep down from the line. It looked like a white can of ketchup that had been cut by a knife. Park Ji-ho turned his head painfully and stared at Su-li's face in disbelief. Until the moment of his death, he still felt that this matter was ridiculous. How could a person like him, who was destined to be famous in the Federation, die so early? How could he die so quietly on Hushan Road? When he turned his head, the blood in the line on his neck flowed even faster. He used his left hand and his right hand, which only had one wrist left, to cover his throat. However, he couldn't stop his life from flowing away with the blood. He fell to the ground with a thud. He twitched a few times and then stopped moving. Su-lu looked at Park Ji-ho's body on the ground. He felt a little strange. He wasn't a master of swords. The previous chop was just a subconscious reaction under the dangerous situation. The blade was aimed at his wrist. He didn't expect the blade to be slightly deformed when it was clipped by the door of the off-road vehicle. The sharp tip of the blade actually swept past his neck. This wasn't the first time he killed someone. When he killed someone for the first time he was still very young. That night, it was raining heavily in the garbage dump behind Bell Tower Street. The sharp hydraulic pipe was so light in his hand. In the underground parking lot of Linhai Gymnasium, Sulu had also killed several people, but that was in the middle of a battle after all. Today he had only met Park Ji-ho a few times, but he had clearly seen him die in front of him. Sulu always thought of himself as a good person. He also wanted to be a good person. However, would a good person kill someone? This was a philosophical question. He didn't want to think about it. He looked at Park Ji-ho's body on the ground. He didn't want to vomit or blame himself. He just felt a little confused. However, the confusion only lasted for 3 seconds. He turned around and walked down the cliff. "Fasten your seatbelt," Sulu whispered to Zoyu in the passenger seat. He had already taken off his blood-stained vest. He found a spare shirt in the trunk and put it on. However, the faint smell of blood was still so pungent in the enclosed space of the car. Zoyu looked at him quietly. Her hands carefully covered her swollen abdomen. Her face was pale, but her eyes were bright. She didn't know what Sulu did when he rushed up the cliff. However, looking at Sulu's calm expression and the ominous smell of blood, she could vaguely guess. This was a mysterious guy. "I'll take you home." The black car quickly left Hushan Road. It didn't drive to the simple apartment they had lived in for a long time. Instead, it turned around and headed to the Capital Special District at the end of Highway 2. "What happened?" Zoyu lowered her eyes and asked softly. "I killed a person. Maybe in a while, I will be wanted by the Federation." Sulu looked at the flashing signs on the highway in front of the car window. After a moment of silence, he said, "Park Ji-ho, the person Li Xiaotong took with you when you raced last time. It has something to do with me?" After Zoyu became pregnant, she became much gentler. In particular, her pair of black eyes always flashed with a sentimental light. However, she was a cold girl who liked to wear red. After hearing that Sulu killed someone, the shock in her eyes disappeared. She calmly cared about the truth behind the matter. "No, it should be related to the data in the laboratory. Those people wanted to steal Professor Shin's data, but I was in the middle." Sulu slightly turned the steering wheel in his hand. Following the signs on the highway, he drove in the direction of the Ministry of National Defense's apartment in the Capital Special District. After a moment of silence, he continued, "I have to do something tonight and I think it will be difficult to accompany you to protect the baby in the future. So I have to take you home first. I hope you won't be angry." It was rare to hear Sulu joke about protecting the baby in his sentence. Zoyu's expression didn't change at all. She looked at Sulu's side profile with a dignified expression and asked, "What do you want to do? Where does Li Xiaotong usually go at night?" After hearing this, Zoyu's eyebrows instantly furrowed tightly. Her hands nervously covered her abdomen. She sighed and said, "My stomach is a little uncomfortable. Accompany me to the hospital first." Chapter 185. The harsh and seductive Zoyu, the quiet and peaceful Zoyu, the red windbreaker wearing Zoyu, the cute maternity dress wearing Zoyu, they were all Zoyu. After hearing Zoyu's somewhat abrupt request, Sulu fell silent. He was not stunned by the silence, but instead, the corners of his mouth drew back, revealing his neat white teeth as he laughed heartily. To a Donglin orphan like Sulu, the Federation was a cold world filled with the smell of money and the smell of metal and machinery. However, it was always good to have someone concerned about his life and death. Zoyu had subconsciously said this because she was worried about Sulu. Sulu understood this concern and shook off his previous gloominess. He said very seriously, "Thank you." Other than thank you, Sulu did not say anything else in response to the concern of the eldest daughter of the Zhou family. He stared unblinkingly at the road in front of the car that stretched endlessly in the dark night. His calm expression revealed a sense of determination. The silence in the car lasted for a long time. Zoyu's eyelids were lowered slightly, her eyelashes resting lightly on her fair skin. She knew that although this fellow beside her looked quiet and optimistic, in reality, there was always a stubbornness in his bones that no one could understand. As long as he had decided on something, there was probably no one in this world who could stop him. The Zoyu of the past would definitely not have cared about Sulu's life and death. To the her of that time, Sulu was a completely insignificant character in another world. However, after dozens of days and nights in the Wangdu apartment, even two stray cats in a junkyard might have developed some feelings of mutual support, let alone two real people. Thus, Zoyu decided to help Sulu analyze some things and see if she could help him. "We need to understand why the Li family would think of dealing with you to ensure the flow of the laboratory data. The development of the new generation of mecha is definitely a top priority for the federal military right now, but the Iron Calculator is a financial magnate of the Federation. It is impossible for him to suddenly switch over to the field of technology. Her gaze slowly turned to Qingqiu, who was passing by quickly at the side of the window. She said, "In the eyes of those people, you are just a nobody. There is no reason for them to do anything to you. Unless the Li family misjudged my relationship with you and were worried that you would hand over the data from the laboratory to my father, or the Tai family." Seeing that Su Le didn't answer, Zhou was silent for a moment before she suddenly said, "The Li family has always been secretly supporting Jingzhou's Governor Ross and Senator Macklin. It just so happens that they are at odds with the Tai family. I think this matter shouldn't be that simple." Su Le narrowed his eyes slightly. The smell of blood on his body had been diluted by the automatic air conditioning device in the black car, but at this moment, it seemed to have thickened a little. In the past, our analysis should have been that the Federal Academy of Science wanted to take the credit for the development of the new generation of mecha. Now there is another Li family. Zhou didn't sense the change in Su Li's mood. She frowned slightly and said, "In the presidential election, Dean Lin is indeed a variable." If Su Le knew that Zhou analysis of the current situation was so close to the truth, he would definitely be very impressed by this young unmarried mother's political sense. Since the beginning of puberty, the woman that the madam of the Tai family had nurtured with countless afternoon tea sessions. Under that arrogant and cold face, bits and pieces of wisdom regarding politics would always gather together and become some kind of asset. However, at this moment, Su Le no longer cared about the political strife and schemes of so many of the Federation's upper echelons. He was a small fry, so he had his own way of doing things. So he only suddenly opened his mouth and asked again, "At night, where does Li Xiaotong usually stay?" Seeing that Su Le didn't seem to care much about her analysis, a trace of displeasure flashed through Zhou's eyes. She said calmly, "If the laboratory data you want to take back is really related to the presidential election, I advise you to let go. The Federal Academy of Science and Li family. This is the perfect combination of knowledge hegemony and the magic of money. And if it is as I have guessed and it is related to the presidential election," she looked at him coldly, "you are like a toad blocking the highway. You won't be of any use at all. Besides, what's the point of you looking for Li Xiaotong?" She sighed softly. Speaking from the bottom of her heart, she had long developed feelings of admiration towards Su Li's calm and sincere personality that hid an infinite amount of ruthlessness. However, the Federation only cared about strength. Money, status, power, and even influence in the military were all real strength, but they never included personal martial strength. Unless that person's personal strength was like that of the military god from the Lees of Philadelphia, who was above all rules. No matter how good Su Le was at fighting at the current stage, he was still countless galaxies away from the high and mighty 7 great families and the colossal Federal Academy of Science. Even Lady Tai will remain silent on this matter. First of all, you are not a member of the Tai family. Second of all, this is the Li family's plan. She may be able to sense the enormous benefits involved, but she won't so easily make a decision that will destroy the other party's plan. The 7 great families of the Federation have coexisted for tens of thousands of years. They don't rely on annual wars, but rather on mutual compromise and coexistence. In the end, they are people of the same world. Although they may choose different partners in the political world, they won't easily start a war because of these differences. The 7 great families of the Federation have at least had a few hundred years of peace. It is not uncommon for them to marry each other. You are Su Le. You are an insignificant person. Your surname is not Zhong, nor is your surname Lin, nor is your surname Si. How can you possibly contend against the Li family? If you are really my man, perhaps this matter can still be turned around. I don't mean that you might be able to steal back the data in the laboratory, but I mean that you won't be dragged into prison because of this matter." Zhou didn't hold anything back anymore. She directly analyzed all the possibilities for him to hear. Su Le listened silently, but his expression didn't change at all. His small eyes narrowed slightly and he said slowly, "When I first started working in Old Shin's laboratory, I once told myself that I might have met a strange person. I even thought very self-deprecatingly that it couldn't be that this strange person would really take me as his last disciple and pass down all his legacy to me. What I didn't expect was that Professor Shin really did leave that laboratory to me in his will. Leaving aside the use of the data in the laboratory for the Federation's first-generation mecha, to be able to ensure that after Professor Shin's death, the normal citizens of the Federation will forever remember him. Su Li's eyes narrowed even more. He said, even if there were only a few pieces of paper in that laboratory, I wouldn't let anyone snatch those pieces of paper away. Zhou Yu was silent. She understood Su Li's meaning. It was just like the famous saying from the distant imperial dynasty tens of thousands of years ago, the monarch treats me like a country scholar, so I return the favor like a country scholar. This saying was actually not very accurate to describe Su Li's current mood, but there wasn't much of a difference in his emotions. Towards the old man's unwarranted trust and great trust, other than unhesitatingly persevering, there was no other way. The 7 great families of the Federation and those politicians could play politics, compromise or give in to each other. They would give you some leeway here and seek tacit benefits elsewhere. These were all methods. However, Su Li didn't have the qualifications to play these games, nor did he have such thoughts. He had no way out, so he could only continue forward. The black car stopped at the side gate of the West Mountain compound of the Ministry of Defense. In the shadows, fully armed soldiers were standing guard, but no one cast a glance at the car. Zhou Yu put down the phone, turned her head and looked deeply at Su Li. She said, when an ordinary man is angry, he has to have a reason to be angry and know when to advance and when to retreat. Although Park Ji-ho is one of his people, this matter isn't necessarily his doing. Su Li was enlightened. He lowered his head and said, understood. Don't worry. Zhou Yu sighed. She vaguely saw a figure walking out of the West Mountain compound. She knew she couldn't stay here any longer. She softly said an address, then looked seriously at Su Li and said, you have to remember, my due date is still a few months away. Since you promised to take care of me, you have to come back safely. Su Li smiled and didn't say anything. However, in his heart, there was a hint of sadness that he hadn't felt for a long time. If he really had a direct confrontation with the Federal Academy of Science and the Li family, how could he, who had just killed someone, return to that simple apartment in Wangdu? The black car left the West Mountain compound of the Ministry of Defense and drove towards the address that Zhou Yu mentioned. He saw from the rear-view screen that Zhou Yu had already been picked up by a middle-aged woman and Zhou Yu. He was relieved. Driving between the sometimes quiet and sometimes bustling buildings of the Capital Special District, Su Li thought for a moment, then used the car phone to dial a number. A moment later he heard Butler Jin's slightly hoarse voice. Tai Ziyuan said that if I run into any trouble I can call you. Su Li's right hand held the streamlined microphone. He was a sincere and down-to-earth young man, but that didn't mean he was a pedantic guy. Back at the Capital Spaceport, Madame Zhong's business card was still in his pocket. This fully showed that, at certain moments, he was willing to lower his head and seek the help of these truly important people. At a critical moment, to blindly brag about one's loftiness and not ask for external help, fighting with one's saber. That was stupidity, not an outstanding quality. However, listening to Butler Jin's slightly bland reply, which was very much like the sound of fruit juice mixed with it, Su Li's expression gradually became serious, and the microphone beside his cheek seemed to become cold. Should he report to Lady Tai tomorrow? Su Li didn't hide anything during the phone conversation. He directly told Butler Jin about Zhou Yu's speculation and the importance of the laboratory data that he wanted to protect. However, Butler Jin continued to reply calmly. The 7 major families of the Federation were involved in the interests that the iron scheming family wanted. Butler Jin naturally couldn't promise Su Li a single word. This was something that Su Li could think of. However, Butler Jin's tone made him narrow his eyes. It's too late tomorrow. Although the director of the 3rd department said that the laboratory would only be sealed the day after tomorrow, Su Li knew that once the news of Park Ji-ho's death spread, it would be very difficult for him to enter the research institute again. Furthermore, the other party would definitely speed up the pace of seizing the laboratory data. If nothing unexpected happened, the technical director of the research institute, who obviously had a background in the Academy of Science, would directly take over Professor Shin's laboratory with the written order of the board of directors tomorrow morning and remove all the data related to quantum measurability. Although this clearly violated the agreement signed between Professor Shin and the Research Institute back then, and it also conflicted with the copy of Professor Shin's will that Su Li currently had. However, in the face of pressure from the Federal Academy of Science, Su Li simply couldn't find any way to stop all of this. A strong sense of disappointment and helplessness filled Su Li's mind. He leaned against the car door and took a deep breath of the 377 brand cigarette. He didn't wake up until the cigarette tip warmed his nails. He looked at the quiet and noble garden building not far from his feet, licked his lips, and pulled out the bright long knife from the car window beside him. The seventh young master of the Li family, Li Xiaotong, Park Jiho's master, should be in this garden building, which was called the Ivy Garden by the citizens of the capital. In the southeast corner of the Ivy Garden, there was a man-made stream that flowed for many years. Decayed soil fell to the bottom of the stream, and old trees stretched their roots out of the embankment. In the spring, flowers and trees were densely planted on the embankment. 2 bright round moons peeked out of the clouds and gently shone on the treetops. Behind this beautiful scenery, there was a single building. The appearance of the building was not very eye-catching, but the ancient style of the hooked eaves, although it didn't show the temperament of the owner of the building, at least it showed the owner's economic strength. This was the best and most remote location in the Ivy Garden. The rich people who lived in the front didn't know who this building belonged to. The 7 families of the Federation lived in the Federation, but they were like the shadows of the clouds, not easily showing their true faces. There were flowers under the window, flowers on the window, flowers on the bed curtains, and 2 conspicuous red flowers on the naked woman's jade-like body on the bed. The 7th young master of the Li family, Li Xiaotong, got up from the woman's body in satisfaction. He lightly patted the woman's plump buttocks, chuckled, and rushed her to take a bath. He put on a dark-colored pajamas and went to the window. He looked at the flowers above and below the window, slightly lost in thought. He was a person who cherished flowers, but there were too many flowers around him, so he naturally became a playboy. It was only a few months ago, when he had some thoughts about the daughter of the Zhou family, that he restrained himself a little. But he didn't expect that the eldest daughter, who was used to using arrogance to cover up her loneliness, was actually pregnant. Li Xiaotong returned to his original playboy life. This afternoon, Li Xiaotong had found a piece of information that made him angry, so he was not in a good mood. Although he was still gentle and decent in front of that woman, once the pleasure was over, he felt a little lonely and sad. He was the 7th young master of the Li family, but in front of that beautiful man, he didn't have any glory. That person didn't even need to fight, and the people he liked would abandon him one after another and throw themselves into the arms of that person, because that person was the true successor of the Li family. The moment he thought of this, the dark and ruthless look in his deep facial features and dark and calm eyes suddenly became a bit thicker. He was originally an extremely outstanding person. Casually standing among the flowers, he was like an untamed plum, disdaining to move no matter how the snow clouds moved in the sky and the snowstorm hit his body. It was also because of this coldness that occasionally leaked out that he was evaluated as having a sinister temperament in his family. Just that he looked a bit sinister, but what did that have to do with his temperament? Li Xiaotong frowned and thought, then laughed self-deprecatingly. Since he was evaluated as having a sinister temperament, then he deliberately acted more sinister these past few years. In any case, he couldn't win against that person, so there was no need to fight. At the age of 16, he was selected as the 2nd successor of the Li family. At that time, Li Xiaotong was so well regarded, but after being suppressed for so many years, he knew that he wasn't that person's opponent, so he simply gave up. With the Li family's inexhaustible wealth, he wandered around the nightclubs of the major planets of the Federation, driving that silver wraith, lonely and lonely. Li Xiaotong silently sat on the sofa by the window, slightly raising his head, looking at the bright moon outside the window and the short flowers and trees on the windowsill. After that woman finished bathing, she would leave and never come back to this room. This was his rule. A gust of night wind blew in, and the thick cyan curtain by the window moved slightly. Li Xiaotong's pupils slightly shrank, and his hands subconsciously reached back, but immediately stopped. The tip of a knife that reflected the white moonlight appeared in the cyan curtain. At this moment, the knife's light was so dazzling. Almost at the same time, the door of the room silently opened, and a man in dark clothes aimed a pistol behind the curtain. The black metal barrel of the gun was so cold at this moment. Seeing that man's arrival, Li Xiaotong's narrowed pupils gradually relaxed, but he still didn't move at all, quietly looking at the tip of the knife. Since the man with the gun didn't shoot directly, it meant that he thought that the person behind the curtain with the knife could hurt him even if he was shot. Li Xiaotong's greatest strength was that he never underestimated anyone, and he trusted the judgment of a professional, so he didn't move at all. After staying on the mountain behind the Ivy Garden for a long time, Sulu finally found a chance to approach this independent building. With the amazing strength trained by Uncle Fengyu, he wouldn't be afraid even when facing the special elite of the military, but it was so difficult to quietly break through those defenses. He finally understood that the 7 great families of the Federation were not ordinary forces, and even a second-generation figure like Li Xiaotong had such a strong security force around him. While Li Xiaotong was enjoying the pleasure of a man and a woman, Su Lu secretly sneaked into the room. At this time, the bodyguard shouldn't be in the room, so this was the best opportunity. However, what shocked Su Lu was that before he could do anything, the bodyguard in dark clothes quietly opened the door and pointed a gun at him. A trace of dangerous aura filled the entire room. Su Lu slowly walked out from behind the blue curtains. He didn't look at the seventh young master of the Li family who was sitting on the sofa next to him. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the middle-aged bodyguard with a gun at the door. Even if the middle-aged bodyguard didn't have a gun in his hand, he was still an extremely dangerous person. Su Li's eyes narrowed even more. Previously, he didn't hear any footsteps outside the door, and he didn't even hear any breathing. How did this person appear? How could he be so powerful? The middle-aged bodyguard in dark clothes was also quietly looking at Su Lu. His right shoulder was slightly drooping and his muscles were extremely relaxed. The special pistol in his hand moved precisely with Su Li's every step. As long as he wanted to, he could pull the trigger at any time and kill Su Lu. However, he didn't because Su Li's left hand was protecting the upper half of his face. This posture looked a bit wretched, and it was obviously impossible to block a bullet with one arm. However, the middle-aged bodyguard's expression gradually became dignified. In fact, apart from the Tai and Zhong families, the 7 families of the Federation didn't really worry about the safety of their descendants. This was because those families had many children. Since it was impossible for the enemy forces to use this method to deal a fatal blow to these families, they naturally didn't want to use this kind of iron-blooded method to attract the endless revenge of these families. Even so, there would still be people responsible for the safety of these second-generation children of the 7 families. This was especially true for second-generation heirs like Li Xiaotong. Whether he was willing or not, there would be an extremely terrifying expert protecting him on his left and right. At this time, the middle-aged bodyguard who forced Su Lu into a desperate situation was precisely such a person. This middle-aged bodyguard's face was ordinary, but his body under his clothes was like a gun that could break free at any time and cut through everything in front of him, directly taking the enemy's life. Su Lu felt this kind of threat, so he didn't dare to move lightly. In the past few days, the most powerful people Su Lu had seen should be that fatty Captain Tian and Madman Li. A monster like Uncle Feng Yu was naturally excluded. However, perhaps because the situation was different, neither Captain Tian nor Madman Li gave Su Lu a stronger sense of danger than this middle-aged bodyguard at this time. The Federation was indeed full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Existences like the 7 great families were indeed not something that could be challenged by mere brute courage. Just as Su Lu felt a faint sense of regret, he didn't know that Li Xiaotong and the middle-aged bodyguard who had been silent all this time became even more vigilant after seeing his face clearly. A person who could quietly sneak into the bedroom of the 7th young master of the Li family and use only a long knife in his hand to make the middle-aged bodyguard not dare to move lightly was really rare in the Federation. There were rumors that after I left Linyuan that day, you and Madman Li fought to a draw. I always thought that it was an exaggeration. My big brother thinks that Madman Li deliberately gave you a chance to become famous because of that Crown Prince and Miss So family. In the tense silence, the 7th young master of the Li family, Li Xiaotong, suddenly looked at Su Li's face and laughed. He lightly clapped his hands and said, "Only today did I know that the rumors were true." His expression suddenly calmed down, and a trace of sternness flashed through his gloomy eyes. He slowly said, "Even Madman Li can't quietly approach my bed. I'm really curious, Su Lu, how did you do it?" Su Lu had his own secrets. In the capital ring, he dared to fight against the forces that had been passed down for thousands of years in the Federation. The skills that Uncle Feng Yu had left for him naturally had a channel to use. At this time he naturally couldn't explain anything to Li Xiaotong. When he heard Li Xiaotong call out the intruder's name, the middle-aged bodyguard's expression became even colder. Since the intruder knew Li Xiaotong and dared to come in without hiding, he naturally had the intention to fight to the death. It wouldn't matter if it was a normal person, but the middle-aged bodyguard clearly knew that the ordinary-looking young man holding a knife behind the curtain was definitely not a normal person. He took a few steps forward. Su Li's eyes narrowed. He noticed that the man's shoulders and arms didn't tremble at all when he took a step forward. The gun muzzle was terrifyingly steady. He couldn't let this person come any closer. When he was within 5 steps, even if he died, he wouldn't be able to threaten Li Xiaotong's life. To Su Li's surprise, Li Xiaotong smiled and said to the middle-aged bodyguard, "Brother Zheng, don't be too nervous." Su Lu is my friend. Su Lu and Li Xiaotong had only met once and a half. Naturally, they weren't friends. He didn't quite understand the deeper meaning of this sentence. You want to kill me? Li Xiaotong was still sitting on the sofa, and his gloomy face gradually relaxed. I'm not a normal person. If you kill me, the Bureau of Proclamation will definitely put you on the wanted list. Whether you can escape or not, your life will be ruined. At this time, Su Lu said the first sentence after entering the room, I've already killed Park Ji-ho. Hearing this, Li Xiaotong didn't look nervous or angry at all. After being slightly startled, he laughed. His laughter grew louder and louder. It was actually an indescribable joy and satisfaction. The laughter gradually stopped. His cold and gloomy face instantly relaxed. He said calmly, good kill. Chapter 186. Li Xiaotong stood up from the sofa and took out a file folder from the drawer beside the bed. During this process, the long knife in Su Li's hand rotated along with his movements. Although Li Xiaotong's previous laughter and words confirmed the situation that Su Li vaguely expected, at this time, the bodyguard called Brother Zheng still coldly pointed the gun at him, so he didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. Brother Zheng, I have something to talk to this friend. Li Xiaotong handed the folder in his hand to Su Lu. His attitude was very relaxed and casual, as if he didn't see the bloody long knife in Su Li's hand at all. Brother Zheng was silent for a moment. The peerlessly sharp spear-like aura in his clothes slowly faded away. He nodded slightly at Li Xiaotong and replied with a hoarse and strange trembling voice, Yes, young master. Su Lu watched the man put down the gun and leave the room. His mind was really relaxed, and he took the folder in Li Xiaotong's hand. The dangerous smell of this bodyguard called Brother Zheng was too strong, sometimes like a gun, sometimes like a lion, which made people's hair stand on end. There were several photos and an audio file in the folder. The photos should have been taken secretly from a distance. The content was in a high-rise building in the capital. The blonde Park Ji-ho was talking to a man. The person who took the photos should be very far away from the building, so the faces of Park Ji-ho and the man in the photos were very vague. But even so, he could vaguely feel the extraordinary momentum of the man, especially the blurry facial features, which were extremely handsome. Su Li's heart moved and he guessed who the man was. The audio file was a piece of eavesdropping data mixed with electric current noise. Su Lu lowered his head and listened carefully before taking off his earpiece. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Xiaotong, who was sitting back on the sofa. Li Xiaozhu, the vice president of the Sanlin United Bank and also my big brother. Li Xiaotong's face was gloomy as he said, Park Ji-ho was one of my men, but he was with him. That's why I said you did the right thing. At this time, Su Lu maintained his silence. Looking at the second generation of the 7 great families in front of him, his heart gave birth to a heavy sense of vigilance. The contact between Park Ji-ho and the young master of the Li family was completely investigated by this person. He just didn't know how he was able to take these photos and eavesdrop on his conversation. While Su Lu was looking at Li Xiaotong was also thinking quickly. His childhood experience had made him develop a very good habit. He would never look down on anyone. Although he had expressed his disdain for the crown prince of the Tai family in his conversation with Park Ji-ho at the intersection of Green Mountain, it was actually just a cover-up. The Tai family had the longest history, the highest status, and the most secretive power among the 7 great families. How could Li Xiaotong not pay attention to Tai Ziyuan? He was different from his big brother, who was used to looking down on everyone in the world as trash. He only had Lin Banshan in his eyes. This young man with a knife in front of him, under the double pressure of the Federal Academy of Science and the Li family, still dared to fight back. Moreover, his counterattack was so sharp. He killed Park Ji-ho and went straight into his bedroom. If Li Xiaotong paid attention to Su Lu in the past because of the relationship between Tai Ziyuan and Su Lu, then after tonight he decided to pay more attention to Su Lu. After calculating, Li Xiaotong didn't hesitate at all. With the decisiveness and straightforwardness of a businessman making a bet, he said directly, let's cooperate. Su Lu looked at the 25 or 26 years old young man in front of him. His 2 straight eyebrows, which were like flying knives, frowned and said, I don't understand. What does the 7th young master of the Li family need from me? And what can you give me? Park Ji-ho betrayed you because the young master of the Li family could bring him more benefits. What benefits do you get from cooperating with me? After all, you are a member of the Li family. I heard that recording and know that right now the Federal Academy of Science wants to get the data in the laboratory. I hope that you can stop all of this. Li Xiaotong said, Those data are important to the Federation's new generation of mecha. I don't care, but that big brother of mine cares a lot. Because once the Federal Academy of Science really wants to take a stand in the presidential election, the pairing of Governor Ross and Senator Macklin will have a higher chance of winning. If Li Xiaozhu succeeds in this matter, for him, it will naturally be of great benefit. Hasn't the Li family always supported them? I don't even care who becomes the president of the Federation. Li Xiaodong's expression darkened. He said, no matter who becomes the president, the 7 great families of the Federation will still be 7 great families. Even if Ross and Macklin succeed in the election, what does it have to do with me? The Li family is not mine. On the contrary, if they succeed. Su Lu understood the other party's meaning. His brows furrowed extremely tightly. Even if I can stop the data from leaking out of the laboratory and destroy the agreement between your family and that old fellow from the Federal Academy of Sciences, I might not be able to affect the general trend of the presidential election. That is natural. However, this is still a very powerful link. Li Xiaotong stood up and said slowly, as long as it benefits Li Xiaozhu, I am willing to destroy it. What can you help me with? Su Lu asked again. If you need to escape after this, I can find a way for you and provide you with some funding. Of course, if you really have a relationship with the Tai family, you might not even care about this. However, I think that we can form some kind of long-term beneficial relationship because our goals seem to be somewhat the same. Li Xiaotong didn't say long-term friendship, but rather benefits. This was more believable. However, Su Lu still didn't say anything. Li Xiaotong looked at him quietly. After a while, he picked up his private encrypted phone and made a few calls. After being silent for a while, he smiled and said, I can help you delay the news from Park Ji-ho for a while, so that they won't react immediately. According to the information I got, tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, the written order from the board of directors of the Nutshell will come out. Then your laboratory will be lost. You still have 9 hours. Got it? Su Lu said, the problem is that I only have 9 hours. I don't have the ability to get the data out. If I keep it in the laboratory, it will be in the hands of the Federal Academy of Science. In that case, it won't be helpful for your plan. Li Xiaotong understood the hidden meaning in his words. He sighed helplessly, shook his head and said, I am sorry. In fact, the Li family's influence on the Nutshell is very limited. I still don't know how those old guys managed to avoid the military and directly influence the board of directors. As for the research institute, I don't have access to some of the more important areas, so I can't help you in this regard. This is only the first cooperation. I believe that there will be opportunities in the future. Li Xiaotong said, if there is a future, I won't ask for much. I just hope that you can find a chance to let me meet Tai Ziyuan. Su Lu was deep in thought. After a long time, he gently nodded. 8 hours before the deadline, Su Lu arrived at the first military academy and entered the Husk Institute's 3rd department area. It was already late at night, but there were still a few laboratories in the institute that were brightly lit. Researchers would sometimes forget the beauty of the day in the middle of the night. Su Lu took out his electronic key card and entered the core area. Then he walked along the quiet corridor toward the laboratory. In front of the last scanning channel, he slowly stopped his footsteps. He put his hand into the pocket of his military uniform and gripped the cold metal device tightly. Although the meeting with the 7th young master of the Li family, Li Xiaotong, was somewhat dangerous, in the end, it proved Su Li's intuition at the beginning. Park Ji-ho was indeed working for the Li family but not for Li Xiaotong. In the eyes of the 7th young master of the Li family, the position of the head of the Li family was what he needed to consider the most. As for the overall benefit of the Li family, the development of the Federation mecha, and the results of the presidential election, none of these were in the mind of the gloomy young man. The cooperation seemed to be successful, but in reality, Su Lu couldn't help Li Xiaotong much. With Li Xiaodong's current strength, he couldn't help Su Lu either. And this cooperation was basically hidden under the surface, just a loose psychological connection. He pressed the small button and narrowed his eyes. A faint blue light began to emit from the small device in his pocket. It was blocked by the cloth of his military uniform and became even dimmer. Although it was dim, it was enough to envelop his entire body. There was not a single person in the quiet corridor. Su Lu didn't hesitate or show any fear. He directly walked toward the scanning channel. A very strange thing happened at this moment. The Federation's most advanced scanning device seemed to have become blind and deaf at this moment. The faint blue light that enveloped Su Lu seemed to have some kind of magic, turning Su Lu invisible in front of these advanced monitoring devices. The device that was personally designed by Uncle Feng Yu was enough to temporarily fool the omnipotent central computer in the Bureau of Proclamation, let alone the secondary monitoring network at the edge of the charter. This was one of Su Li's biggest trump cards. Previously, he was able to sneak into the Ivy Garden and directly into Li Xiaodong's bedroom because of this small device in his pocket. This was the first time Su Li tried to use this device in the core area of the Federation. The Husk Institute contained the most confidential information of the Federation. Without a doubt, the place with the strongest surveillance and defense was turned into a piece of trash by this small device. Walking to the familiar door of the laboratory, Su Li wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and took a deep breath. The glory of the charter was spread all over the Federation. The people of the Federation, including those who were extremely meticulous, had long been accustomed to the power of technology over tens of thousands of years of history. They had developed a kind of mental inertia. This inertia provided endless convenience for Su Li to lurk and wander in this society. Once the technology was broken, Su Li seemed to vaguely capture the feeling of freedom that Uncle Feng Yu had. After entering the password and opening the door of the laboratory, Su Li took out a heavy axe from the metal firebox next to him and silently walked in. Chapter 187. In the Federation, no one could cover the sky with one hand. The president couldn't, the old man from the Lees of Philadelphia couldn't, and the lady from the Tai family couldn't either. Everyone could at most cover the blazing sun in front of their eyes and clear up the sky above their heads. Money could do anything, but it wasn't omnipotent. Although the Lee family had already put all of their efforts into the presidential election, they were still careful and meticulous in their planning. They didn't let go of any link that could affect the voters. The Federation's new generation of mecha development involved the shameful agreement between Senator Macklin and Dean Lin, so they naturally wouldn't ignore it. However, even if the Federal Academy of Science and the Lee family worked together, they still couldn't completely influence the Shell Motor Company. Thus, they needed the data in the laboratory, but they still had to follow the rules of the game and wait for the written order to arrive. If that young second lieutenant really didn't have any background, or if he had naturally retreated under great pressure, perhaps Li Xiaoju wouldn't be so distressed. The problem was that until today he still didn't know how deep the relationship between that young second lieutenant named Su Lu and the Tai family was. He had some misgivings, so his methods had some twists and turns. Thus, he let Park Ji-ho use those underhanded methods to temporarily remove that young second lieutenant from this matter. Park Ji-ho was one of Li Xiaodong's people. Li Xiaoju didn't expect the knife he borrowed to be able to fool many people and make Old Seven uncomfortable, but at least he hoped it could be hidden for a while. His main concern was whether or not this knife was strong enough, sharp enough, and qualified enough to be used by him in the future. When his secretary told him of Park Ji-ho's death, he was sitting on the sofa by the window, looking at the thousands of lights below. The normal red wine in his hand swayed slightly. A trace of shock flashed through Li Xiaoju's eyes, but it quickly returned to calmness. It seemed that the knife he had his eyes on wasn't tempered and broke so cleanly. He thought of that young second lieutenant again, and for a moment he felt an inexplicable sense of vigilance. All of the good feelings he had accumulated during dinner were completely washed away. Li Xiaoju shouldn't be wary of Su Lu. That was an outsider who had lost his way and entered the circle. He didn't have any foundation to speak of, and even more so, he couldn't be a threat to him. Even if the other party knew about their plan from Park Ji-ho, there was no time to stop the sealing of the laboratory tomorrow morning. The problem was that it was already 2 o'clock in the middle of the night. After the police found Park Ji-ho's body, they estimated that he died at 9 o'clock last night. Li Xiaoju didn't have the habit of contacting his subordinates directly. Since it was a secret plan, Park Ji-ho wouldn't report it after it was done. Therefore, these few hours of idle time did not attract his attention. However, Park Ji-ho was dead. He should have been the first to know the news, but it seemed that some people had delayed it for a few hours. What can I do in a few hours? His extremely handsome face gradually turned cold as he gently turned the wineglass in his hand. Suddenly, he laughed self-deprecatingly and shook his head. After making a phone call, he no longer cared about this matter. Although the young second lieutenant was an unexpected variable, it couldn't affect the overall situation. That guy named Su Lu couldn't have stolen the data from the Husk Institute's laboratory. This had nothing to do with ability but with the system. The Federation system was always stronger than an individual's ability. The soft and pleasant sound of electric current was very clear in the quiet laboratory. In the Federation's cutting-edge technology laboratory with low-noise technology, if it weren't for Su Li's amazing hearing, he probably wouldn't have been able to hear this music-like sound. The index tree and data axis on the holographic screen quickly flipped, and the schematic of the file shredding continued to operate. Sulu had already taken off his military uniform. His hands quickly entered the operation instructions on the holographic screen desktop. Beads of sweat covered his forehead. The design drawings and data model of the Electron jet had basically been destroyed. This part of the data was the result of his recent cooperation with Professor Shin. It wasn't entered into the Federation's database management system, so it was very easy to delete. Plus, this was his own research, so even if it was destroyed, it wouldn't be too difficult to pick it up again in the future. The hissing sound of the file shredding was accompanied by the faint sound of electric current. It was like a simple but extremely beautiful concerto. Under the accompaniment of this song, Sulu silently and wholeheartedly carried out his own work. This data had to be destroyed. Otherwise, if the Federal Academy of Science got their hands on it, with their terrifying research abilities, they might only need 3 days to solve the most critical problem of the new generation of mecha in the Federation. At 2:13 a.m., Sulu finally raised his head from the holographic screen desktop. He let out a tired breath, feeling the aches all over his body and the hunger in his stomach. Tonight he had first faced off against 7 Blades, then killed Park Ji-ho, then sneaked into the Ivy Garden. He had been using the mysterious power in his body all this time. Right now, although his spirit was still full and the mysterious power was still abundant, the wear and tear on his body and the emptiness in his stomach were truly making him uncomfortable. Outside the laboratory's database, all content related to the Electron jet had been completely deleted. In order to erase all traces, Sulu's fingers didn't stop working for a moment. The database searching ability that had been forcefully trained by Professor Shin was put to good use at this moment. The data content was all outside the database. Presumably, the people who would take over the laboratory tomorrow morning would not notice anything strange. After doing all this, Sulu sat in the chair beside the holographic screen desktop. He was silent for a minute, thinking for a minute, and resting for a minute. The trip to the Ivy Garden at least confirmed Zhou Yu's analysis in the black car. The Federal Academy of Science wanted Professor Shin's research results, and the Li family secretly helped. The bridge between them was Ross and Medellin, 2 politicians who were determined to win the presidency. This combination was truly frightening. Sulu naturally wouldn't completely trust Li Xiaodong's cooperation with him. In reality, the Li family's 7th young master, other than having some money, couldn't help him at all. However, the Li family's 7th young master was actually able to spy on Park Ji-ho and find evidence of his betrayal. This ability made Sulu a little wary. He deleted the hundreds of initial design blueprints that he and Professor Shin had come up with in the past few days, wiping out all traces of the data. There was no trace of relief on Sulu's face. He stared at the index tree that flashed incessantly on the holographic screen desktop, a trace of heaviness and helplessness in his small eyes. The real key lay in the aspect of quantum measurable dynamics that Professor Shin had researched. The reason Sulu had found the correct path to solve the problem of the new generation MX Mecha's electronic jets was because of Professor Shin's guidance. Under the old man's tireless research in the last 10 years of his life, under the theories and data models, he had figured out some things. Although the results that Sulu had obtained now were important, the truly important ones were still Professor Shin's data models and the functional formulas within the sections. Right now, he had already destroyed all of the extension designs, but if the Federal Academy of Science took away all of Professor Shin's research results, he believed that it wouldn't take them too long to discover the problem and solve it. That highly respected head of the Federal Academy of Science, as well as those disciples and grand disciples of his who occupied key positions in the Federation's scientific community, were definitely not incompetent people. Although Sulu despised the moral standards of these people, he had to admit that these people didn't rely entirely on plagiarism to get to where they were today. Their own abilities were also incomparably strong. The database of this laboratory was a one-way exit. It was connected to the core databases of the Federal Academy of Science and the 3 major military academies, but it couldn't be accessed from the outside. The entrance was only in that office on the 2nd floor of the laboratory. That was why the Federal Academy of Science urgently needed control of this laboratory. Su Li's initial plan was to directly transfer all of Professor Shin's academic results over the years directly through the data transfer device. Then, with the help of the blue light device, he would be able to pass through the triple scanning door of the research institute. Unfortunately, although the database in this laboratory was a one-way exit, for the sake of data security, Old Professor Shin had connected it to the Federal Central Database and carried out electronic data security. No matter who it was, without the permission of the Central Database, once the data was copied or irreversible, it would be reported to the police. Now there was a problem in front of Sulo. He couldn't move Professor Shin's data. It was extremely difficult even if he wanted to quietly destroy the data. However, all of these data would fall into the hands of the Federal Academy of Science tomorrow. This was something that he absolutely didn't want to see. Sula couldn't get the permission of the Central Database, but those people must have already thought of a countermeasure. Even if he couldn't quietly destroy the data, Sula still had other ideas. However, he was still in a minute of silent contemplation. This was the fruit of wisdom that Professor Shin had spent countless years to obtain. If he destroyed it in his own hands, how would he explain it to that old man in the Milky Way Public Cemetery? There was another problem. Although Sulu was already familiar with many functional formulas and numerical models, if he didn't have the help of the data in Professor Shin's database, he didn't have a shred of confidence that he would be able to complete the final modification work of the new generation of mecha for the Federation. What did the Federation's new generation of MX mecha mean? Sulu understood this better than anyone else. Although he didn't have a shred of goodwill towards the upper echelons of society that controlled this Federation, he also knew that in the increasingly tense situation between the Federation and the Empire, the sooner the Federation completed the research and assembly of the new generation of mecha, the fewer normal hot-blooded soldiers would die. On one side it was direct justice and the resistance of the small fry. On the other side, it was the great benefits of the Federation and the lives of the common people. To stay or to be destroyed, that was the question. 1 minute later, Sula stood up from his chair and stopped thinking about this question. He couldn't understand, so he could only act according to his instincts. From the database storage rack in the second-floor office, he pulled out the hard storage boxes that were connected to the data cables and power cables. Sula looked at these metal objects and couldn't help but pause for a moment. He knew that his next action would destroy Professor Shin's lifetime of hard work. At this moment he began to struggle in his mind. If it's not yours, then you shouldn't have snatched it. Sulu took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "Fuck you." He spat on his hand, raised the heavy piece axe in his hand, and smashed it down viciously and decisively at those data storage boxes. Chapter 188. When Sulu made up his mind to do something, no one could stop him. He clearly knew that with this swing of the axe, it was possible that the Federation's research and development of the new generation of mecha would be pushed back by several years or even decades. However, he still smashed it down without any hesitation. This was based on the simple outlook of a mining orphan. If it wasn't yours, then you shouldn't fight for it. If you fight for it, then I will destroy it. Everything in this laboratory had been given to him by Professor Shin, so he dared to smash it. This was a kind of attitude. He would rather this piece of jade shatter so miserably than let others steal a single tile from him. Faint blue, incandescent, and serene electric sparks flew in all directions as the sharp axe chopped down heavily. Those hard alloy storage boxes were also reduced to countless sharp metal shards, flying in all directions of the laboratory. The high-density magnetic materials in the boxes were also reduced to patches of ink rain, tragically reduced to dust under the axe. With the current level of technology in the Federation, using technical means to erase data had the possibility of being recovered. After Sulu made up his mind last night, he decided to use this kind of barbaric, crude, and simple physical method to carry out data erasure. Those hard alloy surfaces could not be penetrated even by bullets. Even if a normal person dared to use physical methods like Sulu to carry out data erasure, they probably would not be able to find any way to do so. However, Sulu did. He had a heavy piece axe in his hand. His body was filled with a scorching, trembling power of injustice. The piece axe was raised high and brought down heavily. Sulu silently and violently destroyed everything on the data rack. However, he did not feel at ease as he smashed. Instead, his heart was filled with pain and deep sorrow. Every time the axe smashed down, a portion of data was destroyed. It was as if the axe was smashing down viciously on his body. Professor Shin had guarded this place for dozens of years, ignoring everything outside. He had only left this behind. Although he still did not obtain any results from this, he had left behind countless research fruits of wisdom in the process. At this moment, however, they were gradually disappearing under the heavy piece axe. Just as Li Xiuzhu had envisioned in the face of the Federation's powerful system, no one could steal the data in the research institute. Although Su Lu had the precious legacy left to him by Uncle Fengyu, he couldn't do this. The Federation's protection of these data was unimaginable. However, what Li Xiuzhu didn't expect was that the young second lieutenant named Su Lu would choose such a bloody way to destroy everything here once he realized that the data couldn't be transferred away. Su Lu had no way to quietly remove the data, and he couldn't even secretly erase the data. In front of the Federal Academy of Science, the iron mathematicians, and the shadows of those political figures, there was no way for him to protect Professor Shin's legacy. The Tai family was still silent. He was just a researcher. What could he do? What he could do was what he was doing now, what the axe was doing. When the peace axe hit the data storage box on the shelf for the first time, breaking the hard alloy surface and damaging the high-density magnetic material inside, the lights in the laboratory suddenly dimmed. Then the emergency lights began to flash quickly. At the same time, a sharp alarm sounded. Immediately after, the alarm began to sound in the corridor outside the laboratory. It was sharp and ear-piercing. The sound was urgent and frightening. The alarm systems of the 3 departments of the Husk Institute were activated at the same time. The 3 scanning systems that led to the outside were in a state of emergency. All traffic was temporarily controlled. The automatic defense system also began to operate. The researchers who were still in the laboratory followed the instructions of the central control computer and walked out of the door of the laboratory. They looked at the alarm lights in the corridor in confusion. When they realized that it wasn't a fire alarm, they couldn't help but be confused. What happened? Why did the alarm sound so shrill? Immediately after, a series of rapid and dense heavy footsteps came from the end of the corridor of the research institute. A group of fully armed military police wearing dark-colored bulletproof vests ran over with serious expressions. They quickly surrounded the door of one of the laboratories. It was only then that the researchers noticed that the door to the lab was still closed. It was like it was in another world. That was old Professor Shin's lab? The military police had already connected to the intercom outside the laboratory, but there was no response from inside the laboratory. Only a series of heavy thumping sounds could be heard. It was as if a monster was smashing something in the laboratory. The leader of the military police frowned, waved his arms and prepared to launch a strong attack. Su Lu heard the alarm, but he didn't stop his actions. He even knew that the fully armed military police must have surrounded the laboratory at this time. Therefore his movement of the axe became faster. Smash it. The shameless academic leader of the Federal Academy of Science had already made Professor Shin silent for a long time. How could he let him do it again this time? Professor Shin, who was lying in the grave, would probably support his actions. He would rather destroy all of this. One day in the future, there would be some great people in the Federation who were willing to guard this small building for decades. They would once again discover the things that Professor Shin had researched. Although it would be a little later, it was better than handing over these beautiful data models and functional formulas to those shameless people and using them as tools for their pursuit of fame and fortune. With a bang, the peace axe slammed into the ground, splashing out a few sparks. Su Lu gasped for breath. He didn't have time to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He turned around and looked at the monitor screen. On the screen, the military police outside the laboratory had already begun to prepare to break in. What should be destroyed had been destroyed. The legacy left behind by Professor Shin had become fragments and splashes all over the ground. Su Lu believed that the peace axe, attached to his own power, had done extreme physical damage. It would be extremely difficult for the masters of the Federal Academy of Science to recover the data. However, at this moment, Su Li's eyes narrowed. His pupils shrank nervously. This was because he found a line of characters flashing on the screen. Core data has been successfully transferred. Temporarily saved in Area B. Su Li's hand holding the peace axe trembled. He suddenly turned his head and stared at the row of backup storage devices behind the data rack. Suddenly, a strong sense of unwillingness and despair rose in his heart. Transferred. The heavy axe fell countless times and destroyed the data boxes. However, the data had been automatically transferred to Area B. Su Lu looked at the flashing characters on the screen with a strange expression on his face. His whole body started to tremble. He knew that he had failed. The electronic security of the central database was stronger than he had imagined. He had clearly cut off the data line in advance, so how could the data be transferred from Area A to Area B without any problems? The strong sense of unwillingness and anger turned into disappointment, and then despair. Su Lu silently looked at the characters on the screen that indicated the successful transfer of data. He lowered his head and closed his eyes. He heard the sound of the laboratory door being broken open. He angrily said in a low voice, "Motherfucker." The central database of the Federation was in the Federal Central Computer. It was about 40 kilometers away from the Husk Institute's 3rd Division, deep underground in the Federation's Bureau of Proclamation. The light of the first charter shrouded the universe. Su Lu wanted to erase the security data recorded by the Federal Central Computer with a peace axe. At this moment it seemed so absurd. However, what Su Lu did not expect was that for the Federal Central Computer, the information node behind his neck was no stranger to the message sent by the Federal Central Computer. What was even more incredible was that after the strange second type of connection, no one in the Federation knew that the omnipotent Central Computer had established an observation system for Su Lu and reserved a data reciprocation channel. In the quiet night, deep underground, a line of characters quietly appeared at the bottom of the 2D display screen of the Federal Central Computer. Citizen number, SLAT 510200431X. Information node is abnormal. Name Su Lu. Note: suspect number 72 with abnormal situation. Note: number 1 type of contact target. Note: this citizen is the first long-term observation target. Before the 5-person team replies, ensure the survival of this target's data. Note: the data reciprocation channel has been connected. Establish active contact to repair abnormal status. Do you accept? Humans had resentment and unwillingness. Violent fluctuations in the mind could cause humans to erupt with great potential in an instant, or cause the body to fall into a strange state. Su Lu did not. He just stared fixedly at the holographic screen and continuously cursed his mother in the central database. At this moment he did not know that the central database was the first charter computer that he feared the most. However, his anger followed his heart. His anger, his despair, the torment of the night, and the mental exhaustion caused the burning torrent in his body to rapidly return from its state of spreading in his limbs to his back and waist. When it passed through the back of his neck, it vaguely touched something and produced a sharp pain. At this moment, the door of the laboratory had already opened. The fully armed military police had already rushed in. They aimed the guns in their hands at Su Lu and were shouting something loudly. However, Su Lu felt a pain in the back of his neck. Then he realized that the movements of the military police had become extremely slow. Was there something wrong with his eyes? No, it was a black eye. He was shocked to find that his eyes had turned black and he had fallen into a strange and familiar state. He had fallen into a black dream again. A line of white symbols of light came from afar and entered his eyes. Establish active contact. Do you accept? Su Lu's entire body was cold. In an instant, who knew how many past events he thought of? After a moment of confusion, he asked with a trembling heart, "Who are you?" After a long silence, the symbols of light turned into a line of words. Chapter 189. For a baby, everything outside the cradle was what he feared and yearned for the most. For a child, everything outside the room was what he feared and yearned for the most. For ancient humans, everything on the other side of the mountain was what they feared and yearned for the most. For modern citizens of the Federation, the universe at the end of the black curtain sky was what they feared and yearned for the most. What humans feared the most, what they yearned for the most, were all in the unknown. Right now, Su Lu was caught in this dual state of extreme fear and yearning. Fully armed military police had already rushed in. He was about to be arrested, but he didn't have time to think about these things because right now, he had already returned to the black dream. He saw the repeatedly flashing words about taking the initiative to contact. What was on the other side of the black dream? Why did the other side take the initiative to contact him? What was taking the initiative to contact him? This was definitely not an illusion, but it was already about to scare Su Lu. This was definitely not epilepsy, but Su Lu truly felt like he was about to go crazy. In the past, he had always thought that the dark dream and the blueprints that were lurking in his mind were all problems caused by the disguised chip that Uncle Feng Yu had left him. However, at this moment he finally had some other thoughts. The existence on the other side of the black dream seemed to have intelligence and could answer, but he didn't know what kind of existence it was. Mechanic Feng Yu, the first person involved in the Bureau of Proclamation incident, was, without a doubt, the greatest monster of the Federation in the past 100 years. However, even this monster, when faced with the young Su Lu, deeply sighed in admiration. This person's calmness was even greater than his talent as a mechanic. If an ordinary person were to face such a situation, they would have already fallen to the ground in fear, but Sulu was still standing there, thinking. Except, after a long or short period of consideration, Sulu made this decision in his mind almost subconsciously. There was something that could enter one's mind and communicate with one's mind. This kind of panic was something that no one could bear in such a short time. Sulu understood, but he didn't understand. However, in addition to his fear, he developed a boundless curiosity towards the existence at the end of the Black Dream. This was a professional quirk that had been cultivated as an engineer since childhood, and it was also a gamble that his current situation prompted him to make. The peace axe hacked in all directions, but the central database, through a method that Sulu could not understand, transferred all the data models and functional formulas related to quantum dynamics to Area B. Fully armed military police had already rushed in, and he was about to be arrested. He would no longer be able to stop that shameless agreement between the Federal Academy of Science and the Iron Calculator. Trapped in despair, he suddenly entered the Black Dream again and encountered the unknown. This could be a variable, it could be an opportunity, it could be endless danger, but he still gambled. He gambled so decisively that he didn't care at all about the conflicting emotions that welled up in the depths of his heart the moment he entered the Black Dream. Sulu was a gambler. On the contrary, he was never willing to gamble on anything. However, at this moment he had already lost everything. Other than his own life, there was nothing else to lose. If he didn't gamble now, when would he? Sulu didn't know that when he chose to accept the active communication in his mind, deep in the ground tens of kilometers away from the third department of the Shell Motor Corporation Research Institute, on the central computer light screen that shone all over the universe, there was a wave that made one's mind shake. The data flow of the central computer was still so stable. The staff of the Bureau of Proclamation didn't notice anything strange. No one knew that in the core area of the central computer, the highest intelligence of the human mechanical civilization began to operate nonstop. It made logical judgments, but in the end, it could only return to chaos and give its own conclusion. In the Black Dream, the line of white characters changed. Is there anything I can help you with? This was a long line of white characters. It floated in the black background before Suli's eyes. Although it was silent and abnormally dry, it miraculously produced some kind of emotional resonance. It was like an old butler wearing a black suit was bowing in front of Sulu. It was extremely polite and slightly humble. It used an authentic ancient aristocratic tone to ask questions. Sulu was stunned. He was thinking about what kind of existence was on the other side of the Black Dream. He didn't expect that this existence that could invade his brain would be so gentle. I want to erase all the data in this laboratory. You need to provide the legal documents of ownership recognized by the Federation. When Sulu made this request, he didn't expect the existence on the other side of the Black Dream to help him do it. Because even physical damage couldn't destroy the data under the monitoring of the central database. However, the owner of those characters was like a lawyer. It made a reasonable response. For a moment, Sulu was stunned. He thought of a possibility. He thought of his bet. Subconsciously, he thought that this strange existence that invaded his brain might really be omnipotent. I stored the legal documents in the computer in room 413 of the Huangdu Prefectural Ming Apartments. With just a few words, Sulu had gradually gotten used to this way of conversing with his thoughts. After saying this, he prayed in his heart that this guy who invaded his brain could see those legal documents. Almost instantly, the line of characters changed again. Legal authority confirmed. Please confirm if you want to erase it immediately. No, I want to transfer these data. Suli's eyes were extremely round. He didn't know if they could appear in the Black Dream. He stared at the line of white characters and suddenly thought of the importance of Professor Shin's data. He said loudly in his mind, countless characters, countless numbers, and countless incomprehensible models and formulas in the form of pictures fell from the sky like a waterfall. Sometimes it was gentle, sometimes it fell violently. It fell in front of Suli's eyes. These were all the core data of Professor Shin's laboratory. Like a waterfall, they washed over Suli's eyes and entered his mind. He felt that the black space was gradually becoming unstable. He could also feel that his brain was beginning to swell and hurt, and it was beginning to numb. Data transfer successful. Confirm to erase the original data? No? Can you help me change the things inside? Human desires were endless, just like the fisherman in the ancient fairy tale. Since Sulu had already made a bet and actively communicated with the existence that invaded his brain, Although he was still terrified, he still didn't know what the other party was, and he didn't know what kind of situation he was about to face. Then, why didn't he ask the other party to do more? Fortunately, the terrifying and omnipotent existence at the end of the black dream didn't leave in disappointment like the goldfish in the waves. It only silently and quickly completed the task that Su Li gave it. The military police didn't know what happened in the laboratory. When they rushed into the laboratory, they only saw the shattered metal pieces all over the floor, and the data rack that had been damaged to the extent that it was difficult to repair. The young researcher who destroyed the laboratory seemed to be scared silly by the terrifying weapons in the hands of the military police. He stood there in a daze, motionless. The heavy Taiping axe had long fallen to the ground. The military police swarmed forward and pressed the young researcher, who didn't resist, to the ground. They used high-strength plastic rope to tie his hands tightly behind his back. Only then did they let out a slight sigh of relief. However, immediately after that, they found that the young researcher's face was frighteningly pale. They couldn't help but feel a little strange. What was even stranger was that the young researcher's eyes were a little strange. From the moment the military police rushed in until he was pushed to the ground, this person's eyes didn't blink. Especially the pupil, which had shrunk into a black dot. It looked extremely terrifying, like a dead person. The military police captain touched Su Li's neck and confirmed that this person was alive. He couldn't help but frown. After hearing the orders from his superior through the communication device, his expression suddenly became serious. He signaled his subordinates to take this audacious guy who dared to destroy the Federation's confidential data out of the door of the laboratory. Just as the group of people walked out of the laboratory with serious expressions, Su Lu, who was sandwiched between two military police, finally woke up slowly. His pupils gradually returned to normal, but his pale face didn't improve for a while. A trace of confusion, a trace of joy, a trace of determination, and a trace of fear flashed through Su Li's eyes. All the data in Professor Shin's laboratory had been transferred into his brain, and the unknown existence had done some tampering with the backup data in the laboratory according to his thoughts. Everything was wonderful, but he didn't know where this wonderful feeling came from. Naturally, he felt fear in his heart. The process of the data stream entering his brain, as well as the process of the final call and confirmation, made Su Lu understand one thing. The black dream he experienced in the 1st Military Region's General Hospital and the structural blueprints he saw were exactly the same as today's experience. This was definitely not caused by the chip Uncle Feng Yu left for him. Then, at the end of the black dream, what exactly was it? To be able to instantly confirm the electronic legal documents he left in the apartment in Huangdu, to be able to ignore the defenses of the Federation's central database, to easily transfer and even modify the electronically protected data in the laboratory, and to be able to transmit this data into his brain through some mysterious means? That thing could invade his brain and do so many unimaginable things. It was so mechanical yet seemed to have a life of its own. It seemed to be omnipresent and omnipotent. Sweat dampened his hair and draped it weakly on his forehead. Surrounded by fully armed military police, he walked along the long corridor toward the military vehicle under the astonished gazes of his colleagues in the research institute. Su Li didn't have the slightest fear of being arrested and the subsequent hardships because his mind had long been completely occupied by the fear of the unknown great existence. Chapter 190. Su Li's face was pale and his body was trembling. In the eyes of the military police captain, this scene was naturally a sign of fear. The military police captain had a phone call with his superiors earlier, and he also lived in the research institute on a regular basis. Naturally, he knew why this young second lieutenant ran to Professor Shin's lab and smashed it. He looked at Su Lu with a trace of pity, thinking that this young second lieutenant was quite brave. Facing the pressure of the technical director of the board of directors, he actually dared to not hand over the lab, and even raised an axe to smash the data rack. This kind of fierceness made the military officer, who knew the inside story, admire him. Admiration was only a feeling deep in his heart. After receiving the order from his superiors, the military police captain knew that this person had gotten into big trouble. For a moment he still didn't know how this person passed the 3 scans and sneaked into the lab, but he only knew that what awaited Su Lu would be a merciless military court trial. Destroying the core confidential data of the Federation? What kind of crime was this? Fortunately, the central control computer of the Research Institute's third department had already confirmed that the core data of Professor Shin's lab had been electronically protected. The moment it was destroyed, it was successfully transferred to Area B. If that data was destroyed, he would probably be sentenced. The military police captain felt a chill in his heart. At this time, looking at the cold, sweat-drenched and silent Sulu, he didn't have the slightest sympathy. Instead, it added a bit of coldness that at the entrance of the first military academy, Sulu was escorted to a military vehicle by fully armed military police. The military vehicle drove along the quiet and dark road of the capital special district into the distance, silent all the way. After getting on the military vehicle, Sulu's ankles were also tied with a high-strength plastic rope. The military police had obviously received orders from their superiors to lock him up as a serious criminal. The military vehicle was very quiet along the way, and Sulu was also silent. He was a smart person, completely opposite to his honest and ordinary appearance. His intelligence surpassed most people in the Federation, otherwise Feng Yu wouldn't have chosen him back then. Therefore, he clearly knew what kind of terrifying power the existence that had invaded his brain at the other end of the Black Dream possessed. Furthermore, he deduced an extremely terrifying conclusion from the other party's ability. If the thing that had helped him transfer and modify the laboratory data was really the existence that he had guessed, it would be too unbelievable. It was so unbelievable that he didn't want to believe his own theory, even if it was the only possibility. Perhaps it was because of the worry and fear in his heart, or perhaps it was because of the extreme hunger in his stomach. Sulu's lips didn't have any color of blood. They were dry and white. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips slightly. Suddenly, he said to the silent military police in the military vehicle, "Brothers, do you want to smoke a whole cigarette?" The gendarme sitting next to him was stunned. He didn't expect that this guy who had just gotten out of his daze would want to smoke without a trace of fear. Did he not know that he had committed a serious crime? The military policeman subconsciously glanced at the captain, who was sitting in front of him with his eyes closed. The captain was resting with his eyes closed. Hearing Sulu's words, the captain opened his eyes and nodded that Sulu raised his hands, accepted the lit cigarette, and said thank you. His hands were tightly tied together. It was a bit difficult to bring the cigarette to his lips. He greedily took a deep drag of the cigarette. The filter of the cigarette was still between his lips. He immediately took a second drag. Smoke filled the military vehicle. The gendarmes sitting next to him and across from him gave him a strange look. They thought that this second lieutenant probably knew that he could be shot, so he treated this cigarette as the last one to smoke. The slightly dry and strong smoke poured into Sulu's lungs. It could calm the mind and satisfy one's spiritual needs. Only now did Sulu's complexion gradually improve. Destroying the Federation's confidential data was equivalent to treason. Not to mention he had killed an active Federation officer on Tiger Mountain Road in the middle of the night. However, Sulu wasn't thinking about these things at all. His hands and feet were bound by high-strength plastic rope. This special high-strength plastic had long replaced metal handcuffs and was used in large quantities by the federal military and police. For the Federation government, this high-strength plastic was enough to bind all normal humans to death. However, no one would have thought that in the countless galaxies of the Federation, there would always be a few abnormal humans. Back in the Donglin district, Sulu had once used his own strength to break this high-strength plastic rope. He believed that he wasn't the only abnormal human in the Federation. Uncle Feng Yu was one, and presumably, that old man in the lees of Philadelphia was also one. However, Sulu didn't have the thought of breaking the plastic rope, suddenly killing people, flipping the car, escaping prison, and becoming a fugitive from the Federation again. Black dreams, active connections, characters, countless blueprints, and green data streams like a waterfall. Sulu stared at the flame of the cigarette in front of him and took a deep breath. Previously, he had already moved the pictures in his mind and confirmed that the core data and formulas in Professor Shin's laboratory had all been transferred to his mind by that existence. How did a huge amount of data transfer into his brain so quickly? Was it through the ubiquitous electronic monitoring network of the Federation? Could he still be considered a normal human right now? Sulu closed his eyes tightly, and the cigarette between his dry lips gradually shortened. He kept trembling slightly, and the ash fell on his knees and was blown to the floor by the wind. After escaping from the Donglin district, he specifically studied the 740,000 words of the First Charter because that was the existence he was most afraid of. The glory of the First Charter shone on the Federation, but under the first charter, only one-way data flows could ever be carried out. The five-person group's regulations were to cut off all the ways that the central computer affected the chips in the human body due to logic chaos. Why could he accept the data in reverse? That existence had entered the data twice, which was equivalent to invading the human brain. This was a serious violation of the highest rules of the first charter. Why would this kind of logic error appear in that cold computer program? Active connections, accept? Sulu thought of the light talisman that had appeared many times in the hospital and in the laboratory. He couldn't help but close his eyes and think, I chose to accept before, so that existence actively invaded my brain? He couldn't understand, so he stopped thinking. Sulu slowly opened his eyes. The fear, confusion from before had long disappeared. He didn't need to care about that black dream, didn't need to care about what was wrong with that cold central computer, didn't need to care about whether the mysterious Bureau of Proclamation was weaving some kind of conspiracy. He wasn't even afraid of death, so what was there to be afraid of? At this moment, he only knew that in the battle for data in the laboratory, he had inexplicably gained an overall advantage. The initiative to develop the new generation mecha of the Federation had once again returned to his hands, or perhaps it should be said that it had returned to his mind. Tonight, he had single-handedly defeated the Federal Academy of Science, defeated the Iron Schemer, and defeated Macklin. That was enough. You should say thank you, right? The cigarette had burned to the end, and the burnt smell of the filter sponge was very pungent. Sulu used his tongue to wet his lower lip, and only then did the dry stick of the cigarette fall off the dry skin on his lips and fall to the ground. He moved his bound feet with some difficulty and stepped on the cigarette to extinguish it. Then he took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes and looked at the military prison gate of the Department of Defense that was getting closer and closer. The prison gate was brightly lit. The Federation soldiers who had already received the order frowned and looked at the prisoner being escorted out of the car. They didn't know what crime this soldier had committed to be escorted to the prison for serious criminals. Sulu was escorted out of the military vehicle. Looking at the Federation soldiers around him who were on guard, he moved slowly with great difficulty. His eyes narrowed, and through those blinding searchlights, he looked at the gradually setting moon in the night sky. He thought of Professor Shin in the cemetery under the moon and smiled happily. The capital spaceport. The two moons that were slowly moving in the night sky occupied two remote corners of the field of vision. The silver moonlight was completely suppressed by the lights in the spaceport. A streamlined spaceship quietly docked in the light, and a few middle-aged officials gathered below the spaceship. The highly respected Dean Lin of the Federal Academy of Science finally finished the warship space portal test on the moon base and returned to Planet S1 accompanied by several government officials. Dean Lin walked in the front. His hair was white. 11 days of continuous low-gravity environment made the old man's body a little uncomfortable, and his face was slightly gloomy. His position in the Federation was extraordinary and noble. No matter how the president was replaced, he had already been in the position of the Dean of the Federal Academy of Science for 17 years. Even if he had been in the toilet for 17 years, he could still make the toilet his own, not to mention the Federal Academy of Science. Secretary Luo, who followed behind, knew that Dean Lin's expression was not because of the trip to the moon. He silently dragged behind the team, but the corner of his eye was paying attention to the blue light of the communicator in his jacket pocket. The phone rang. Secretary Luo slowed down his footsteps and walked further away from the crowd before answering the call. Data confirmed safe. A sincere smile appeared on Secretary Luo's face. After hanging up the phone, he sped up and walked to the front of the team. When he walked to the front of the old man, he nodded imperceptibly. The officials accompanying Dean Lin found that the old man seemed to have adapted to the change in gravity. His face was much better, and they were immediately relieved at in a small room next to the top floor of the Capital Sanlin United Bank building. Secretary Lu put down the phone, walked to the president's office, whispered a few words and was ready to go home. Li Xiuzhu, who was sitting on the chair, shook his head. Although he was very satisfied with this result, he really didn't expect that the young second lieutenant named Sulu would actually be so valiant, to the point of crazily raising an axe and charging into the laboratory. Fortunately, the data was connected to the central database. Li Xiuzhu's extremely handsome face showed a trace of tiredness. When he thought about the silence of the old man from the Federal Academy of Science, his tiredness turned into a sarcastic smile. Then he called his father and informed him of this matter. Then he dialed another number. Li Xiuzhu really admired the councilman on the other end of the phone because he had never seen anyone who was more like a natural politician than that person. He was able to connect the interests of various parties through an insignificant matter. This should be a natural ability, and Li Xiuzhu admitted that he couldn't do it. Senator Medellin, congratulations. In an ordinary apartment in the capital, Senator Medellin's secretary Helen rushed into the bedroom with a trace of lust in her eyes. Tonight, the senator stayed in the office, so her date with him was delayed until late at night. Fortunately, Senator Medellin let her go, or else she was worried that he would leave in anger. What makes you so happy? There was a box of Noble 37 brand cigarettes on the bedside. The man slightly narrowed his eyes and looked at Helen. His handsome face, lazy expression, and peach blossom eyes were really fascinating. At least, he fascinated Helen, an old virgin with an ordinary face, to death. Helen giggled and directly pounced on him. She said seductively, "If you can make me unable to sleep tonight, I will tell you. For many people this must be a sleepless night." Chapter 191. In the wee hours of the morning, the snow-white bedding on the big bed in the apartment was very messy, and the air was filled with the faint smell of chestnut flowers. A woman in her 30s was sitting in front of the bed, looking at the mirror on the dressing table. She squinted her eyes and smeared the lipstick on her lips. Her eyes were full of laziness after lust. She was only wearing a small lace underwear. Her smooth back, enchanting curves, and full buttocks were especially alluring because of the way she was sitting. Shi Qinghai lit a cigarette and looked at Helen's smile in the mirror. Other than him, not many people knew that the confidential secretary in Senator Macklin's office hid such a mature and seductive body under the gray formal dress. After taking off her glasses, the secretary released the lust that she had been suppressing for many years. There was a sense of infatuation in her bones. Helen's face in the mirror looked a little tired, but it was the kind of tired that was satisfied. On her dignified face, only the small wrinkles in between her eyebrows revealed her true age and her usual strict and reserved side. "Darling, I'm going to take a shower." Helen had to rush to Parliament Hill at 8 o'clock. Her work was much busier than the average person's. After the madness last night, she only had time to sleep for 2 hours before she had to leave again. She turned her head and looked charmingly at Shi Qinghai, who was smoking at the head of the bed. She smiled, put on a bathrobe and walked into the bathroom. After closing the bathroom door, the warm water sprinkled down. Helen stood under the water, holding her face that was still a little hot. She raised her head and let the hot water wash over her naked and sensitive body. Her thoughts had already moved away from the pleasure that the man brought her to other places. Her eyes revealed a trace of reluctance, doubt, and self-comfort. She knew that she was not attractive when she was a secretary, especially when she had an ordinary face. Why did the man outside who fascinated her take a fancy to her, a woman who was already over 30 years old? As Senator Macklin's secretary, she had the needs of a normal person. She was also obsessed with the strange impact that the fancy man brought. Even so, she remained calm. She had already observed for a month, and she would continue to observe. If it was as she expected, she had no choice but to apologize to that man. Hearing the sound of running water coming from the bathroom, Shi Qinghai suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes, which were full of infinite attraction, moved to the phone quietly placed on the dressing table. Shi Qinghai gently placed the half-burnt cigarette on the ashtray and quietly walked to the dressing table. He looked at the phone that reflected a metallic luster on the wooden table. He keenly noticed that there were 2 extremely thin strands of hair in the black keyboard area below the phone. 2 extremely thin strands of black hair gently rested on the black keyboard area. If one didn't pay special attention, they definitely wouldn't notice it. Moreover, the placement of these 2 strands of black hair was also very particular. Shi Qinghai glanced at the closed bathroom door and smiled. He carefully moved the 2 strands of hair away and opened the back cover of his cell phone. Perhaps because she was in a hurry to get to Parliament Hill, Secretary Helen's shower time was much shorter than the last few times she had sex with Shi Qinghai. She wrapped her hair in a white bath towel and walked out. She smiled and said, "Dear, what do you want to eat? There should be enough time to fry 2 pieces of bread." There was no one in the bedroom. Helen's voice stopped indifferently. She walked to the bedside with a complicated expression. She counted the cigarette butts in the ashtray and then walked to the dressing table. The 2 extremely thin strands of black hair still rested on the black keyboard area of the metallic phone. Helen's expression suddenly relaxed. Her right hand moved away from her wet head and lightly patted her naked chest. She was a little scared but also a little satisfied. Fried bread is not nutritious enough. The masters of the trade office are not that easy to serve. A concerned voice came from the door. Shi Qinghai was half naked, wearing only casual shorts. He held a frying pan in his left hand. The eggs inside were being baked under the residual heat and gradually solidified. He held a wooden spatula in his right hand and a half-smoked cigarette in his mouth. Looking at the mesmerizing appearance of this man, coupled with the fact that she was gradually beginning to believe him, Helen spontaneously felt a sense of warmth and relaxation. Suddenly, she felt a little ashamed that she had been using the trade office secretary as a cover for her real job. She walked up and hugged Shi Qinghai's body tightly. She slowly twisted her body and said infatuatedly, "Lulu, I want to eat you in the morning." Shi Qinghai held the frying pan and the wooden spatula high, afraid that the naked body of the woman in his arms would be burned. Feeling the slide of the woman in front of his chest, he couldn't help but feel a little moved. He spat the cigarette butt on the floor and lowered his head to kiss her. The faint smoke of the number 37 brand cigarette began to swirl between the lips and tongues of this man and woman. It began to diffuse into the air and covered the true face and heart of each other. Sula didn't know that the shameless brother who didn't know that he was already a father was using the most shameless method to approach Senator Macklin step by step. He also didn't know that the fake name Mr. Schur, who had a pair of peach blossom eyes, was actually related to him. Otherwise he might have been very angry. At this time he was locked up alone in a military prison. He didn't know the name of this military prison, but since it was in the Capital Special District, and the security measures were so strict, the level of this prison must not be too low. This was a single cell. The high-strength plastic ropes on his hands and feet were not removed. It seemed that after tonight the other party was very clear about Su Li's ability, and dared not to be the slightest bit careless. This cell was entirely made of plastic, including the bed. The light from the corridor outside the grill shone in, making this place seem particularly lonely. Sulu was lying on the bed, his tightly bound hands flat in front of his chest. His mind was in a mess and his mind was clear at the same time. Every time he thought of the cold existence at the end of the black dream, his mind was a little confused. He had learned from Uncle Fengyu since he was young, read all the books in Heshi State University, and spent so many days in the Husk Institute. He was sure that the technology level of the Federation was tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of years away from the appearance of artificial intelligence. However, the central computer under the Bureau of Proclamation seemed to have been in operation since the time of the Group of Five. The history before the catastrophe had long been lost in the long river of chaos. The computer had been in operation until now, but it hadn't been pulled apart by the gradual development of human society's technology. This was a very scary fact in itself. Although the first charter stated that the Federal Central Computer had been constantly improving and upgrading, subconsciously, Sula didn't believe this. However, the ability to learn and upgrade by oneself was not artificial intelligence. He thought of the conversation in the Black Dream and couldn't help but frown. If the central computer didn't actively help him, then could it be that the big shots in the Bureau of Proclamation did something? Thinking of the mysterious and ancient Bureau of Proclamation, Su Li's chaotic mind was even more confused. He didn't like this feeling of confusion, so he began to analyze his current situation and gradually calmed down. Destroying the Federation's confidential data was definitely a serious crime. If someone accused him of being a spy, perhaps the military court would sentence him to death immediately. If he was found to be involved in Park Ji-ho's death at the entrance of Husan Mountain, the only thing he would receive in return would still be a death sentence. The sober Sula didn't seem to be worried about this. He quietly looked at the shiny plastic ceiling and calculated the time in his mind. He wanted to see if the lady of the Tai family was willing to take a gamble. The data in the laboratory was related to the development of the new generation of mecha in the Federation. It was very important and the benefits were not small, especially when it was related to the presidential election. Even if Lady Tai didn't want to stand up for a small character like herself, she still had to consider for Representative Pabre. The most important problem now was that Lady Tai needed to make a decision. After Sulu was arrested, it seemed that he couldn't control the data in the laboratory anymore. If she made a move now, it might be too late. The synonym for too late was often to give up. Sulu understood this very well, so he wanted to see if the other party was willing to bet that he still had something in his hands. Even if Lady Tai gave up on him, Sulu wouldn't fall into despair because Zhou Yu had already returned to the compound of the Ministry of Defense. Moreover, he still had a metal bracelet on his wrist. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh softly as he lay on the bed. Other than the structural diagram of the little blue device, the most important thing in the bracelet was those strange maps. In the past, he didn't understand why Uncle Feng Yu kept those maps like they were treasures. It wasn't until today when he was arrested and locked up in the military prison that he started to understand. Uncle, how many times were you arrested by the Federation in the past? And how many times did you escape prison? He praised with mixed feelings. The door of the cell was opened. 2 soldiers escorted Su Lu along the quiet corridor and walked out. It was still early in the morning. The prisoners in the cells on both sides of the corridor had just woken up. They looked at the newcomer in confusion, wondering if he was going to be executed directly since he was taken out so early. As soon as he thought of this, the corridor fell silent. There was actually no sound of jeering or strange shouting. Su Lu sat at one end of the metal table and looked at the soldier in the distance who had lowered his head. He couldn't see the soldier's face clearly. He frowned slightly. The military prison was naturally under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Defense. If it was Deputy Minister Zhou who sent someone here, it would make sense. However, this reaction speed was faster than he had expected. Moreover, the person who sent him surprised him a little. The soldier heard the noise and slowly raised her head, revealing an unfamiliar but beautiful face. She said in a clear voice, "My name is Su Songzi. I belong to the Legal Department of the Internal Affairs Department of the Ministry of Defense. I have been assigned to provide legal support to Second Lieutenant Su Lu." This was a female civilian officer. She was very beautiful. After she raised her body from the table, it could be seen that her body was also very beautiful. Su Lu moved his body with some difficulty. He squinted his eyes and said, "Thank you." The female officer Su Songzi looked at Su Lu and suddenly said coldly, "Destroying the core secrets of the Federation is a serious crime. The starting sentence is 3 years. The highest sentence can be death. If you don't want to be prosecuted for espionage, I advise you to plead guilty. This way I can try to plead with the judge in the military court." Su Lu confirmed that the other party was sent by Deputy Minister Zhou because the Internal Affairs Department of the Ministry of Defense happened to be the department directly under Zhou Yingxing. But for some reason, this female legal officer named Su Songzi didn't seem to have any good intentions towards him. "I don't plead guilty." Su Songzi lowered her head. There was a trace of anger and mockery on her face. Although it was only midnight, the surveillance video and testimony provided by the Husk Institute were very complete. It seemed that the second lieutenant in front of her was so stupid that he relied on his background in the Ministry of Defense. Didn't he know that even if he was Deputy Minister Zhou's son-in-law, he couldn't be completely fine under such circumstances? "I advise you to be sober." "I'm very sober. But I think that before you came, you didn't do your research properly." Su Lu looked at the female officer on the other side of the long metal table. He lowered his head and said, "You probably don't know. That laboratory is mine. I've been having diarrhea for the past few days and it's especially serious today. I've already become Wu Lao heir. My whole body is weak and I really can't take it anymore. The leader has bought some medicine and I've already taken it. I should be fine, but I'm only able to write 1 chapter today." Chapter 192. Su Songzi looked at the young second lieutenant at the other end of the long metal table in shock. She had graduated from the 1st Military Academy's Law Department 2 years ago and had performed very well in the Department of National Defense's Internal Affairs Department. She had never encountered a case that made her back off. However, in the middle of the night, she was woken up by a call from her immediate superior, who ordered her to immediately rush to the military prison to provide legal support for a client. Suddenly receiving such a strange order and being disturbed from her sleep naturally put her in a bad mood. When she saw the witness and material evidence provided by the Nutshell Research Institute and the Military Police Brigade, the displeasure in her heart reached its peak. A suspect officer who could get the Department of National Defense to voluntarily provide legal support in the middle of the night was undoubtedly someone with a strong background. In her eyes, this young second lieutenant named Su Lu was just one of the countless playboys in the Federation. However, this playboy was especially stupid. She didn't know what ridiculous reason he had, but he actually caused a ruckus in the Shell Motor Corporation Research Institute. These people really didn't know how to spell the word death. With prejudice in front of her, she naturally didn't have a good attitude towards Su Lu. However, due to her professionalism, She still seriously provided the other party with reference opinions and persuaded the other party to admit his guilt. However, she didn't expect that the suspect officer across the long table would directly reject her and even give a reason that she didn't think of before. "The lab is yours?" Su Songzi was stunned, then immediately laughed sarcastically. She quietly looked at Su Lu across the long table and said, "I didn't hear wrong, right?" After she graduated from the first military academy, she directly entered the Department of National Defense's Internal Affairs Department. Her performance was extremely outstanding, and she was deeply appreciated by her superiors. However, because of the limited research area, she didn't know who the authority of the Shell Motor Corporation Research Institute belonged to. She only knew that the Federation's Research Institute, which controlled a considerable amount of cutting-edge technology, belonged to the Federation and the military. However, this person actually said that the lab was his? Su Lu felt this female officer's attitude towards him, so he lowered his head and said, "You can check the agreement between the Institute and Professor Shen." From the beginning of the establishment of this lab, a cooperative model was chosen. Starting from the 54th year of the constitutional calendar, all the sponsorship was obtained by Professor Shen in his own name. From this point of view, everything in this lab, including the data that I destroyed, can only be paid by the Federation or the Shell Company according to the agreement. They have the right to use, but they don't have the right to dispose of it. Su Songzi listened to these words, and her expression gradually calmed down. She realized that she really didn't know much about the Husk Institute. The other party seemed to be very organized, and it didn't seem like he was lying. Moreover, he was already arrested and imprisoned, so lying to her at this time wouldn't do him any good. Before Professor Shin passed away, through a notarized will, the right to dispose of the lab was fully transferred to me. Su Lu raised his head, looked at the beautiful female officer across the long table and said calmly, "The spare parts of the legal documents are in my apartment. You can check them at any time if no one destroys them." Su Songzi heard the confidence hidden in the young second lieutenant's calm words. She slightly frowned, lowered her head and looked at the file on the table again. She slowly said, "In the statements of the Institute and the military police, this point was not mentioned. Of course, I will immediately verify it, but if what you said is true, then I don't understand why you destroyed the confidential data in the lab. You should know that those data are important data that has been electronically protected by the central database of the Federation." Her gaze paused on the file and she couldn't help but shake her head lightly. What kind of officer was this? He actually carried a peace axe and barged into the Institute and smashed up a lab. These data are mine. Do I need to explain how I want to dispose of them? At this time, Sulu naturally wouldn't tell the female officer about the Federal Academy of Science, the Iron Schemer, and the new generation of mecha from the Federation. This wouldn't do him any good in his current situation. In fact, it would only make things worse. Thank you very much for coming to provide me with legal aid. I think I've already made myself very clear. The data is mine and the lab is mine. Since that's the case, there is no reason for me to still be locked up in prison. I want to know, when can I get out? Su Songzi didn't raise her head. She pushed the file in front of her away, opened the electronic legal document, and flipped through it carefully with furrowed brows for a long time. Then she raised her head and looked quietly at Sulu. She shook her head and said, "Even if that lab used to be Professor Shen's and is now yours, you still can't get out after destroying those data." What? Sulu placed his hands, which were bound by the plastic rope, on the table. He looked at her and asked, "Is there a problem with me disciplining my own child?" Hearing this analogy, Su Songzi raised her head and looked quietly at Sulu. She said, "Let's not talk about whether this analogy is appropriate or not. Even if this is your own son, you can educate him, but you can't abuse him and you can't kill him. If you do, then you will violate the Child Protection Act or become a murderer." Without waiting for Sulu to speak, she furrowed her brows and continued to say, "According to the Federation's Confidential Information Protection Act, even if this data is yours, it still has to be monitored by the Federation due to its importance. It cannot be leaked and it cannot be arbitrarily disposed of. Your right to dispose of this data can, at most, allow you to get a lighter sentence in this case." Sulu lowered his head, took a deep breath, and smiled somewhat helplessly. Su Songzi saw his smile and was slightly stunned. She didn't understand why he could still smile so calmly at a time like this. Did he really think that with the background of the Ministry of Defense, he could go against the laws of the Federation? She slightly furrowed her brows and said, "Not to mention, this is all what you said. I haven't seen the relevant electronic legal documents yet. But since there is new evidence, I will continue to investigate. Su Songzi stood up and began to tidy up the documents on the metal table. She lowered her head and said, "You sign a document later. In the morning I will go directly to your apartment to get the legal document, and then I will go directly to the military inspection department to apply for evidence preservation." "I don't know if the legal document in the apartment is still there," Sulu suddenly said. Su Songzi's movements slightly paused, and a sense of displeasure rose in her heart. She thought to herself, if it's not there, then where did your previous confidence come from? Sulu lowered his head. He didn't know if the Li family would enter his apartment to destroy Professor Shin's will. Although logically speaking, those big shots shouldn't use such a boring little trick for the sake of safety, he would rather pretend that the copy was no longer there. He raised his head and said, "The original legal document is in the hands of a friend of mine. You can go directly to her and ask for it." "Friend? Where does she live?" "Department of National Defense, Shishan Compound Number 3. Her surname is Zhou." Su Songzi heard this address and was slightly stunned. She immediately took a deep breath and immediately understood why her immediate superior would call her in the middle of the night and send her to the prison. It turned out that the backer of this young second lieutenant was her immediate superior's immediate superior. "Got it." She looked at Sulu thoughtfully and then prepared to leave. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps outside the reception room. "Inspector Shao, this way please." An inspector about 30 years old, accompanied by the military prison chief, walked into the reception room. This inspector with the surname Shao had black hair and looked very capable. When he found that Su Songzi was also in the room, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. He smiled and asked, "Songzi, why are you here? Brother Wenjing?" Su Songzi was also a little surprised. She glanced at Su Lu from the corner of her eyes. She didn't know what this young second lieutenant had done to alarm the powerful people of the Capital District Prosecutor's office. "This is Second Lieutenant Su Lu? I was ordered to take him away to assist in the investigation of a case." After exchanging a few pleasantries with Su Songzi, Inspector Shao went straight to the point. Su Songzi's eyebrows furrowed. She knew the current status of this senior from the law department in the district prosecutor's office. Why had he come here? The strangest thing was that her client, Su Lu, was an active soldier. He should have gone through the federal military's internal legal procedures. Why was the district prosecutor's office interfering? "No, this is my client." For some reason, Su Songzi felt a little strange. Without waiting for Su Lu to stand up, she directly rejected this request. Inspector Shao smiled and took out a document from the briefcase in his hand and put it on the table. Su Songzi picked up the document and looked at it. Her face became serious. She looked at the military prison chief and said, "According to the sequence, Su Lu is a military suspect. He must stay in the military prison." Immediately after, she turned to Inspector Shao and asked in a low voice, "What is going on?" "I am now his legal support lawyer. You should know the sequence of the case very well. He is now involved in the serious crime of destroying the Federation's confidential information. At least wait until the case in my hands is over before you can take over." Su Songzi was very familiar with Xiao Wenjing, so she didn't think too much about what she said. She stared into his eyes and asked in confusion, "Even if he has other cases, it should be the police headquarters who investigate first. Why did the district prosecutor's office interfere in advance?" Inspector Shao shrugged and glanced at Su Lu, who was silently lowering his head at the table. He moved closer to Su Songzi's ear and said, "The sequence of the case and the early interference are actually all for the same reason. This officer committed a serious crime. You should know very well that the sequence of the case is often divided according to the severity of the crime. When the district prosecutor's office encounters this kind of vicious case, they will also interfere in advance." Su Songzi frowned. What kind of serious crime could be more serious than destroying the Federation's confidential data? Or a vicious case that required the district prosecutor's office to interfere in advance? Murder. There was a trace of indifference in Inspector Zhao's eyes. He looked at Su Lu at the table in the distance and said, "Second Lieutenant Su Lu is suspected of murdering an active duty officer, Park Ji-ho, on the side of the road on Hushan Road last night. According to the Federation's temporary regulations on handling cases involving military personnel, this case is under our jurisdiction. Chapter 193. It was late spring in the suburbs of the capital. Flowers, trees, and leaves shaded the morning sun. It was extremely peaceful. A police car silently moved forward in this beautiful environment. Sulu narrowed his eyes and looked at the scenery of the capital through the observation window. His expression was calm, but no one knew what he was thinking. His hands and feet were still tightly bound. From a suspect of destroying confidential data of the Federation to a suspect of felony murder, the guard duty had been changed from military police to fully armed police, but the security did not decrease in the slightest. He knew very well that regarding the investigation of these two cases, the Federation's relevant government departments were extraordinarily efficient. It was only midnight, but they had actually provided sufficient evidence. And at this time he was transferred from the military prison to the district prosecutor's office. Naturally, it was the Li family's operation. With the hidden power of the 7 major Federation families, it was not difficult to influence the speed of the Federation's judicial department. The other side should have known beforehand that he had a strange relationship with Deputy Minister Zhou Yingxing, but they had been unable to confirm it. When they knew that the female officer of the Ministry of National Defense had entered the prison that night, they immediately threw out the second plan, which was to transfer Su Lu to the district prosecutor's office. The Deputy Minister of National Defense might be able to influence everything in the military prison, but his influence on the Federation's judicial department was not that strong, at least compared to the Li family. "Do you have anything to say?" Su Songzi sat beside Su Lu and narrowed her eyes at the person she was dealing with. She was somewhat surprised by the other party's calmness. Logically speaking, she was dealing with the case of Su Lu destroying confidential data of the Federation. As for the case of the murder of active duty military officer Park Ji-ho, under the circumstances that there was no follow-up order from the higher-ups, she could completely ignore it and not follow Su Lu to the district prosecutor's office. But for some reason, Su Songzi felt that this matter was a bit strange. Why would this young second lieutenant, who clearly had Deputy Minister Zhou as his backer, suddenly lose his mind? First, he cold-bloodedly killed people on Hushan Road, then crazily broke into the research institute and smashed it. There was obviously something behind this matter, but unfortunately, Sulu was not willing to reveal anything to her. "Thank you." After Sulu said these 2 words, he immediately shut his mouth. He knew very well that what awaited him in the district prosecutor's office would definitely be a torrential storm from the Federation's judicial system. The female officer beside him might be an outstanding judicial talent, but she wouldn't be of any use in this matter. Deputy Minister Zhou had already made his move. Although it was not a strong move, and it was even possible that Zhou Yu had used her father's name to secretly help, it was still a small warning to that side. Sulu was only thinking about whether the Tai family would make a move after he entered the district procurator general's office. He was waiting. He even vaguely guessed that the reason why the Maestro family was putting so much pressure on him was probably because they were waiting to see the true relationship between him and the Tai family. They wanted to see if the madam would actually care about him. A photo that had been enlarged to 12 inches was gently placed on the table, right in front of Su Li's eyes. The photo was a close-up shot. The throat that had been cut open by a blade looked extremely bloody and terrifying, especially the white trachea that could be faintly seen inside. The blood that had already coagulated flowed down the corpse's cheeks, wetting a large patch of blonde hair. When mixed together, it was as black as ink. Sulu quietly looked at the large photo in front of him. His expression did not change at all, but the corners of his eyes twitched. Inspector Xiao Wenjing had been silently observing his expression from the side. He walked up coldly and placed 7 or 8 photos in front of Sulu. He did not ask a single question. He only used the photos that had been enlarged to the extreme to show the horrible state of the corpse and the wounds, as well as the silence in the interrogation room, to pressure Sulu. "Do you know the victim?" "Yes, Park Ji-ho. We participated in the Shell Motor Company's spring recruitment exam together." If it was said that when Sulu killed Park Ji-ho last night, there was still a trace of sadness and frustration in his heart. But now, when he looked at these enlarged photos, he was able to maintain absolute calmness. Other than the slight twitch in the corner of his eyes at the beginning, his expression was as calm as usual. But it was this calmness that exposed the problem. Xiao Wenjing coldly looked at his face. He knew that his judgment was not wrong. This young second lieutenant in front of him was definitely the murderer. It was just that he could not determine his motive at the moment. "Last night at 9:40, where were you?" An assistant inspector from the district prosecutor's office asked in a mechanical voice. With a click, Xiao Wenjing lit a cigarette. I can't remember the exact time, but I should have been on the way back to the apartment. You didn't work at the research institute yesterday afternoon. Why did you come back so late? My girlfriend is pregnant. We had a pregnancy checkup last night. Girlfriend? Ma'am. Zoyu. Su Songzi, who had been listening in the interrogation room, maintained her silence. At this time, when she heard the name of Su Li's girlfriend, she could not help but frown. Only now did she know that this young second lieutenant was actually the future son-in-law of Deputy Minister Zhou. She could not help but think of the recent news that the minister's daughter was pregnant before marriage. Did you pass by Hushan Road? I forgot. Forgot? There was a fight at the entrance of Hushan Road, and we've already invited the people involved. They've already confirmed that you participated in that fight and injured 8 people. How could you forget such a big thing? It doesn't matter if you forgot. The testimony of the witnesses and the surveillance video at the entrance will definitely help you remember. Sulu slowly raised his head. The tiredness of the night made him slightly anxious at this time. In an extremely unusual way, he retorted with a harsh sentence. I never remember the time when I was chased by a dog. The 2nd District Prosecutor's office in the capital was extremely efficient. They had completely grasped Su Li's whereabouts in the first half of the night yesterday. They had also obtained the testimony of the young masters of the Federation. The most important thing was that these people testified that after Su Li killed 8 of their people, he took a knife and directly rushed to the mountain at Hushan Road. 4 hours later, the body of the active military officer, Park Ji-ho, was found on the cliff. The conclusion from the forensics department is out. According to the testimony of the witnesses, the knife model was just right to cause the fatal wound on the neck of the deceased. Sulu lowered his head. He did not expect that the young masters and bodyguards that he had beaten up would provide such crucial testimony. After all, he was not a professional killer, nor was he a professional criminal. At that time he really did not care about these things. However, the knife had long been thrown into the stream in the ivy garden. Presumably, the 7th young master of the Li family did not have the intention to betray him. It should be noted that Park Ji-ho's body was found a few hours later. A lot of the real-time evidence was eliminated, all thanks to the delay of the 7th young master of the Li family. You took a knife, rushed to the cliff and cold-bloodedly and cruelly killed a young and outstanding Federation officer. The assistant prosecutor saw that Sulu had sunk into silence, so he continued unhurriedly, the chain of evidence is already very complete. I advise you to plead guilty in time. We will plead for you to the judge. Sulu was still silent. However, when he heard the words plead guilty, he subconsciously glanced at the female officer, Su Songzi, who was sitting quietly not far away, and smiled. Prosecutor Xiao shook his head slightly. He knew that before there was actual evidence, this cold-blooded second lieutenant would not speak. He signaled to the assistant prosecutor, patted Su Li's shoulder, and led him out of the interrogation room. Su Songzi also stood up. It was unknown whether it was a coincidence or a deliberate arrangement by the district prosecutor's office, but the 2 groups of people who should not have met each other ran into each other. Su Lu, whose hands and feet were tied, narrowed his eyes as he looked at the mother and daughter hugging each other and crying by the corridor. There was also a middle-aged man who was desperately smoking by the side. His movements subconsciously slowed down. The crying mother had blonde hair, and the middle-aged man looked a lot like Park Ji-ho. From his clothes, he should be from an extraordinary family. You are the killer? The middle-aged man's eyes were bloodshot. He could not understand how his only son had died just like that. He glared at Su Lu fiercely as if he wanted to swallow him whole. The mother and daughter hugging each other and crying were Park Ji-ho's mother and younger sister. The mother, who had just experienced the pain of losing her son, lunged at Su Lu like an injured female beast. Her fingers desperately dug at his face, accompanied by heart-wrenching cries. The sharp fingernails were only an inch away from Su Li's eyes. The district prosecutor's office desperately tried to stop the angry family members of the victims, and it took a lot of effort to calm the chaos in the corridor. Park Ji-ho's younger sister was about 13 or 14 years old. She stared at Su Li's face with an extremely cold and angry gaze and spat on his face. You'd better stay in prison forever. Park Ji-ho's father hugged his wife, looked at Su Lu, who was lowering his head and wiping his saliva, and said in a trembling voice, "Or I will definitely kill you," making such a personal threat in front of the prosecutors, but the prosecutors did not have the slightest intention of stopping them. They just coldly pushed Su Lu away. Outside the iron gate of the temporary detention center, Prosecutor Xiao Wenjing looked at Su Lu and said, "If I were you, I would plead guilty earlier. Otherwise there will be a lot of hard days ahead. You don't have direct evidence, you don't have witnesses, you don't have a knife, you don't have anything." Su Songzi followed behind Prosecutor Xiao and said quickly, "Use your own professional qualities to judge whether he is the murderer or not." Prosecutor Xiao suddenly turned around, stared at Su Songzi and said quickly and angrily in a low voice, "If he is not the murderer, I will cut off my head and give it to you. What is the motive? And the most important thing is that we are professionals. We have to believe and can only believe the evidence." Xiao Wenjing threw the finished cigarette at his feet. He had not slept in the middle of the night, and his eyes were a little sunken. He said with a hint of sarcasm, "I will find the evidence, but I didn't expect that the researchers of the Husk Institute would be so cold-blooded." Su Songzi was silent. She knew that the enlarged bloody photos and the encounter with the family members of the victims in the corridor were all psychological attacks that Prosecutor Xiao was good at. But looking at Su Li's calm expression, it seemed that he was not affected at all. It might be reasonable to say that the young second lieutenant was cold-blooded. "The girlfriend he mentioned earlier is the daughter of our deputy minister Zhou." "I know, but I don't care about that." Prosecutor Xiao stamped out the cigarette by his feet. Su Songzi looked at his expression and suddenly had an ominous thought. She looked at him and said, "What are you going to do?" "As a judicial officer, I will not do things like extorting confessions by torture. Don't worry." Xiao Wenjing turned around and walked towards the interrogation room. He said gloomily, "But he should feel what he should feel." Chapter 194. Su Songzi stayed in Xiao Wenjing's office. Previously, she had listened in on the interrogation room, which was actually a bit against protocol. However, she still had another case on Su Lu, and her relationship with Xiao Wenjing had always been good, so the district prosecutor's office didn't make things difficult for her. Next to the office was the hall of the district prosecutor's office's second section. The staff were busy with the case at hand, but the sudden sound of excitement still made many people raise their heads. Su Songzi looked over curiously through the glass. She didn't know what evidence these inspectors had found. "Inspector Xiao, the car has been found." A middle-aged official in his 40s looked at Xiao Wenjing and said happily, "It's in the night parking lot at the side of the courtyard. I didn't expect that kid to have no intention of destroying the evidence at all." The murder on Hushan Road involved 2 active officers in the Shell Motor Company. The matter was very troublesome. Under pressure from certain parties, the district prosecutor's office intercepted the case as quickly as possible. The most important thing at the moment was, of course, to collect evidence of Su Li's involvement in the case. The black car that was testified by witnesses to have stopped on Hushan Road was naturally the most important thing. Xiao Wenjing's spirits were lifted. She took out a box of biscuits and chewed on 2 pieces. She quickly asked, "Has it been sent to the forensics department?" He paused for a moment and said, "Directly scan it with fluorescent light. Even if the car was washed, there should still be blood stains on it. Also, tell the guys in charge of organizing the cleanup to be more careful." The car was found half an hour ago. It went straight to the forensics department. Xiao Wenjing drank a mouthful of tea and smiled. She thought that as long as the evidence was found on the black car, the young second lieutenant with a background would never be able to escape. However, the development of the facts was always the opposite of what the investigators thought. After 10 minutes, the excited middle-aged staff member from before pushed open the glass door with a sullen face. He walked to Xiao Wenjing's desk and lowered his voice. He said in a strange tone, "No evidence was found." Xiao Wenjing moved her gaze away from the files on the table and slowly stood up. She stared at the subordinate in front of her, indicating that she didn't understand what he said at all. Even if they couldn't find the knife in a car that had been left behind by the suspect in the parking lot, there should be some traces of the victim's blood left behind. With the current technology of the Federation, they could find even the tiniest trace of blood. The other party did a very professional job and carried out a thorough cleaning. You can even say that this black car is now a new car that just left the factory. The middle-aged official lowered his head and said dejectedly. Xiao Wenjing noticed the words professional, and couldn't help but sink into silence. The higher-ups were putting a lot of pressure on the district attorney's office. They were determined to turn Second Lieutenant Su Li's case into an ironclad one. With his good relationship with the higher-ups, he even knew where the pressure came from. However, he didn't have any conflicting emotions. This was because during the previous interrogation, he had confirmed that Su Lu was the murderer, who was helping Su Lu destroy the evidence. To be able to clean a car with a complicated structure in such a short period of time without leaving a trace, why didn't such a powerful force directly destroy the car? Xiao Wenjing's brows furrowed like a distorted Chinese character. He took a deep breath and waved his hand to have his subordinate leave the office. He lowered his head again to look at the files on the table. There were no traces of the victim's blood on the suspect Su Li's body. It was said that before entering the military prison last night, he had changed his clothes. And before he was locked up, he even used the military's powerful cleansing powder to carry out a thorough cleansing. Originally, he was just a little regretful that the military prison's cleansing had destroyed the direct evidence that the district attorney's office might have gotten from Su Lu. Now that he thought about the black car that could no longer be used as evidence, he couldn't help but think, could it be that from the beginning, there was another group of people in the government secretly helping this suspect get off the hook? Could it be the Ministry of National Defense's Deputy Minister Zhou? Xiao Wenjing looked at the pictures of the crime scene on the table. Suddenly he angrily slammed the table. The teacup shook and fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The sound alarmed the staff outside the office. They all looked over with concern. They didn't know why their boss was so angry. The detention center behind the district attorney's office was filled with serious criminals. These criminals had already been interrogated by the police and sent to the district attorney's office to await trial. Some of them were sent back by the court for additional investigation. The lights in the detention center were bright, and the surveillance facilities were complete. Also, it was deep behind the district attorney's office. There had never been a prison break. The defense work was basically handed over to the electronic surveillance network, so there weren't many people. There were no beds in the room, only 2 rows of benches connected to the high-strength plastic wall. Su Lu sat on one of the benches and calculated the time. Then he turned his head and used his finger to write something on the wall. However, he couldn't leave a mark, so the other prisoners in the same room couldn't see it. The data is already in my hands. Next, I need to wait for the Tai family's response. Then, I need to enter the engineering department and create the new generation mecha. At the same time, I need to finish modifying the simulation system that I want to use. Then, I need to find a way to implant my own control program into the prototype mecha in the warehouse. Senator Macklin is already in cahoots with the Iron Calculator family. His campaign funds are abundant. If Dean Lin from the Federal Academy of Science continues to support him, then Pabre's side will be in trouble. If I can make the Federal Academy of Science lose face during the research on the new mecha, then their alliance will be much weaker. I think that Dean Lin won't have the face to stand on the political stage again. After the assassination, the Tai family wasn't willing to deal with Senator Macklin directly. That was because there was no evidence. Moreover, the rules of the game between the upper echelons of the Federation are like this. Senator Ross and Senator Macklin really become the president, then the most I can do is get my hands on a mecha. What use can it be? Su Lu silently wrote on the wall. Ever since that firework display, he had cried in the cafe of the 1st Military Region's living area. The smile on the young man's plain face had decreased a lot, and he had become much quieter. No one knew what he was thinking in his heart. Tai Ziyuan didn't know. Shi Qinghai didn't know. Zhou Yu didn't know. That mysterious and omnipresent Tai family also didn't know. Only he himself knew. He had been waiting for a certain moment. If the laws of the Federation didn't satisfy him, then he would become the law himself. This was an arrogant and wrong idea, but Su Lu persisted. The arrest of the young second lieutenant of the Husk Institute didn't attract much attention at this time. No one knew that at this time he was repeating the plan that he had been repeating for half a year. That plan that seemed a little whimsical. The district prosecutor's office questioned him 3 times. Other than the first time when Su Lu said something, he remained silent for the rest of the time. He watched as the minutes and seconds passed. It was already late at night. He seemed calm, but in reality he was beginning to have a strange feeling in his heart. Could it be that even with the wisdom of the madam of the Tai family, she couldn't understand what kind of impact the Federal Academy of Science would have on the voters if they were biased in the election? Or could it be that the political power represented by the Tai family had determined that the Academy of Science had already obtained the data and didn't believe that they still had the capital? Right at this time, the lights in the corridor suddenly dimmed. The night sky outside the window mixed with the faint moonlight and sprinkled into the cell. The atmosphere in the cell that had been silent all day suddenly became strange. There were 6 people in this cell. Other than Su Lu, who had been silently pondering, there was another person who had also been silent. That person was still silent. Other than him and Su Lu, the other 4 people stood up and walked towards Su Lu, who was in the corner. The person in the lead had a fierce face. He was about 185 meters tall. His arms were hanging by his side like they were cast from iron, swinging non-stop. That person lit a cigarette and looked at Su Lu with a gloomy and cold gaze. A buzzing sound was heard. The 3 surveillance cameras around the cell suddenly turned off. Su Lu narrowed his eyes and looked at the surveillance camera. He seemed to have understood something. Although he had never been in prison before, he was still an orphan. He didn't know how many times he had heard from Li Wei about the black prison. That big guy laughed silently and smashed his fist towards Su Li's head. The other people around him also pounced at the same time. It seemed like they wanted to beat Su Lu to death. Su Lu stood up. His feet moved quickly within the small space on the ground. He struck the armpit, elbows, knees. His movements were extremely fast and clean. He fiercely kicked the lower abdomen of the person beside him. That person groaned and was kicked 3 meters away. He fell heavily onto the plastic wall. Before he could fall to the ground, he vomited blood and fainted. He turned around and blocked the big guy's arm. He raised his arm and elbowed the guy's sternum. The big guy was like an iron tower that lost its balance. With a crack, he collapsed under his feet. In less than 3 seconds, all the people surrounding him fell to the ground. The big guy's sternum seemed to be broken. He kept breathing heavily and blood seeped out of his mouth. The people on the ground looked at Su Lu as if they were looking at a monster. They couldn't even get up, let alone attack again. Su Lu took out a cigarette and lighter from the big guy's body. He sat back on the bench and silently lit one for himself. After thinking for a while, he took out a cigarette and threw it at the guy who had been silent the whole time. Between the 2 of them, the 4 prisoners were still tossing and turning in pain. They desperately wanted to get as far away as possible from the terrifying guy Su Lu. The big guy painfully held onto the edge of the bench next to Su Lu. He wanted to crawl further away, but the pain in his chest made him lack the strength. He could only resign himself to his fate and lean against Su Li's side. He took deep breaths. I didn't know that the Federation's laws allowed the prosecutors to use such despicable methods. The guy who had been silent the whole time took Su Li's cigarette and put it next to him. He forced a smile and said, "I don't understand what you mean." At this moment, the lights in the corridor lit up. The surveillance camera started to work again. The door of the cell opened. The guy looked at Su Lu cautiously and left the cell under the protection of a guard. Su Lu didn't move. He sat alone on the bench and smoked the cigarette. His 2 fingers that were holding the cigarette were slightly trembling. If the situation didn't change by tomorrow morning, it meant that the Tai family, who could change everything, didn't want to directly go against the Li family and the Federal Academy of Science for something that they didn't need. Then he had to think of a way himself. He lit another cigarette, lowered his body and put it in the big guy's mouth. Chapter 195. Inspector Xiao, your method is useless. That guy doesn't look like a civilian soldier at all. He took down 3 in one move. The guy who had been silent in the cell was a staff member of the District Procurator General's office. He stood in front of Xiao Wenjing and hesitated for a moment before saying, "This is illegal. What if someone finds out? I've never asked you to do this before." Xiao Wenjing rubbed his throbbing temples and turned his head to look at the capital's night view outside the window. "Don't worry. If anything happens, I'll take care of it for you." Xiao Wenjing had never used such a despicable and shameless method before. The capital planet's media was well developed, and the people were vigilant. The people in the judicial system had always done things appropriately and properly. However, Xiao Wenjing was under too much pressure from above today. Plus, he knew that Su Lu was the murderer, but he couldn't find any direct evidence at the moment, so he had to use the old method from decades ago. Despicable methods were often the most useful methods. Unfortunately, this method didn't seem to have any effect in front of that young second lieutenant called Su Lu. I shouldn't have untied the plastic ropes on his hands and feet in the first place. Xiao Wenjing's eyes turned cold. As an excellent inspector, he had seen all the crimes in the Federation. He wasn't someone who got angry easily, but for some reason he got angry easily when facing that young second lieutenant called Su Lu. He didn't know where this anger came from. Maybe it was because he knew that the other party was the murderer but couldn't find any evidence? No, Xiao Wenjing often encountered this kind of thing. He should be angry because of that young second lieutenant's cold-bloodedness? No, cold-blooded psychopathic murderers weren't rare in the Federation. What exactly am I angry about? Xiao Wenjing was shocked and fell into silence. She gradually understood. What made him angry was that it was obviously a simple case, but because of the pressure from his superiors, he had to use some illegal and despicable means. This situation made him feel angry. He took a sip of the strong tea and felt the bitterness on his tongue. After a moment of silence, he said, "Since they are making trouble in the cell, then tie up the hands and feet of the suspect." Today, for the sake of the murder suspect, he had already cooperated with Xiao Wenjing to do something illegal, but he didn't expect that his boss would still insist on it. If this matter was known by his superiors or the reporters, not only would the reputation of the district prosecutor's office be ruined, but the involved Inspector Xiao and himself would never be able to stand out again. He subconsciously wanted to disobey this order because it was illegal. As an inspector, he had enough reason to refuse and could even report it to his superiors. However, because of his trust in Inspector Xiao Wenjing and his close cooperation with the second section, his reaction was a bit slower. At this moment, an inspector pushed open the door and came in with news that dispelled his worries. It was the middle-aged inspector who was in charge of the black car identification during the day. He looked at Xiao Wenjing with a strange expression and said, "Inspector Xiao, the case on Hushan Road? Someone has turned himself in." When Xiao Wenjing heard this, his hands pressed weakly on the table. With his intelligence, he naturally knew that the forces trying to protect the real murderer had begun to counterattack. However, he didn't expect that the other party's counterattack would be so despicable and despicable. Using a scapegoat was a boring method that could only be seen in mafia movies. Did the other party think that this would make the district prosecutor's office give up on the investigation of the vicious murder case on Hushan Road? However, Great Inspector Xiao had forgotten that he had previously used despicable methods that could only be seen in mafia movies. The entire Federation's judicial system was already somewhat unfamiliar with such despicable methods. Moreover, he should also be clear that such despicable methods were often the most powerful. He supported himself on the table and tried to control his anger, but he found it more and more difficult to control it. He even felt that slamming the table heavily was not enough to express the emotions in his heart. Throwing a teacup? One had already been thrown during the day, and now there was only one left in the office. The person who came to turn himself in was a hooligan from the slums of Wangdu. Looking through the glass window at the hooligan's indifferent expression, Xiao Wenjing knew that this scapegoat was the kind of scapegoat she was most afraid of. This kind of scapegoat didn't care about anything as long as they got money. Going to jail was the same as going home. Nowadays, there weren't many death sentences in the Federation, but there were quite a few hundreds of years in prison. Although the case involved the murder of an active Federation officer, from the mouth of the hooligan, a ridiculous accidental conflict and manslaughter story was made extremely smooth and flawless. Someone must have taught him this. Xiao Wenjing silently looked at the image in the interrogation room through the monitor. She watched as her subordinates used all kinds of methods to intimidate, but to no avail. If she investigated from behind this hooligan, even if she investigated more than 70 levels, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to find the real mastermind. How did the other party pick up the knife and wear the bloody clothes of the real culprit? It was obviously the supplies distributed by the federal military. How did it end up with the hooligan? She found an excellent reason. Of course, there were many loopholes in the entire case, but other than admitting to manslaughter and handing over the bloody clothes, the hooligan kept his mouth shut and didn't say a word. The most serious situation was that since the power behind the real culprit had already made a move, the pressure that should come would naturally come. It definitely wouldn't be as simple as just one person. This was where Xiao Wenjing's worry lay. As expected, he immediately received a call from his superior. In a subtle tone, he was asked to quickly close the murder case at Hushan Road, comfort the victim's family as soon as possible, and give an explanation to the Nutshell Mobile Company. There are loopholes in this case and there are suspicious points. I have to continue investigating. Xiao Wenjing was unusually stubborn. You can investigate, but shouldn't you release the second lieutenant? If you can find any other evidence in the future, just bring him back, the dignified voice on the other end of the phone said coldly. Xiao Wenjing slowly hung up the phone, and a self-deprecating smile appeared on her face. Previously, when she received the call from her direct superior, she was also under pressure. However, that pressure was from arresting Su Lu and speeding up the investigation. The pressure now was from a completely different direction. Comfort the victim's family? Bullshit. On the morning of the third day after the murder case at Hushan Road, Sulu walked out of the district prosecutor's office accompanied by the female officer, Su Songzi. Looking at the fresh sunlight, he didn't feel much joy in his heart, only calmness. The Tai family's action was slightly slower than he had expected, but he didn't expect the Tai family to act so quickly and accurately. They helped him eliminate all the evidence of his crime and personally sent a scapegoat to the district prosecutor's office. Just thinking about that scapegoat made Sulu unable to feel happy. As one of the 7 great families of the Federation, these things naturally didn't need to be done by them personally. Everyone had their own realms, and the competition and killing of those lower powers were very far away from them. They only needed to express their attitude and naturally someone would do it. The sunlight was a bit blinding, and a cold and angry voice suddenly sounded beside Sulu. Can you sleep peacefully at night? Sulu turned his head and looked at Inspector Xiao Wenjing beside the stone pillar outside the district prosecutor's office. Looking at her haggard expression, he was silent for a while, and then suddenly said, "In the entire Federation, no one sleeps more peacefully than me." Xiao Wenjing was slightly stunned, as if she didn't expect this person to still be able to act so righteously and with a clear conscience at this moment. She said mockingly, "Including after killing someone? Those who want to kill will naturally be killed," Sulu said. Inspector Xiao Wenjing seemed to have caught some information. She narrowed her eyes and said, "Unfortunately, you won't tell the truth. Because I still have a lot of things to do." Sulu looked at her and suddenly asked, "Do you think you stand on the side of justice?" "I stand on the side of the law." Then from the very beginning, the district prosecutor's office shouldn't have gotten involved in the Hushan Road case at all. Sulu looked at her and said, "Since you couldn't resist this kind of pressure from the very beginning, then you should know very well that what you want is only performance and promotion. It has nothing to do with justice or the law. I'm very sorry to say what's on your mind." Sulu turned around and walked towards the black car at the bottom of the stone steps. Behind him, Inspector Xiao Wenjing fell into deep thought after hearing these words. "I don't know the details of this murder case, but I think, no matter what, you can't be considered on the side of justice." Su Songzi, who had been silently following him, suddenly spoke when he saw Xiao Wenjing's somewhat lonely expression and then glanced at Su Li's calm face. "I know you think I'm the murderer." Su Li's hand touched the handle of the black car. Without turning around he said, "I used to respect the law as well, but later I discovered through the facts that the Federation's laws are ineffective against certain people, so my respect for the law also faded. I also gradually understood that there is no reason to speak of in this universe. Since that's the case, I can only insist on what I think is right. It has nothing to do with justice." Su Songzi silently looked at his side profile. She clearly knew that he had brutally killed an active Federation officer the night before yesterday, but for some reason she couldn't link this person to a cold-blooded criminal. She would rather believe that there was more to this matter, but unfortunately Sulu was unwilling to say. "Oh right, the crime of destroying the core secrets of the Federation. Because you have the rights to the laboratory data, additional investigations are being carried out. You will temporarily be placed under residential surveillance and won't be forcibly detained." Su Songzi laughed self-deprecatingly. She thought about how the Federation's laws that she had studied for so many years were actually so weak in front of these invisible existences. She said lightly, "Congratulations, if there are no accidents, you shouldn't be sent to the military court again." Sulu softly said thank you to her, then sat in the back seat of the black car. The black car drove away from the busy entrance of the district prosecutor's office. Su Songzi hugged the case file in her arms and quietly watched the black car disappear around the corner. She silently thought to herself, what exactly does this young officer have to attract the attention of so many powers in the Federation government? This definitely isn't just related to Deputy Minister Zhou. After leaving the district prosecutor's office, Sulu knew that the Tai family had started to make their move. Since the murder case could be reduced to nothing, then naturally the problem in the nutshell laboratory could also be suppressed. He didn't know how they did it, but he was thinking about what they wanted him to do next. "Madam is waiting for you." A middle-aged man sat in the driver's seat of the black car. Sulu silently looked at his back. For some reason he thought of Butler Jean. "You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.